Good morning and welcome to Finals Day here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Manny Vargas here in the booth, and out in the water we are already underway. Break it down, Manny V.
This is it. History will be made today here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro, and this is it. We're going to start off with an incredible heat against Dave Hubbard and Tristan Roberts. This is round number 5, elimination round. One of these two riders, unfortunately, will not advance on to the quarterfinals. Both of them are hungry. Both of them have been performing incredibly throughout the entire event. And man, this is a bummer, actually, because one of these two guys will not advance on. But Dave Hubbard looking very sharp. Tristan Roberts, he is one of 2 riders only to clock a 10-point ride in this event. So, woo, if you are just waking up with us, it is now 7:32 a.m. here in Itacoatiara, just outside of Rio de Janeiro. David Hubbard and Tristan Roberts starting off the day. We do have 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. There is no maximum on the amount of waves you can catch in this heat. Round number 5, heats 1, 2, 3, and 4 are stacked. It is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's ride or die time here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals. The second place finisher will be checking out this barrel. Dave Hubbard pulling in deep.
Again, welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, please send out the message. Get those tweets, get those instant messages. Facebook messages, whatever you got to do. Let the rest of your friends from around the world that we are live in Brazil.
So a quick wave exchange to open things up. Some smaller scores coming in as these guys start to feel out the conditions in the lineup. A little bit smaller than yesterday. We were actually expecting an increase in the swell. Unfortunately, it dropped a little bit, but still some very clean, glassy conditions out there. And, these guys are going to go to work.
All right, looks like the conditions are epic. Really glassy, slight offshore winds, adding a little bit of texture, which is a good texture. And here we go, Tristan Roberts on his first wave. And a little drizzle out here. It is starting to drain just a little bit. And oh my, that's how you start it off, ladies and gentlemen. The South African Tristan Roberts starts off firing with that nice ARS to start off his campaign.
Yeah, so he's looking to get rid of that 2.0. and build his scores. Actually, I'm sorry, Dave Hubbard sitting on a 2.0 opening score, Tristan Roberts with a 1.50. So those guys both feeling it out a little bit to start off, but now, we've got rain coming down, and Tristan Roberts throwing down that backflip. So it's 7.0, man. So Tristan Roberts laying it down out there in the rain.
Well, I think the judges, they know what the conditions are like. It has dropped off a little bit from yesterday, but we are still going to run this last day of the Itacoatiara Pro because the forecasts are not in our favor. This is the day. This is when we have to do it. Dave Hubbard heard the scores from Tristan Roberts' first wave, and he's just relaxed, cool, calm, and patient, and now we'll be waiting patiently to find his wave, his high-scoring wave. And Dave Hubbard, he can totally do it. It's just a matter of catching that wave and having it come to him. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, the rain is coming down, and it just rolled in the last few seconds here. So Steve Action Jackson is getting ready and prepared. So look at this. Maybe some action out the back. David Hubbard, one of our fellow commentators, taking a look at this set rolling in. Look at the double up starting to form in. He's got to dig. He's got to paddle hard. There he is, pushing over the ledge. Slides, nice scoop, gets into the barrel. Oh, tries to go for a roll, and he pulls it off before that wave shuts down. Very difficult maneuver to pull off. When you're in the barrel and you try to do a bottom turn, you don't have that much leeway because the force of the wave is coming towards the beach, and you have to be quick with your maneuvering, and he pulled that off. A nice roll in the barrel and comes out through the lip. So Dave Hubbard with a great start.
All right, sorry about that, folks. Bodyboarding version of a wardrobe malfunction here in the booth. Had to switch shirts real quick and right back to it. And right back to the action out in the water, 5.25, dropping into place for Dave Hubbard. And here we go, live action, Tristan Roberts.
The South African looked for another perfect section right there to do an ARS, lands, and a little cherry on top right there for Tristan Roberts, pulling far ahead now from David Hubbard. Woo-hoo-hoo, the South African is hungry. The South African contingent here, Ian Campbell along with Jared Houston and a couple others are in the battle, or actually those three are still in the battle. If I have the heat draw in front of me, I will pull that up. But you can also see the heat draw if you're on apbtour.com/live. That's where you can see the heat draw. Just scroll down under the live feed. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. This is the final day, the last day of the Itacoatiara Pro. History will be made today. Manny V here with Steve Action Jackson, bringing you the live feed as fellow commentators out in the water, David Hubbard. But look at that score, Tristan Roberts, 6.0. So 2 solid scores to start off his run here in this 25-minute round number 5, heat 1. Oh my goodness. He's going to be a hard one to catch now. Dave Hubbard totally capable of doing it. Wow. So Dub and Tristan waiting patiently in the rain here. This thing just rolled in. It looked like it was going to be a perfectly sunny day here in Itacoatiara. Everybody was wearing, shorts and T-shirts, and all of a sudden this rain rolled in. Dub, taking a look. We do have a priority system in place. And here we go.
Dave Hubbard up and riding on this right-hander, pulls into the barrel, driving. Will he find daylight? He comes out with the roll, but gets caught up. That's got to be frustrating. He was almost there, had the daylight, went for the roll out, and just got caught by that little side wave, which pinched on him. So Dave will paddle back out and continue his hunt. Still looking for a 7.76 to catch up to Tristan. Again, Tristan with a 7.0 and a 6.0 leads the way. Still 16 minutes and change remaining on the clock out in the water here in this 25-minute heat. First heat of the morning, round 5 elimination competition, man-on-man format. The winner will move to the quarterfinals. And unfortunately, one of these guys, their campaign is going to get cut a little short.
I just got my coffee handed to me from the one and only, the man behind the scenes with the coffee. It is Andre who's been supplying the coffee for the entire staff, including myself. I think I have 2 or 3 of these before 8:30, so that'll get me through the day. But what's going to get these riders through the day is to beat either Dave Hubbard or Tristan Roberts, depending who you are. What?
Yeah, so caffeine getting Manny through the commentary day, trying to get through the competition day. These guys are trying to dial up a couple of big scores and move on to the quarterfinals in their quest to make the final here and be crowned event champion at the end of the day. Again, for those of you just joining us, welcome to finals day here at the Itacoatiara Pro. At the end of this day, we will be crowning our men's, women's, and pro junior event champions.
You can see priority right now in the hands of Tristan Roberts, and he lets that go right there for attempting to go for that wave. Priority change in the water. David Hubbard now has priority. The priority system, Steve Action Jackson, the lowdown.
All right, with priority system, first rider to catch a wave will establish priority and move to second position, putting the rider remaining in the priority position, meaning that rider will have the opportunity to pick and choose the next wave that comes in without having to battle the other rider. And they will alternate as they each catch waves and return to the lineup. From that point on, whoever's first out to the lineup after a wave exchange will gain priority, and it will change hands accordingly throughout the course of the heat.
And it could be used as a strategy as it gets closer to the end of the heat, depending on where you are situated. If you have the lead and priority, it's really good to have that priority in the very last few minutes, but it also can backfire on you if you use it mistakenly and give that priority away. But ladies and gentlemen, your way to get some shout outs and to say hi to the world is right here on the APB Facebook page. That's where I will be posting where you at And that's where I want to know, where are you tuning in from to watch the live feed? Look at this. The South African Tristan Roberts lining up a nice solid 4-foot wave. Nice speed line. Pulls into the pocket. Oh, and it comes out. Will he come out?
Oh, so close. You could
my.
see his silhouette through the crystal lip. And
Wow.
almost found the doggy door, but the door slammed on him right before he could make it out.
Pulling into that barrel and using it as an umbrella for the few seconds he was in the barrel. Unfortunately, was not able to come out. David Hubbard taking a look down the left on this one. Here he goes, dropping in.
Dave, nice line. He's going to have a lot of foam to contend with. Throws out a big invert.
Can he pull it off? That's the question. And he just gets tangled up. Oh, there he is.
He made it.
Oh, my. He was underwater in the foam ball for at least 2-3 seconds, and all of a sudden, like Houdini, pops out and completes that big invert. That's what we're talking about. He's easily capable of getting those big scores, and he's back into it.
Meanwhile, there you can see on the beach getting warmed up, ready to go into action. Jared Houston will be coming up in the next heat.
Jared Houston, former world champion, and has a pretty good record here at the Itacoatiara Pro as well.
Yes, 2015 world champion, as well as 2014 Itacoatiara Pro event champion. So he's getting ready to hit the water. He's looked pretty good since he's come back from his injury. He took out the last event at Chopu, and now here he is in the mix on finals day. So Jared Houston coming back strong after that injury last season in Nazaré.
Again, if you're just tuning in, heat number 1, round number 5. Round number 5, elimination round. It means one of these two riders will call it the end of the road for the Itacoatiara Pro, which means the winner will go straight into the quarterfinals where they will face off the winners from round number 4. Each step you get closer to the final, it's just going to increase your points times 4. This is the first Grand Slam series of the 2017 APB World Bodyboarding Tour, and it has that many more points.
So we're already past the halfway point here in this 25-minute heat, and Dave Hubbard with a 7.50 on that last wave moves ahead of Tristan Roberts. So things definitely heating up out here in the first heat of the morning. Despite the rain, the passing rain squall that's rolling through, as Manny alluded to this morning, bright, sunny, board shorts and T-shirts. You know, people on the beach all ready for an early start with sungas and bikinis. And
Zungas?
Sungas, otherwise known as Speedos in the United States. But right now, you know, gray, rainy, people looking for cover. And these guys, the only cover they're worried about is finding a little tube time.
Well, these guys out in the water from this point on, and the pro juniors and the females, we're going to see the juniors final and the women's final. Look at this. Dub stalling, trying to find some cover up, and he comes out in another section. So quick barrel at the very end, but not before having a nice solid tube time right before that. So Dub and Tristan Roberts taking full advantage of the conditions here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Wow, it just turned on today. Everything just smoothed out from the last few days where it's been very stormy and very, you know, victory at sea out in the water. But now with a little bit smaller swell and the winds still slight offshore but glassy, I think we're in for a treat today as we wind down the last day of the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. So I said it, I'll be saying it throughout the day, but to come inside the booth with us, APB Tour Facebook page. Let's take another look at this perfect barrel riding skills right here. Right there, he drags his legs and slows down just a little bit, re-engages that rail to maintain that speed, and then he tucks under another section right there. That's how you do a stall barrel ride technique, textbook right there from David Hubbard. So that's not going to affect his overall score. He's still sitting in first place. Tristan Roberts, 6.51 is what he needs after coming out firing with 2 solid scores, but totally capable. Here we go. Tristan Roberts, the South African, up and riding, right-hander. Nice clean bottom turn, big backflip on the inside. Can he turn that around? He's in the whitewash, and that will definitely be really close to that 6.51 that he's after. Clean landing. Actually landed clean, but struggled a little bit just to turn that board all the way around. So Tristan Roberts, oh my. APB Tour Facebook page. Go there, check out the post. Where you at right now? Heat 1, round 5. Come say hi to the world. Drop us a comment and tell me where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you guys shout outs and girls. So you know what? I've been saying it a few times. Why don't we get into it with 13 comments all straight off the bat? So we have another look. Let's take another look at Tristan Roberts. Perfect backflip right here. Timing's perfect. Landing was perfect. But right there, you can see just the implosion of that wave is what he had to deal with. But he did come out clean, and a solid score will definitely be dropped right there for Tristan Roberts.
All right, 8:13 left on the clock. Dave Hubbard continues to lead the way, but we are waiting for that last score of Tristan Roberts. He's looking for a 6.51 at the moment as these two continue to battle back and forth here in the first heat of the day, the first elimination heat of round 5. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals. So there's a lot at stake here, Manny Vargas, and we'll see which one of these guys comes out ahead. Yesterday we were saying it, you know, the 12 remaining riders in the catapult round, any single one of them would be a legitimate contender to win this event. And unfortunately, nature of the beast here in competition, we can only have one champion to crown at the end of the day.
Look at this wave coming in for the South African. Tristan Roberts with second priority. Not going for that one. But quick shout outs to those that have woken up to see the live feed and watch from around the world. And it looks like we have a clean, straight down the middle cut from South Africans and the Hawaiians tuning in. Dion Meyer and Mike Osler tuning in from the new hand-picked factory. What's up, boys? Tristan Roberts, can he pull it off? You got also Ian Campbell and Jared Houston still in the hunt. Shane Lono tuning in from Hawaii. What's up, brother?
What hour is it in Hawaii that you're awake watching this, Shane?
It's like 2 a.m. or something. Look at this. The Hawaiian himself, Dave Hubbard, pulls into this barrel, but not much there for him to work with. Tristan Roberts out the back in the yellow jersey, taking a look, trying to size this one up, and here he goes.
Tristan Roberts up and riding. Nice size right-hander given today's conditions.
Oh,
big flip.
Can he pull that around?
And he does ride out, Manny Vargas. So Tristan Roberts throwing it down on that one.
His landing, his timing is perfect. His landings are perfect, but he just has to pull those around a little bit more clean. But it's difficult. I mean, when he lands, the bottom drops out and the wave is still barreling. So for him to be able to pull those around on these smaller conditions, it's a little bit tough, and it doesn't look as clean as some of the other maneuvers that we've seen so far. So let me keep going down this list. The first few people that have been tuning in. So Jesse from Port Elizabeth, South Africa, going for the South Africans, of course. Let's take another look at Tristan Roberts' backflip.
Here he is. Good approach. Hits it right in the sweet spot, and boom.
Well, that's what we're saying. It's just bottoms out. So he's landing in the flats. These kind of maneuvers, if you on these types of waves, these size of waves, you almost want to land on the face of the wave to get that momentum around and maintain that speed. Darren Croxford, in Cape Town, South Africa, giving a shout out to Jared Houston, Tristan Roberts, and the West Province bodyboarding crew, backing up every single step. So thank you for tuning in, Darren and the crew. Mosab in Safi, Morocco is tuned in as well. Joe, what's up? Haliva. Yeah, I think he's closing down one of the bars out there because it is late in Hawaii. So Hildar Houston tuned in from Cape Town as well, waiting for Jared Houston to obviously come on board and supporting the South Africans. Wesley Oaks in Cape Town. Kent in Osaka, Japan. Ohio daimasu. Gorka in the Basque Country, of course, going for the one and only person who can do a back-to-back win here at the Itacoatiara. That is Alex Odongo. Up and riding, David Hubbard.
Dave flips it out on the smaller right-hander, whips it around, gets the quick cover-up, and doesn't look like he's going to be able to squirt out of that one. But, wow, Dave Hubbard continuing to do work as he tries to hold on to the lead and fend off Tristan Roberts. Tristan still looking for that elusive 6.51 he's been trying to track down. 4:25 left on the clock, and we're getting on the crunch time here, Manny Vargas.
I know. This is, you know what? I want to see the replay on dubs because I think the rotation was not fully in the proper rotation. I don't know. When he landed, he didn't bring it all the way around in the rotation that it was supposed to. You'll see what I'm talking about once that replay just show up.
So again, just under 4 minutes remaining. Dave Hubbard continues to lead the way, and Tristan Roberts taking a quick look at that one, opts not to go as that one ran off ahead of him. And just a reminder, we've been mentioning that the winner of this heat will go on to the quarterfinals. The second place finisher will bow out with an equal 9th place and 2,000 points towards their ranking. But as we know, both of these guys would like to move on to the quarterfinals. We already have our first 4 quarterfinalists by way of yesterday's catapult round. The heat winners jumping round 5 straight into the quarterfinals. Those 4 talented riders that were able to accomplish the mission: Tanner McDaniel, Dino Carmo, Ian Campbell, and Amaury Laverne. They catapulted themselves into prime position straight into the quarterfinals, where they await the winners of these round 5 man-on-man elimination heats.
This is the 2017 stadium format that we have going on the 2017 APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And so far, the competitors and the viewers have nothing bad to say, all good.
Yeah, so it's definitely made things a bit more interesting, not only for the spectators, but for the competitors as well. And it also gives everybody an extra opportunity to see their favorite riders, and it gives the riders a chance to cut loose a little bit in the non-elimination rounds. Obviously, everybody's eye is on that top spot to skip around. But as Tanner McDaniel alluded to yesterday in one of his interviews, it also gives them a chance to open things up a little bit out there for 25 minutes. So, you know, who knows what we could see during the course of this year. We've already seen some 10-point scores in this event. During the course of the year with the new stadium format, we could see some guys really going big for, you know, some insane maneuvers.
Look at this, live action. Sorry, Jackson, cut you off, but Dave Hubbard still trying to pull away a little bit further from Tristan Roberts. That 6.51, is it possible for this kid right here in the yellow jersey with priority in the rain out here in Niterói's very own Itacoatiara Beach? Wow, time is ticking away. I thought there was... I thought he was in the driver's seat from the get-go with that 6 and 7 to start off his campaign, but not happening as David Hubbard came back firing. There he is, Alex Uranga, battling a cold now. It's been a weird kind of up and down weather pattern here in Itacoatiara this past few days.
Also, keep in mind, Alex Uranga has been battling a minor neck muscle strain that he's been nursing this entire competition. It hasn't really affected him much out in the water as he continues to move forward, but it has been a little bit of a factor for him. He even mentioned it in one of his interviews yesterday. It's something he's had to tend to. He's been wearing a scarf each and every day, even on the warmer days, just trying to keep the muscle warm and relaxed and try and get it back in proper functioning condition. As we count down, 45 seconds left on the clock, and Dave Hubbard continues to lead the way. Tristan Roberts continues to search for a 6.51 score from the judges. He has priority, now waiting for Mother Nature to deliver an opportunity for him to make good on his quest. 20 seconds and counting down, and time running out for Tristan Roberts. Here he is on the move, taking a look.
Oh, wow.
Will he get one last ditch effort, Manny?
This is it. 6.51 is what he needs. This wave is not shaping up. It's not that big unless he does something spectacular. No, that is not it. So out of the South Africans that are still in the event, one has been checked off, and unfortunately, you can see the frustration right there where he thought he had a good start. He had a good start from the get-go and just could not hold off David Hubbard.
All right, so we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the next heat right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here, and this is it. The 2017 Itacoatiara Pro history is going to be made today. This is round number 5, and it is stacked, and the winners go into the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals are going to be stacked. It's going to be insane all day long.
Yes, in that previous heat, we saw Dave Hubbard beat out Tristan Roberts. He'll go up against Tanner McDaniel in quarterfinal number 1. So we're going to see a little bit of a battle of Kauai go down in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we're going to get right back out into the water with the next heat. And battling it out in this heat, we have Jared Houston in red against Antonio Cardoso in yellow. So another one of the South African contingent battling it out, hoping to punch his ticket to the quarterfinals. We'll see how it all shakes out after this 25-minute heat. But again, Jared Houston from South Africa going up against Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. These guys will go head-to-head for the next 23 minutes or so and see who comes out the victor and moves on to the quarterfinals. Here we go. Toe up and riding.
Antonio Cardoso goes by Toe from to all his friends, and look at that big backflip right there. And can he pull that off? Yes, there he is. He pulls out in front of the whitewash, and that will be deemed a complete maneuver. A lot of power had to be pushed through to get in front of that whitewash, and that's not a bad way to start. But Jared Houston already dropped a 6.75 during the commercial.
So Jared Houston with the early advantage, Antonio Cardoso answering back, and now Jared with the invert on the left-hander jams that end section, and he will have his second scoring wave registered with the judges.
This is what we're going to see throughout this first round of competition, round number 5. This is an elimination, and a lot of the top dogs do not want to get knocked out in this round because they will end up in an equal 9th place. And if you get past this, you'll go into an equal 5th place. So 5th is much better than 9th, and that's what's at stake right here, along with some Grand Slam Series points. So Jared Houston, who just came off a win in Tahiti, would love to get a little closer to the final and a step closer to another world title. The South African in red, Antonio Cardoso from Praia del Norte in Nazaré, Portugal, in the yellow jersey. Again, if you're just joining us, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 waves will give the rider total points, and the one with the most points advance on into the quarterfinals.
And you know what? Advancing on to the quarterfinals is Dave Hubbard from that first heat. He's down on the beach with Paolo Simone. Take it away, Paolo.
No, that's not Paolo Simone.
What is going on? Hey.
Yeah, changing papers here. I'm here with Dave Hubbard, the winner of the first heat of the day. Dave, what a thought about these heats?
Oh, it was a very challenging heat. It was up against Tristan Roberts, super awesome rider. Put up one of the highest heat scores of the event with that perfect 10 in round 1. And you know, I knew I had my work cut out for me. And I've surfed him in before, and he's beaten me every single time. So I finally got one on him. But you know, he definitely has like a 4-1 record on me.
Yeah, right on. Well, as he said, Tristan got the first 10 of the event on the first day at Pompo with a huge reverse air. You can check it on our highlights. I will ask Dave what he thoughts about Itacoatiara as a beach and as a World Tour spot.
Oh yeah, we're so stoked to be able to come here to Brazil and compete. You know, the wave is awesome. It's a thick, slabbing shore break and can get very wedgy. So it's basically what bodyboarders love to go on, you know, heavy waves, the opportunity of big ramps. So we love it in Brazil.
All right, congratulations, Dave Hubbard, the first winner of the day. Okay, Manny, Steve, it's up to you guys.
Congratulations, yes.
All right, congratulations again to our co-host, Dave Hubbard, on taking the heat win against Tristan Roberts and advancing to the quarterfinals. And thank you, Giuliano, for the surprise. The event organizer here at the Itacoatiara Pro, Giuliano Lara, and you never know where he's going to pop up next. If he's not tending to something here with pertaining to the event, he's out in the water shooting photos with his GoPro camera during the event, and they're surprising us all with a little guest spot doing the heat interviews down in the competitors area. So you just never know where he's going to show up next.
You know what? You're right. He is wearing many hats here at the event, but You know what? I think I'm going to speak for a lot of people. Paola's a little bit more easier on the eyes.
I would agree. No offense to Giuliano, but yeah, Paola definitely not as scruffy as Giuliano. Meanwhile, back out in the water, just under 19 minutes remaining. Jared Houston with a 6.75 and a 5.25 leads the way. Antonio Cardoso with a 6.75 also to his score sheet. Still looking for a backup score. It needs a 5.26 or better to supersede Jared Houston in that top spot. And there you can see both riders out in the lineup. And Antonio Cardoso with priority on the move. Does he see something rolling in as he moves in the opposite direction of Jared Houston, taking a peek, but doesn't look like this one's going to stand up for Antonio. He's going to let that roll on through.
So Antonio Cardoso with priority and a similar, exact same score actually as Jared Houston's first score, 6.75. So both of them have a solid first high scoring wave. Now it's all about that second high scoring wave and who will come out on top in these last 18, 17 minutes remaining in this heat. Top two waves will be scored, no wave maximum, and a priority system is in place, which means the person who has priority will have the benefit of catching any wave that comes their way without the other competitor impeding in them catching the wave and riding the wave. Antonio Cardoso, no stranger to the big waves, comes from the big wave mecca of Nazaré. He, along with Dino Carmo, who won his heat yesterday in round number 4 and went straight to the quarterfinals, has been on a tear as well. And we have fellow Portuguese rider, Teresa Almeida, who competed in the women's division. Unfortunately, just got cut short to being in the final. And in the final, we're going to see Nicole from Brazil going against Ayaka Suzuki. I always have trouble saying Nicole's last name.
Nicole Calleros.
Calleros, there it is. So Nicole making a comeback after giving birth to her first child. So she's looking good today, and we're going to see her today along with Ayaka Suzuki and the two finalists in the Junior Pro Grand Final. But first,
out in the water, up and riding, Antonio Cardoso. A little speed bump there before setting his line. Nice roll off the end section. So, you know, a little bump at the beginning, sorted it out, finishes strong.
That was one of the bigger size waves in this heat, and Jared Houston's second scoring wave was a 5 point something rather, and I think this may be a little bit better than Jared's second highest scoring wave, so Antonio may be pulling ahead here in this heat in front of Jared Houston.
Yes, Jared Houston with a backup score of a 5.25. Antonio Cardoso was looking for a 5.26 or better. That may very well have gotten the job done. He'll wait for the score to drop as he paddles back out to the lineup. And he's through that inside section, back to the outside with little or no affair. Now priority in the hands of Jared Houston. There we have it, situation change. A 5.85 falls into place for Antonio Cardoso. That moves him ahead of Jared Houston. Here's a look at the replay. Driving down the line, hits that roll, projects outward, gets a little cushion on the landing from the whitewater explosion and rides out clean. Solid maneuvering there for Antonio Cardoso. And there you can see in the competitors area, watching the action intently. And here we go, Jared Houston.
Jared Houston coming around that section and dies out on the outside, but coming to the inside, same thing, and he cuts out, giving up priority now to the Portuguese, Antonio Cardoso. So, wow, tight heat here. Both of the riders are not done yet as they're going to better on their second highest scoring wave, which is totally manageable in these conditions. A 5.86 is what Jared needs. Again, only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals. And sorry if I'm quiet for a second. I'm actually trying to do double duty, multitasking, getting the alert out on all my social media. And I suggest, if you guys don't mind doing the same, just say, hey, history will be made today. Come watch apbtour.com/live. Ready, share. Boom.
Yes, Manny V multitasking here at the Itacoatiara Pro. He's had more than a few things to handle here in this event besides the commentary. So kudos to my partner in crime for being able to handle it all in style.
Well, you know what? Those salsa dancing lessons I've been giving after hours? I'm just joking. I actually need to be taught how to dance salsa, which I believe is one of the national dances here.
I believe you're thinking of samba.
Oh, darn it. There I go again. 13 minutes, 45 seconds. We've talked about the equipment these riders have been using throughout the event. Give us a little factoid that our viewers would enjoy about the equipment, specifically the boards.
Well, most of these riders coming from colder waters, so to speak, whether it be Chile or the cold waters of Portugal. So usually when they come to warmer climates like Brazil, they're looking for a board that's slightly stiffer. If you have a board that's too soft, it will flex too much. It won't project properly off the bottom or during any turns, and has a tendency to bog down. So these guys are generally riding stiffer boards, probably Polypro core, 1 or 2 stringers, a layer of mesh for good measure. I know Jared Houston has said in the past he likes an extra stiff board, so he'll usually go with a Polypro core, double stringer, and a layer of mesh to keep that board as stiff as possible.
Yeah, the warmer waters here down in Brazil do have an effect not only on the board itself, but on the fins as well as the wetsuits. Oh my God. So we had Gio pop his head in here as we were expecting the beautiful Paola to be on the camera, and I was very shocked. My eyes hurt for a little bit, but it's okay. We have Paola back on site.
Well, like I said, you never know where he's going to pop up next, popping his head into the broadcast booth now. So, you know, he's kind of like a jack-in-the-box. It's just when you least expect it, boing, there he is. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have broken the halfway point. We're now into the back half of this heat, 12 minutes remaining on the clock. And Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, I know you've been doing your research, and if you haven't checked out Steve Action Jackson's blog, do so. You can find it online at
Bodyboard 101. Blogspot.com.
That is where it's essentially the almanac of bodyboarding history. So put it on your favorites, on your websites, on your browser, and go check it out. Bodyboard 101.
Bodyboarding101.blogspot.com is the address. Be sure to check it out. I try and keep it filled with information. I haven't really been working on it much as I've had other projects going lately, but new blogs coming in August. Big thanks to everybody who's been following along and pushed the blog over 200,000 page views.
What?
So just touching on some notes from events past here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Antonio Cardoso has a career best finish here at Itacoatiara of 4th place in 2015. He managed to take out the likes of Pierre-Louis Costas along the way before losing to Ori Valadown in the semifinals, and then unfortunately could not overcome Kalani Latanzi in the podium final, but finished 4th overall that year. You know Antonio would like an opportunity to make the final and take away the trophy this year. And here he is taking a peek at that one. Opts to turn around, let it go. But Jared Houston up and riding. Nice pocket spin to get things started. Combos with the roll. And a little old school competition style there. Spin to roll combo for Jared Houston. He's currently looking for a 5.86. I don't know if a spin roll combo is going to get the job done. But Jared making the best of that wave and throwing down a couple of maneuvers in the process. 10 minutes left on the clock.
Sorry, I've been reaching into my backpack, and I'm going to set up my little 360 camera that I got from Samsung. And if you haven't been watching, I've been putting together a bunch of cool little 360 videos on my personal YouTube channel, Manny V Productions. If you go to youtube.com/Manny V Productions, you're going to see a bunch of 360 videos that I've been getting from around this event. And I'm going to actually set that up right now and get some video clips of us as well. And also, I don't want to, I hate to plug my own things, but Manny V Media is where you're going to find some other fun stuff from the event on my personal Instagram account. But all the goods are going to be on APB Tours Facebook page and a website.
Hey, you plugged my bodyboarding 101. Why not plug Manny V Media?
Oh, you're right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, up to speed. 9 minutes remaining in this heat. Round number 5, heat number 2. Antonio Cardoso leading the charge right now, but Jared Houston on the hunt for an 5.86. Totally doable, as we've been seeing these 6 and 7s being dropped in the first 40 minutes of the day's competition. Jared Houston.
Yes, Jared Houston, the 2014 event champion. You know he would like to join Amaury Laverne in the exclusive category of 2-time event winner. Amaury Laverne, the only man to pull that off. Jared Houston would love to join that rank, and I believe Alex Urango would like to join as well. We'll see if these guys are able to carry through and make good on that quest. But right now, Jared Houston's task at hand, he needs a 5.86 sometime in the next 8 minutes to overtake Antonio Cardoso. And unfortunately, it's gone a little quiet out there.
Well, I mean, we've seen some incredible waves throughout the entire event, and there's, I believe, the 3rd day of competition. We had it down at Pompo, which is just down the beach from here, and it was incredible to see that action. You can see all the highlights and photos from that day's action on APB Tour Facebook page in the photo galleries. You know what? Let's give a shout out to the production crew. I mean, every time we come to Brazil, they have not only to contend with laying down all the cable to make it happen, but the weather here has been insane as well.
Yeah, winter here in Brazil is all over the place, especially here in Rio. But big shout out to Chimicini for all of their hard work and efforts. They're here every morning getting things set up and squared away so that we can bring you this live webcast coverage of the event. And without them, none of this would be possible. As Manny was alluding to, earlier this week when we moved down to Pompo for the 4th day of competition, they had to run new lines
oh my God, that was crazy.
that we could transmit back and forth from the secondary tower to the main tower. Extra cable being run so that we were able to set up the cameras and film. The amount of work they did setting up that morning was mind-boggling.
Yeah, and you can see the rain still coming down. Look at this. Oh, my. Jared Houston on a nice side was on a clean wave, goes for an invert, and pulls it off perfectly. A little bounce on the landing, but that's what he needed. That's what is going to totally get him back into that first place spot. And once the waves do come in and the riders have that opportunity, they're going to throw down.
And not to be outdone, Antonio Cardoso looking to answer back as he's trying to paddle into position for this set wave. Look at this, man. One of the bigger waves of the morning, a nice left-hander. And Antonio Cardoso up and riding on the left. Goes up to a high line, drops back down, gains some speed, and really trying to set up the section. Ends up hitting a roll off the end as that one didn't really line up for him. You could see him adjust his line several times trying to set up that section, and then finally just had to, you know, bust out the roll before the wave shut down, as it never really offered up a clean section.
No, scores are going to be dropping for both of these riders, and obviously Jared Houston having the better run of those two. But yeah, Antonio Cardoso made the best of what he had in his hands, but you saw a little bit of the residuals from Jared Houston wave just before going up the face of Antonio's wave. Look at this, perfect clean bottom turn, hits it just a little off, but was still able to get the projection off the lip and landed where he needed to land and pulls it off. This is Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, here's another look at toe on the left-hander. He goes up high, drops down, and then he's going to go up high again and adjust as that section didn't stand up for him, and then finally hits the roll off the end section. So you could tell very distinctly there were 2 or 3 spots on the wave where he was looking to perform a maneuver, and it wasn't until that final option that he jammed out the roll. So, you know, as you said, doing the best that he could and getting ready to do some work out in the water. There you can see Yogi Master Louis Finnegan making his way down to the water's edge.
Oh my, if you're on site, you'd be able to get yourselves, your hands on some of the gear that's here. That is the pink version of the black hat that I'm wearing, which is, I think I'm going to have to donate this to the winner of tomorrow's U-Riding tournament. Look at this, Antonio Cardoso, ton of speed, comes around that section, goes for an ARS. Can he pull it around? Yes, he does. and he's still kicking to get in front of that. He's looking for an 8.76 to get in that first place spot, but trying to better that at least at 5.85, which I'm sure he'll do on that wave.
So real quick, just to get back to what Manny was talking about, official Itacoatiara Pro merchandise available exclusively here at the contest site. If you're in the area, you might want to invest. And investing his time on this right-hander, Antonio Cardoso, going for the ARS. You'll see him push through the white water here at the end before ducking out. So, you know what? He's putting in a lot of hard work out there. He's had a couple of waves where he's gotten a little caught up in the white water and really had to muscle through with his leg power to come out ahead so that the judges will give him a complete score.
Jared Houston waiting to hear the scores being called out from both of those waves, his and of Antonio Cardoso's. So both of them, look at that, 8.75 for Jared Houston's last wave, now pulling far ahead from Antonio Cardoso, which is totally obtainable for Antonio, a.k.a. Toe. So it's just a matter of getting that wave delivered to him. 3 minutes remaining. We've seen the time tick away for some, but at the last few seconds, able to pull off that last heroic maneuver.
Yeah, we've seen more than a few nail-biting finishes here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And we'll see if Antonio Cardoso can close the gap in the final 2 minutes and 45 seconds. He's taking a look there. He's got second priority, so he's got to work around Jared Houston right now if he's going to be able to dial into something to give him the score he needs.
The conditions have been incredible throughout the entire event. Today, we're seeing the best conditions as far as the smooth, glassy faces and nice texture from the offshore winds. Days prior, a little stormy, a little bumpy, but today is what the competitors would like to have for a final day. Of course, bigger waves, but in this situation, 4 5-foot waves rolling through with glassy conditions, they'll take it.
Well, on day 4 of competition, we saw it was big, it was a little unruly, it was borderline victory at sea conditions, and by the end of the day, it started to affect the scores as the peaks were shifting around, and even guys like 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega had trouble dialing it in and were unable to make it through their heats. So it just goes to show how tricky this beach break can be when it's got a little texture to it or it's got mixed swell directions. So you know what, today we've got the rainbow, the glassy conditions. We'll take a little rain if this is what we get to look at.
Well, you know what? Look at the color of the sand. This is the end of the rainbow with that gold right here in Itacoatiara. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. History is going to be made. Will Alex Iranga have a back-to-back win? First time in history of the Itacoatiara Pro. Will that happen? He is going to be coming up next in a later heat. I believe in heat number 3, where he'll face off Louis Finnegan. That's going to be coming up very short and very soon. Just 1 minute remaining. Antonio Cardoso now on the hunt for an 8.76. Look how close Jared Houston is sticking to Antonio Cardoso.
Yeah, Jared Houston keeping tabs on Antonio Cardoso with 45 seconds remaining, but not so close that he's pushing the judges to give him a warning for tracking.
Yes, there will be a warning given to Jared Houston if he stays a little closer. Jared Houston with that priority, what that means, essentially what's going on right now is Jared Houston has priority. He knows that if Antonio Cardoso moves further and further away, Antonio will have the better opportunity to catch the wave under priority without having priority and possibly get that 8.76. But Jared Houston switching gears and now paddling away from him. Jared Houston has that priority. He has the ability to catch any wave that comes his way, and he's going to use that priority right now on this wave.
Yeah, this is why he paddled the other direction. A little check stall as he pulls into a closeout barrel.
You know what's funny about that check stall is it looked like Cameron Steele circa 1989, but Cameron Steele tuning in from California. What's up, brother? Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of heat number 2, round number 5. And it looks like Jared Houston moving on to the quarterfinals.
And you know what? While we get set up for the next heat, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay tuned. More action to come.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
All right.
Sorry, I'm getting too excited. Too much coffee. Andre's hooking it up. But here we are, round number 5. Heat number 3, out in the water. Alex Uranga going head-to-head against the young Australian Louis Finnegan. Alex Uranga looks much better than that image that you see on the screen. And he is the one that has a shot to make history here. Back-to-back wins is possible for him if he makes it to the final and takes the Itacoatiara Pro. Here he is, Alex Uranga, forcing that backflip right there, not using the lip to project himself, but still has the power and ability to pull that off without using the lip itself.
All right, so there you can see Alex Uranga making his way back out to the lineup. What you got going on social media-wise, Manny? Well,
Man, trying to share. But look at this, Louis Finnegan. Nice big backflip right there. Didn't get much projection and landed on the other side of the wave there and cannot pull it off. So Louis Finnegan loses that wave, but this wave pulled off by Alex Uranga right here. Not going all the way to the top of the wave and just forcing that maneuver on the middle part of the wave, but still able to pull it off somehow.
All right, so 4.0 opening score for Alex Uranga. That gives him the early advantage. Louis Finnegan, with a small score to start, will look to build his scores through the course of this heat. As we heard Louis talking about yesterday, he got hit with a nasty stomach bug of some sort. Actually ended up in the hospital and really hasn't been eating a whole lot this week. So hopefully he fueled up last night and is ready to go this morning, because he's going to have his hands full with Alex Uranga, the defending event champion.
Alex Uranga looking very good right now, but only getting a 4-point ride on that last maneuver because it wasn't projected. He wasn't using the power of the wave, and it looked more force, and the judges, the best in the world, are taking note.
Well, you know what? The best rider in that last heat is actually down. All right, we're going to get ready to go down to the beach interview in just a moment, but right now we'll stick with the live action out in the water. Alex Uranga, Louis Finnegan. Louis taking a look at this wave.
Louis Finnegan, nice clean bottom turn, punches through the lip, extends his arms to try to pull out. Oh, and he gets caught behind the whitewash there. The cool thing about these heats is pretty much every heat throughout the day, they're 25 minutes long. These riders need 2 top scoring waves to advance on. Alex Odunga, nice clean speed line. Oh, nice. That he did a combination of using the projection from the wave and using his brute force to pull off that maneuver. So Alex Odunga, nice clean ARS. That will be his highest score of the heat and for his scorecard as well.
So both of these guys continuing to work on their scores. There you can see Louis Finnegan making his way back out to the lineup. And just to recap real quick, we saw Jared Houston win that last heat in round 5. He will advance on to the quarterfinals where he will face off against Dino Carmo in quarter number 2. Meanwhile, replay from action right now in round 5.
Nice clean ARS right there from Alex Uranga. Again, using a little bit of the projection from the wave and as well some brute force. I don't know what I got in my eyebrow, but Jackson pointing to my face, trying to say there's something there. I don't know if it's the brownie I ate or some of the Italiano that I had a couple days ago.
How'd you get a brownie in your eyebrow?
I don't know. That stuff's really moist on the inside and crusty on the outside. Must have flung right into my eyebrows.
Wow, we are really caffeinated this morning, Manny Vargas.
Yes, we are. So shout out to the whole production crew and everybody behind the scenes to make this event happen, including Andre, who's been supplying the coffee. So thank you very much for keeping us awake.
And also making things happen down on the beach. We have the beach interview. Take it away.
Oh, look at this. Oh, Alex Odunga, can he pull that roll off? Sorry about that, but props to keeping on the live action.
Yes, now we'll throw things down to the beach interview. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. We are here with Jared Houston. Just won the second hit for the day. Jared, now it's pretty clean, and the wave is, I think, is a little bit slow, but it's really good. So tell me, how do you feeling like that?
I'm definitely pretty stoked. It is kind of slow out there. It was a pretty hard heat, that one in Antonio. Such a good body water. And, I was just lucky that I ended up getting the best wave of the heat. And I had to make use of it, but it was a really nice peaky right-hander, clean face. And was able to do a nice invert. So that was really the one that made the difference, It was a pretty tight heat up until that point. So really happy to get into the quarterfinals and keep going. I'm looking at Dino next. He beat me yesterday, so I'm hoping for a rematch. But yeah, stoked.
That's it. So from now until the final, probably all the guys gonna surf a lot and they try risk all the maneuvers. So what's the maneuver that you prefer to do? That hours you're getting good and perfect, really high.
That's
a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and just try and surf the waves that I get. As opposed to sticking to one maneuver. Like everyone loves to do a backflip. I love to do a big slow backflip, but today I think that the waves are pretty quick. I'm gonna have to have quick reaction times and just wait for those really nice ones that allow you a bit of time on the face. So we could see some cool stuff, but I'm just gonna try and react to what the wave throws at me.
Perfect. Congratulations one more time. See you at the quarterfinal. Back to you guys.
You.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Jared Houston. As he mentioned, Dino Carmo was the one who beat him in the catapult round. So Jared may be looking for a little bit of payback in the quarterfinals.
Up and riding right now, the Australian Louis Finnegan bouncing his way to the inside, tucks under this barrel. Can he come out? No. It shuts down on the inside. Again, welcome. This is round number 5, the elimination round. Only one rider will advance on to the quarterfinals. Louis Finnegan making his way back from the stomach flu, I believe, or he was down and out for the first few days of his visit here in Itacoatiara, but the last couple days looking very strong and back to health.
Yes, back to his bright, exuberant self.
Yes.
And he's been making heats here as well. Here he is on finals day, trying to earn a spot in the quarterfinals. We'll see if he's able to overcome Alex Uranga in the next 14.5 minutes. Right now, he needs a pretty sizable 8.51 to overtake the hard charger from Basque. Alex Udranga sitting on a 6.0 and a 4.0 right now. So there's still a lot of room to maneuver for both of these guys. They just need Mother Nature to cooperate. And look at this, Manny. The rain squall is past, the sun is coming back out, and you can see the shimmer across the surface of the ocean here at Praia de Itacoatiara.
Oh my, if the sun comes out and the glassy conditions stick around, it's just going to be amazing. It's Friday here at 8:30 in the morning, and it's just starting to be an amazing start to the weekend.
And you know what? I'm looking for a little sun this weekend. I came here ready for beach weather, you know, board shorts, sandals, T-shirt, and then the rain rolled in. It's like, uh-oh, I might have chosen incorrectly.
And you can see a little bit of the priority strategy being used right there. Louis Finnegan looking at that, chasing, or actually trying to bait Alex Udranga to go on that wave, and it worked. Alex Udranga went on that wave to fend off Louis Finnegan from catching that wave. But with a lot of time left, there is still possibility of using that priority system towards the end of the heat as well.
So there you see Alex Udranga paddling back out after a little bit of a miscue on that wave. But Louis Finnegan remains out the back with priority, and here he is up and riding, taking a look at this left-hander.
Louis Finnegan, yoga master, did the whole yoga journey to India, and he's got to be one of the most flexible bodyboarders that I know. He, along with Omri Laverne, so the most one of the two bodyboarders that I know that have that flexibility and strength. Here we go, Alex Udranga, brute force right here from this guy, trying to find a lip maneuver, and he'll pull off a nice clean roll. He's trying to better his 4.0, his second of his two high-scoring waves. Again, top two waves are scored. No wave maximum, which means they can catch up to, 4,000 waves in the matter of 25 minutes, but I don't think that's possible.
I'd like to see you accomplish that, Manny Vargas.
I think I can catch maybe 5 waves in an hour. 12 minutes remaining. 12 minutes remaining. Round number 5, heat 3. Who do we got on deck?
Coming up in Heat 4, we are going to see Maxime Castillo go up against Diego Cabrera. That's going to be another heavy hitter, Manny V.
Yes, Diego Cabrera. If you've been watching the last couple days of the broadcast, you'll know that Diego Cabrera, I think I've seen him the most focused here at this event that I have ever since I've been doing this gig. So it's very exciting to see. As you can see the conditions, the drone is now active. We have a bird's eye view now. You can check out the entire beautiful scene here in Itacoatiara. Warm waters, beautiful, clean, white, sandy beaches. The swell coming in from the deep waters of the Atlantic and hitting the shallow sandbars here in Niterói and shaping up to the rocks on either side of the beach, making some perfect wedges once it gets towards the middle of the beach. So beautiful landscape here and some fun, very competitive waves are being had right here. 3 to 5 foot range and dumping on the shallow sandbar here in Itacoatiara.
Just under 11 minutes remaining. Again, Alex Udranga sitting on a 6.0 and a 4.0. His last wave apparently was not enough to get rid of that 4.0 as a backup score. So he goes back to work, but Louis Finnegan holding priority right now, trying to track down the rider from Basque. Louis Finnegan sitting on a pair of 1.50s right now. And needs a pretty sizable 8.51 at this point. Obviously, he's going to want to get rid of both of those scores and put together a couple of solid rides with the time remaining as we work our way through the back half of Heat number 3, round 5, man-on-man elimination competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro, day 6, finals day. And you know what? We're going to see some big names move forward and, unfortunately, some big names cut from the field in the process.
And those big names already, we have a couple names that have already been axed out of the event. Jackson, unfortunately, we don't see Jacob Romero in this heat any longer. But look at this. Bird's eye view. Louis Finnegan sneaks under the barrel. Will he come out of this? Looks open, and he does.
Nice
Goes
roll.
for a nice roll, and he spins out of that and comes into the inside section. Wow, the drone pilot is on it, coming all the way to the inside. Wow, Louis Finnegan with an incredible wave and incredible view from our drone pilot. We need to get the name of this guy.
Yeah, that was a very, very intense wave there for Louis Finnegan. Just working that over from start to finish with the barrel, several maneuvers on that wave. And even though it was a smaller wave, he worked every inch of that. And there you see Louis making his way back out while we wait for the score to drop. And Manny V ducked out of the booth real quick to go find the name of our drone pilot, because you know what? The images he's been bringing us, especially that last wave, mind-blowing.
That was incredible. So I'll give you the name just after this replay. But Louis Finnegan finding a nice, clean barrel. Look at this. Just tucks in, and it stayed open right there. He comes out and finishes that barrel ride with a roll, but knows he has a ton of wave left and throws a spin. Definitely going to be the highest score of the heat for sure. And then he comes to the inside and finishes off this wave with a small roll on the inside. That right there won't add a ton of points to his final score, but wow, that was incredible. Answering back was Alex Uranga.
Yeah. Here we have a look at Alex throwing the air roll spin off of the pitching section, gets it around, and then will try to drive around the section. He stayed with it for a long time before ducking out, so solid wave exchange there from both of our competitors. Louis Finnegan with the barrel and a roll, then followed it up with a combination of maneuvers from there. Alex Uranga with the one big air roll spin on the outside. So these guys exchanging waves, and we'll see if it changes the position any out in the lineup. Obviously, Louis Finnegan getting his best wave of the heat thus far, possibly the best score of either rider thus far. We'll wait to see.
Oh
there it is, an 8.50 for Louis Finnegan. Jumps him ahead of Alex Uranga into that top spot, but Alex answering right back now with a 6.50 and a 6.0 to his name, takes the lead. Louis Finnegan up and riding again.
Louis Finnegan coming on this right-hander, punches through the lip. Nice extended roll right there from Louis Finnegan, the young Australian. But it is the man of the hour right now, as far as camera angles, is Marcelo from Ready to Fly. So he's hired. If I ever come down here, I want him on the payroll.
All right, so counting down to the 7-minute mark, and things have gotten real interesting real quick, and there we have another situation change, a 4.75 on that last wave of Louis Finnegan to go with his 8.50. He moves ahead of Alex Uranga. Now Alex needs a 6.76, and just like that, the Australian has flipped the script out in the lineup.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching, please check out the APB Tour Facebook page. I want to know where you're tuning in from, and I guarantee the Australians are up and awake watching their very own Louis Finnegan going head-to-head with the defending Itacoatiara Pro champion, Alex Uranga, and the Spaniards, especially in the Basque Country, are watching as well. APB Tour Facebook. Where you at is where I want to know. So head on over there. In about 2 minutes, I'm going to go down that list and name off some of our viewers that are tuned in from around the world. But for now, look at that rip current ripping through the contest area. Just a little quick side note. For those that are watching that experience a rip current, it's a current. All this energy from the waves goes up onto the beach, and it's looking for a way to go back out into the ocean. And it does that by a rip current, a current that pulls out back towards the ocean, not down. So an undertow in the ocean, probably not likely. If somebody tells you there's an undertow, they probably don't know what they're talking about. It's a current that pulls out towards the outside of the ocean. And to get out of a rip current, all you have to do is swim parallel to the beach, and you'll get out very easily and very quickly. Alex Uranga, here we go. Up and riding in the red jersey, the Basqueman, finding a ton of speed on that speed line. Here he is, the drone going full speed as well. Alex cuts out of that, loses priority, or never really had priority, but still not much there for Alex Uranga on that wave. 5 minutes remaining. Can Louis Finnegan knock out the defending champion?
Yeah, right now Louis sitting in a pretty good position, but not safe. Alex Uranga still very much within striking distance. Again, only needs to put together a 6.76 or better score-wise to reclaim the top spot. So Louis Finnegan cannot take it easy. He has priority. We'll see if he needs to put that to use in a strategic manner with the remaining time on the clock.
Well, we know the Californian Cameron still is tuned in at 4:40 a.m. I have no idea what he's doing up that early, but he is up. I know he gets up early on his Baja trips that he does for his fellow motorcycle riders and big off-road truck drivers as well. So Kim Feast is tuned in as well, going for Louis, of course. Alan Allen in NYC via Barbados. And we got Lloyd Llewellyn, of course, been tuning in every single day. The Frenchman on your screen, getting ready. Maxime Castillo will be going head-to-head in the next heat, the last heat of round number 5.
With Diego Cabrera.
That's another stacked one. Manu in Sintra. Hey, what's up, brother? We'll be seeing you hopefully in Nazaré. Make plans. Come up. Ahmed is in Morocco. Brandon in Durban, South Africa. Troy is tuned in from South Africa as well. Alex Uranga up and riding.
Alex tuning into this left-hander.
No.
Ducks out just as quickly, not lining up in his favor as he's trying to work through Louis Finnegan. Louis has priority, so Alex Uranga's kind of got to dance around him a little bit out there in the lineup. We'll see if he's able to dial anything in with the last 3:30 left on the clock. Again, he's trying to play catch-up with Louis Finnegan at the moment. Louis sitting on that 8.50. That 8.5 right now, kind of like an ace up the sleeve for the Australian as he leads the way.
Oh, my. Are we seeing an upset unfolding right here before our eyes? Heat number 3, will Louis Finnegan, the young Australian, knock out the defending champion? 3 minutes will tell the story. Graham Kidd tuning in from WA. Jared in Tortortla with Chris Jaredin. What's up, Chris? I haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well, brother. Mitch is tuned in from Coffs Harbour, Australia. We got from Portugal, Francisco Silva. Simon is tuned in from Sydney. Byron going for Louis as well, tuning in from Perth. And Port Elizabeth, South Africa, Dean Stansfield. So we got a pretty amazing crew tuning in live. I will be posting a post on the APB Tour Facebook page here and there, so make sure once you hear it, you're one of the top 15, definitely get a shout out. So thank you all for tuning in. 2 minutes remaining. The upset of the event could be going down right now.
Yeah, so things definitely have gotten interesting out in the water here in the back half of this heat. The first half, pretty steadily paced, a little quiet, a little lully out in the lineup, but since then things have definitely picked up in intensity as shots fired between these two. They've gone back and forth. It's Louis Finnegan continuing to lead the way with 2 minutes left. Louis has priority, so Alex Uranga is going to have to get creative out here if he's going to find a way to overtake Louis Finnegan in the closing moments.
Still a little bit of rain coming down, keeping the water nice and glassy. But Alex Uranga, no stranger to the competition arena. He knows how to keep his cool. He knows how to keep his calm. It's just a matter of that wave coming to him. Louis Finnegan with priority, 1 minute and a half remaining. Alex Uranga, priority number 2, which means if he's anywhere near Louis and Louis wants the wave, Alex has to pull back and let Louis catch the wave, which I'm really interested to see if we can get Louis Finnegan and Alex Uranga on the same screen. If we can get a wide shot of these two guys to see where they're situated in the water. But here's a look at Alex Uranga's, one of Alex Uranga's last waves. Nice clean ARS, wasn't enough, wasn't exactly what he needed. But Alex Uranga now still on the hunt for a pretty high scoring wave.
Meanwhile, there you can see the current heat leader patrolling the lineup, trying to fend off Alex Uranga. 45 seconds remaining. Alex still needs to put together a 6.76. Louis Finnegan looking to take away the heat win, and you can see Louis closing the gap.
There we go.
Shadowing Alex Uranga with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Louis has to go. Louis has to. Sorry to interrupt, but this is it. This is crazy. Here we go.
Wow, and it looked like Louis was going to let Alex get a shot at that wave. Alex couldn't kick in. 20 seconds counting down. And these two keeping pretty close tabs on one another. Alex Uranga desperate for a 6.76 right now.
Oh, the frustration setting in with Alex Uranga headbutting his board, knowing that his campaign for a back-to-back win here in Itacoatiara has just ended. Oh, my goodness. Louis Finnegan has done it. knocked out the defending champion in round number 5. Oh my goodness.
And here you can see some good sportsmanship. Alex may be frustrated after headbutting his board, but still, you know, a true sportsman, paddles over, shakes hands, and congratulates Louis Finnegan. He's on to the quarterfinals. And we're moving on to a quick commercial break.
Wow.
Stay tuned.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Go for it, Jackson.
All right, welcome back to day 6 of competition, finals day here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Manny Vargas, and we're seeing some really interesting battles in round 5 elimination man-on-man heats. The winner going to the quarterfinals. We'll get into the quarters a little bit more, but right now, the last heat of round 5, Maxime Castillo against Diego Cabrera.
If you're just joining us, you just saw the upset of the event go down. Louis Finnegan, the young Australian, taking out the defending Itacoatiara champion, Alex Uranga. So Alex Uranga will end up in an equal 9th place for this event, and Louis Finnegan will head into the quarterfinals and face off Ian Campbell.
Yeah, we were discussing off camera, that'll be a rematch of Antofagasta 2015, Louis and Ian going head-to-head in quarter 3. Meanwhile, going to head-to-head out in the water, Diego Cabrera first up riding. Nice big roll there for the Canary Islander as he gets on the scoreboard with a solid wave there. Both of these guys had a couple of small scores while we were away at commercial break. Again, Diego Cabrera going up against Maxime Castillo. So the Canary Islander and the Frenchman, an all-European affair out in the water here in Heat 4 of round 5.
Diego and Maxime already caught a wave during the commercial, but nothing significant, a 1.65 and a 1.5 for both the riders. But Diego's next wave will be coming down the pipeline. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 scores will give the rider total points, and the one with the most points advances on. Nice, clean roll through the lip and lands out in front of the whitewash clean. That is going to be a good score for Diego Cabrera. And Maxime Castillo, the young Frenchman, going through the lip, going for an ARS on that one. Lands a little sloppy and still pulls it around, but it is completed. That will not be as high as Diego Cabrera's. Look at that, 6.25.
Yes, and if you look at the screen, you can see our brief respite where we had the sun out has been replaced by another squall of rain. These guys working through the rain out there, they're getting wet anyway, and you know what? They're doing some work in the process.
I just hope the cameramen were prepared for these little rain squalls coming through. And again, this whole environment, this area around that we're in here in Itacoatiara reminds me of Hawaii. On the North Shore, where rain will go through, sun will come out. Diego Cabrera up and riding on this one. Oh my, can he come out of that? No, it shuts down on Diego Cabrera, but we've seen a couple barrel rides already being had today. Round number 5 has been stacked, and it's not letting up. Look at these sets rolling. I can hear the waves breaking from here.
Yeah, they're thundering and vibrating right through the event structure. Manny, I would have to agree with you from my time that I've spent in Hawaii. Not that I've spent a massive amount of time there, but in the short amount of time I've spent in Hawaii, you know what, there is definitely kind of an island vibe here, you know, especially with the greenery, the pumping, beach break. It's not a bad setup. Meanwhile, setting things up on this wave, Maxime Castillo trying to find a section, forces the ARS off of that section, wasn't really pitching out much, but does try to get some points off of that. He had a 3.25 on his previous wave, trying to keep pace with Diego Cabrera, who has a 6.25, now looking for a backup score. Here he is up and riding. Eyeing up this right-hander, finds the section, good elevation, gets the airmail spin around, and combos with a through-the-lip roll. Diego Cabrera means business. He has finished equal 9th every year for the last 3 years here at the Itacoatiara Pro. He has an opportunity to break that streak here in this heat, and as you said, he's had this look of determination on his face. You know, it's just kind of been throw the hood over his head, the sunglasses on, the earphones in, tuned out, and just mentally preparing for this moment.
Look at this perfect textbook maneuver right here. Nice timing, ARS right there, lands perfectly on the face of the wave and uses the rotation to spin all the way around, lands and has his eyes set on another maneuver and punches through a roll at the very end right there. Definitely going to be the highest score of the heat.
And you know what, right now while he makes his way back out the lineup, we're going to make our way back down to the beach area. Paula's with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah? Okay. Hi, everyone. We are here with the rider from Western Australia, Louis the Fly. How was the heat?
Yeah, thank you, my beautiful lady. The heat was, it was actually a bit of a battle. Me and Alex were sort of struggling to find some good ones, and I didn't feel like I was really surfing that good, but I got lucky to get that one 8-point ride and get a little barrel. So, yeah, stoked to make the quarters. Hopefully I can do some more maneuvers next heat because I didn't really do any of that heat.
This heat was really good with Alex, really good ride as well. So you're coming really ripped. So you're training a lot in Australia. What did you do? You're gonna do all tour?
Yeah, I think from now I'll do the rest of the events in the tour, and I just really love doing it. The people on tour are some of my best friends in the world and have such a good time doing it, so why not, I guess. And yeah, I really respect Alex as a rider. He's such a good person, so it's good to have a heat with him and good to come out on top.
This guy is really young, and the guy's going straight to the quarterfinal and probably semifinal and final. That's good. Congratulations. You've been surfing really good. You're going to say something to Ozzy? Or...
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, I guess I'll just say hey to my mum and dad again. I know they're watching, so hey, mum and dad, love you lots. And yeah, see you in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, good luck. See you to the quarterfinal. Back to you guys. Congratulations one more time.
Congratulations one more time to Louis Finnegan, all smiles and ready for the quarterfinals where he's going to face off Ian Campbell. Here's what went down during the interview.
Check the replay. Alex Udronga through the lip going for the ARS. It looked like we lost him in the whitewater, and then he emerges out in front. And you know what? Diego is
Yes,
looking
Diego.
really determined out there.
Yeah, Diego Cabrera in the yellow jersey, Maxime Castillo in the red jersey. So, yeah, Diego, I have no idea how he pulled that maneuver off. Usually when the board gets inverted like that during an ARS or backflip maneuver, actually an ARS maneuver, he's going against the rotation where the momentum is going, and to be able to land and pull that around, very, very, you need a lot of force to pull that around and get out in front of the whitewash. So hands down, props to Diego Cabrera for pulling that off.
Well, Diego now sitting on a 7.75 and a 6.40 to lead the way. He has put Maxime Castillo into combination situation. So unfortunately, Maxime crossing the border into combo land, not someplace you want to visit. Manny Vargas, he has his work cut out for him. Now he needs 2 new scores totaling 14.16 or better to overtake Diego Cabrera. Still plenty of time to get work done in this heat. 14:40 left on the clock, but Maxime Castillo backed into a corner. We'll see if he can fight his way out. Also, a priority update out in the water. Maxime now has priority. But it's Diego Cabrera taking a look at this wave right now, as the two are pretty far apart from one another. So I don't know how much priority is going to play into things right now. But Diego on the hunt, prowling the lineup, staying busy. Meanwhile, there you can see a women's finalist, Nicole Caleros, with her baby boy. And Maxime pulling in to the closeout barrel as we cut away real quick.
Maxime making his way back out into the lineup. He knows he has to get out of that froth right there, because he can get held under a little longer if he's in that little foam ball, that foam area. So not much there for Maxime on that closeout barrel. But Diego Cabrera, look at the scores, looking very comfortable. But we've seen the likes of David Hubbard, who can pull out the big scores all the way up until the last few seconds of the heat. So the heats are not over until that ticker is down to 0.
Well, Maxime is very capable of dialing in some big scores himself. He just needs to settle down a little bit and just start with the first wave in front of him, and then worry about the second wave afterward, and then you can worry about building your scores from there. So Maxime still very much able to come back, but Diego Cabrera really applying the pressure here. He is up and riding one more time.
Oh!
Adjusted his line, then saw he wasn't going to be able to get ahead of that barrel section, so he promptly ducks out. Priority remains with Maxime Castillo, who also remains in combination situation right now, needs 2 completely new high-scoring waves totaling 14.16 or better to move ahead of Diego Cabrera. So basically, he needs an average of 7.2 per wave on his next 2 waves if he's going to be able to jump into that top spot.
Well, we haven't seen a combination shutout yet during this round 5, but Maxime Castillo, his 2 scores are very low. He just needs that good wave. These riders are capable of putting those big scoring maneuvers together. It's just a matter of wave selection and a little bit of luck from Mother Nature delivering those perfect waves to these riders. At least something with a shoulder where they can perform a maneuver. Of course, the bigger sets, the cleaner maneuvers are going to get these riders the bigger scores. Maxime taking a look down the pipe of this one and opts not to go for it. So Maxime Castillo behind the 8 ball right now with 12 minutes remaining. Ton of time, though.
Yeah, still half a heat to go, and still plenty of time to dial up a couple of solid scores and make this an actual battle. But you know what? Right now, it's been the Diego Cabrera show. A 7.75, a 6.40, and here you can see Diego paddling back past Maxime. Now, have you ever been in a heat where you've had somebody paddle right in front of you and kind of give you the stink eye in a heat?
I think you were in my heat and did that to me once. I'm just joking.
Yeah, me and Manny never competed against each other. I was never much of a drop near, and Manny never competed against me in prone.
No, I wasn't much of a fierce competitor like these guys right here. But, big points and cash money are up for grabs in this event. So, yeah, once you hit the water, it's game on. One of the most notorious competitors I've seen out in the water, Guilherme Tamega, who unfortunately got knocked out of this event early in the main event. He is one of those riders that You touch the water, we're enemies. Here we go, up and riding. Maxime Castillo finding a big barrel right there and cannot come out of that. Shuts down on him. That's the bit of a luck that he's been having through this entire heat. But Diego Cabrera, on the other hand, look at this one.
Diego taking off deep, pulls into the barrel, off to the races, and this one's going to run off ahead of him. Little freight train barrel there for Diego Cabrera. Unfortunately, he could not stay ahead of it and will recollect his board. He maintains the lead. We'll see who gets back out to the lineup first, as Diego and Maxime both caught waves. We'll see who gets priority.
So Jackson, give us the rundown on the schedule for our viewers tuning in from all over the world and those of them that just waking up and tuning in.
All right, we're finishing up round 5 here, and then we'll go straight into quarterfinals for the men and going straight into the barrel here. Maxime Castillo getting a shut down on the inside on that one. So a couple of closeout barrels for these guys, trading barrel rides. Now both back out in the lineup. And Maxime still trying to play catch up with Diego Cabrera. Diego inherits priority by nature of getting out to the lineup ahead of Maxime. 9:30 left on the clock, Manny V.
Plenty of time for these riders to clock in more big scores, and also plenty of time to give a shout out. Just posted something on our APB Tour Facebook page. Head on over there. I'm able to get to at least the first top 15, maybe even 20 comments. So get on over there and let's get some shout outs going here from the live webcast from the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. And if you want to compete like the competitors here, you can do so. Download the Journey, you riding a bodyboarding game. You go to your app store, type in the Journey bodyboard, download the game, and within the game in multiplayer, we do have the Itacoatiara Pro event going on as well. So I dare you to compete against me. I'll see you in the rankings.
And there you saw on camera a quick glimpse of Tanner McDaniel with his red jersey assignment, making his way down to the beach, getting ready to go into action in quarterfinal number 1, where he will face off against fellow Kauai bodyboarder Dave Hubbard. And look at that, the rainbow is back.
What?
Liquid gold here at Itacoatiara at the Itacoatiara Pro. I mean, what an amazing shot. I mean, you can see it's literally landing right out in the ocean in front of Praia de Itacoatiara, where we've been reaping the rewards, mining liquid gold here throughout the course of this contest window.
Oh my, that was just amazing. I can stare at that all day long, but what's happening is the rain squalls come in, some of the sun peeps through the clouds that are starting to break up, and then you get that sunlight hitting some of the mist and spray in the atmosphere, and boom, you get a beautiful
Look
rainbow.
at that. Are you going to start singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow for us, Manny?
All right, no, my skills for singing are not top notch, but maybe later on today when I break out the uke. Check this out, 7 minutes remaining. Diego Cabrera, Maxime Castillo battling for that last spot in the quarterfinals. The winner of this event will face off against Amaury Laverne. Maxime Castillo, will he make it an all-French quarterfinal 4? Coming out of that nice clean barrel and a nice reverse. Oh my goodness. That is what he was waiting for from the get-go. Definitely going to put him in contention now, an out-of-combination situation.
Well, the interesting thing there was Diego Cabrera has priority, and you could see him looking at Maxime,
wow,
almost baiting him to go, but that ended up being a good ride for the young Frenchman. So that was interesting. Look at this again. See, you could see Diego watching him take this wave, let him go, and then it was off to the races for Maxime Castillo.
Nice clean barrel, and look at this section right here. Perfectly timed to reverse, throwing the legs around. Got about, a couple inches of air right there. Maxime Castillo, that may very well be really close into the 8-9 point range with a perfect barrel and a bankering reverse. That was incredible.
Yeah, so a solid wave there for the young Frenchman. Waiting for the score to drop. 6 minutes and change remaining. Maxime makes his way back out to the lineup while he waits to hear his score. We'll see if this helps him any. It should. He was in combination situation, sitting on a 3.25 and a 1.75 score-wise. And this should definitely help get him a little closer to Diego Cabrera score-wise. There it is, 7.15 for that wave. So now he needs a 7.01. So breaking it up into, almost in half, as we were discussing before. So solid maneuvering there for Maxime.
I thought he would have got a bigger score, but yeah, I mean, the judges are seeing it better. That wave wasn't a massive wave, and I'm thinking that's what was the reason for that. But look at this. L and an ARS on the inside for Maxime Castillo. Definitely going to get rid of that 3.25. Now he's gotten a little bit of fire under his legs and ready to go and compete here in this heat, round number 5, heat number 4. So Maxime turning on the gas here in the last minutes of this heat.
And here's a look at the replay, that last wave from Maxime Castillo, eyeing up the section. And here he is, ARS. Off the end section, gets it around clean, solid rotation. And you know what? He's really kicked into gear here in the latter portions of this heat. He really had no other choice as he was sitting in a combination situation and now making a late charge. And there's the rainbow again.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, the imagery we're getting is amazing right now. A big rainbow arc out in front of Itacoatiara. And just gorgeous, Manny.
Are you kidding me? That's a postcard right there. Mom, I'm in paradise. I'll see you soon.
Nature reserve, waves, rainbow, the best bodyboarders in the world. What else could you ask for? Oh, yeah, there's also some really good food to be had around here. So it's kind of the perfect scenario for bodyboarding.
I think Tinkerbell just landed on my shoulder.
So, you know what? Just food for thought if you're a bodyboarder looking to travel, not necessarily to compete, but just to travel. This is a perfect place to visit. It's a little more low-key than Rio de Janeiro itself. You know, you've got the nature reserve, you've got very consistent surf, and as we mentioned multiple times, the food and the accommodations in this area, you can dial into some really good places and some really good prices. Definitely worth checking out if you're looking for a vacation.
You know what? I've been saying it all along, but I think if we do this next year, what am I saying? When we do this next year, oh, there we go. Using the priority, Diego Cabrera, ton of speed, finding that lip section, going for an ARS at the end there, and cannot hold on to that and loses his grip on his board and bails out. But look at this, Maxime on the outside. 7.01 is what he's after. Finds that section, clean roll, claiming it on that roll. That is not going to be the 7.01, I believe, but it will probably be close enough to get rid of that 5-point ride. That is probably not the kind of wave you want to claim, but maybe he's just claiming to show the judges, hey, I completed this maneuver. Look at these waves still marching in, 4-5-foot range, and some of the cleanest conditions we've seen since the beginning of this event. Nice, clean, smooth texture on the water, light offshore breezes, light offshore breeze, and yeah, the competitors are having a field day with these conditions. So Jackson, a lot of the riders are still opting to go with the shoestring method for fin tethers, but in these conditions, what do you recommend?
Me personally, I stick with the fin cinches. I've been in situations where the fin strings and other types of tethers have left me finless or with the feeling of having a cinder block tied to my ankle, whereas with the cinches, I have, in the last 2 years, I haven't lost the fin. I haven't had it dangling from my ankle either.
Wow, look at this situation right here, paddling situation. Maxime putting his hand up. It looks like Diego Cabrera is tracking Maxime Castillo with the second priority. So here's the situation. Give us a lowdown.
1:40 left on the clock. Maxime Castillo needs a 7.01. Diego Cabrera leads the way and holds priority. And Diego Cabrera is sticking to Maxime Castillo like glue right now.
So Diego, he has priority with 1.5 minutes left, which means he can catch any wave that comes in, and he can use that priority to fend off Maxime Castillo from catching a potentially 7-point ride. So very interesting how the priority is going to be strategically used by Diego Cabrera as the rain starts coming down, and he lets this one go. Maxime Castillo, 7.01. Is he going to do it? Oh, no. He's trying to get those extra points by claiming it, but those claims are not going to help Maxime Castillo. And look at this thing out the back. Diego Cabrera sliding under the pocket and comes out of the barrel, holds on as he rides out into the flat. So, wave exchange going down in the last few minutes here, or last minute. Diego riding that all the way in as he looks around. Here's another look at Diego's last wave.
Pulls in, never got really deep,
No.
just kind of right out in front, and then slides out under the crashing curtain. And he will call it a heat with about 20 seconds remaining on the clock. That'll leave Maxime Castillo out in the lineup alone. Maxime still needs a 7.01.
If we got Maxime on camera, we can see where Maxime is. Donde es Maxime in the red jersey? So I think Maxime may have ridden that wave in, and Diego Cabrera breaks his 9th place streak here in the last heat of round number 5.
And look at his face, determination as he is moving on to the quarterfinals. We'll be right back with quarterfinal number 1 right after this.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Welcome back to the final day here at the Itacoatiara PRO. Manny, get us started with what's going on because the quarters are going to be mental.
Before we get into the quarters, a really quick recap on what happened in the last few seconds as we got straight into the commercials. It was the last wave of Maxime Castillo needed a 7.01, and unfortunately that maneuver only came in at a 6.0, which means from the Canary Islands, Diego Cabrera officially advances on into the quarterfinals. So now let's get into it. Quarterfinal heat number 1. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
The Battle of Kauai. Tanner McDaniel versus Dave Hubbard, and an all Hawaiian affair out there. Of course, Tanner McDaniel, originally from California, residing long time in Hawaii. Dave Hubbard, obviously, born and raised. So these two are going to battle it out here in quarterfinal number 1. And I would imagine right now the Hawaiian Islands are all eyes peeled, coffee and maybe some Kona blend coffee in front of them, watching this battle go down here in Brazil. The wee hours of the morning in Hawaii, I would imagine. But we already heard from Shane Lono. I'd imagine there's more than a few other Hawaiians, you know, trying to keep their eyelids pried open to watch this go down. Tanner McDaniel up and riding.
Oh my goodness, straight off the bat, we already seen 2 waves being ridden, 5.25 and a 4-point ride from both Tanner and Dave Hubbard respectively. And Tanner's second wave right there will keep him in that first place spot. But to be able to land on top of the wave and kick back into that little double up section, it has to be intuitive to be able to get back into the wave after doing that maneuver and landing where he did. So go to APB Tour Facebook right now. I want to hear from you. Who do you got your money on, Tanner McDaniel or Dave Hubbard, to come out on top and go straight into the semifinals?
Well, right now, Paula Simon has the rider that came out on top in that last heat of round 5.
Wow.
She's with Diego Cabrera. Take it away, Paula.
Hi everyone, we are here with the winner for the last hit for this round, Diego Cabrera, that surfed really good. Diego, how was there? It's pretty, you get like a really good waves and got Maxim in combination, so what did you do there?
Yeah, I'm so stuck at the beginning. I got two good waves very quick, so I put Maxim in a combination, but always Maxim is an amazing competitor and you cannot relax never with him. So I relaxed a little bit and he got the wave to pull out of the combination and he wasn't with priority, so I led the waves. So I should learn of this and don't do any more of that. But yeah, I'm so happy, so stoked to make the quarterfinals.
Now you think for the rest of the competition, you need to do like, of course, take the best waves and do the technique too, don't have the situation like that. Now you cannot relax anymore from now.
No, not relax anymore. Just keep surfing, keep doing what I love to do, and let's see if the luck is with me today. Thanks everyone supporting me.
That's it. Congratulations. See you to the quarterfinal. Thank you, Diego. Back to you guys.
Oh my, so there you go. The eye of the tiger, Diego Cabrera, still focused. He is capable of winning the entire event here today. History will be made, as we've seen Alex Iranga already get knocked out. The defending Itacoatiara Pro champion in 2016 has been knocked out. Look at paddling all the way across down the beach. David Hubbard dropping in on this beautiful drone angle, slides under the pocket, gets barrel, and he comes out of that. Look at this section, goes for a nice extended roll. David Hubbard, amazing.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
The drone angle on that was perfect. And you know what? I'm looking forward to seeing the beach angle as well, because he was in there, you know. Usually if you spend that much time in a place, you got to start paying rent.
That was incredible, as you can see, using the barrel to hide from the rain that is dropping here in Itacoatiara. Dave Hubbard with a solid barrel ride and ending that wave with a roll. Look at this beautiful drop bottom turn and look at that.
Here he is, sets his line, and it's off to the races. A shack time for a dub. Then comes out, finishes off with a roll off the end section. Nice looping roll, good arm extension. And you know what? That was a really incredible ride for Dave Hubbard. I can't wait to see the score drop. I would consider that one of the best waves of the day so far.
I mean, it was super clean. It wasn't a massive set wave, but you know what? That was a solid executed barrel ride. And to end that wave with a clean roll at the very end, definitely I'm right there with you.
Yeah, Dave only needed a 5.16. I think he's going to dial that up and then some. Just waiting for the score to drop, and there it is, an 8.50,
Yep.
and Dub right back to it on a right-hander now.
Are you kidding me? He's on another barrel. Is he going to come out of this? He's going to have to punch through the whitewash. He will do that to make sure he can get the most points out of that wave. Not going to be a high-scoring wave, but probably close to that 3.9 that he has as his second highest-scoring wave. So an 8.5 for that barrel ride into a roll. Look at this, Tanner McDaniel all by himself on the outside with priority. Definitely capable of getting a high score as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really entertaining heat, Manny. If this is any indicator, I mean, that 8.5 barrel to roll from Dave, wow.
No, this is insane. We have two riders from Kauai, Hawaii, battling it out here in the first quarterfinals. I just put something on the APB Tour Facebook page. Tanner or Dub, who do you got? Look at this, another look.
Here's the replay. Dave out for a Friday morning drive in the barrel, comes out, hits the roll, and you know what? He really motored to get into position for this and set it up perfectly.
Yeah, he was over in the channel and he paddled straight to the peak and decided where to turn around, and he did so perfectly. And you know what? I haven't seen the likes of this style of competition in a very long time. It was back when the Kauai Classic in the 90s, where a band of Kauai bodyboarders competed not only individually but as a team and absolutely dominated the then professional national tour, the PSAA, and just set the competition world on fire. Here we go, Tanner McDaniel.
Tanner up and riding, driving down the line, looking for a section, sets it up, and he's going to flip it out, gets it around clean, and he's going to combo with the roll on the inside and does complete the second maneuver. So you know what? These guys just going back and forth right from the start, and it continues. And if this keeps up, I mean, it's going to be a mind-boggling heat.
Oh my goodness. I did post some previously earlier in round number round number 5. Udi Texteras tuned in from Rio de Janeiro. Joshua is staying dry. Gawain, I've never heard that before. Maxime, going for Maxime, unfortunately did not make it through. Wesley's in Cape Town. Pete watching from Redcliffe, Australia. John is tuned in from California. Darren, what's up in South Africa? Max still tuning in. I think Max J has been here from day one, tuning in from Cape Town, South Africa. And Hamish is in Sydney. What's up, Hammer?
All right, Manny V. So looking at the scoreboard real quick, still plenty of time left in the heat. We're still in the early going, basically. 14.5 minutes on the clock. Dave Hubbard with an 8.50 and a 4.0 as a backup score. Dave now working to strengthen that backup score. He has priority. Tanner McDaniel sitting in second with a 6.75, a 5.25. He's in need of a 5.76. So, you know what? It's game on now that we're into the quarterfinals.
Dave Hubbard, Tanner McDaniel out in the water. So I threw something on the APB Facebook page. Jackson's going to get the schedule of events for today from the one and only Alex Leon. So Dave Hubbard out in the water. But first, I did post something on the APB Facebook page. Who are you going for, Dub or Tanner? And I saw Tanner's name. Oh my, there's a ton of Tanner supporters out in the world watching, but Rex Moribe, who is tuning in from Switzerland, going for one of the Kauai boys, of course. Look at this, up and riding, Tanner McDaniel. Oh, a little jammer, not much there, and cuts out. So he will maintain that second priority. Won't change anything what's happening in the water right now, but Wesley is going for Dub. Quentin for Tanner for sure. Dane, the first one to comment, saying Tanner. Dub for Casey, Dub for Lyle, Tanner from Max J. Riley is going for Dub all the way. And yes, Guarpo for Dub, and Brandon going for Dub. Jordan for Tanner, and Guillaume for Tanner as well. So Tanner and Dub pretty much split down the middle for our viewers that have commented on our Facebook page. Facebook, APB Tour, that's how you can come into the booth with us and get all the information and more.
Well, that last wave of Tanner McDaniel, you jokingly called it a jammer. Back in the late 80s, we used to refer to that as a lip slide on the East Coast. Just going up, kind of floating the board, turning it sideways. It was kind of a cheapy contest maneuver back in the late 80s.
Yeah, and a pioneer of those was Terry McCord and Cameron Still, veterans of the jammer, or lip slide as you called it on the East Coast. But right there, Dave Hubbard trying to get rid of that 4-point ride, rides that thing all the way onto the sand and cuts out. So most likely get rid of that 4-point ride with that wave. It won't be that much more, but here's another look.
Dave Hubbard setting his line, throws the roll, big whitewater explosion. You could see Dave got lifted up. It just, you know, this growing mushroom cloud of whitewater lifted him up, and then he did come through. So he improves his score minimally. He had a 4.0 as a backup score, now a 4.15. Tanner McDaniel remains in second, holding on to that priority. Needs a 5.91 at the moment. And yes, as you were alluding to previously, CEO Alex Leon popping in to the broadcast booth, giving us the schedule update for today. After the men's quarterfinals, we'll go into men's semis, the junior final, the men's podium final, the women's final, and then concluding our activities with the men's grand final.
Yeah, the conditions are perfect for the remainder of the day. Glassy. We got some rain squalls coming in, and then it turns glassy again with a little hope of sunshine that wants to peek through the clouds. But whatever's happening, it's keeping the water and the conditions perfect as far as glassy and light offshore conditions, which is perfect for our riders to get as much speed as possible on these waves, maintaining that speed line and busting out the big air maneuvers and, as we've seen, some deep barrels.
So, you know, it's definitely interesting here on finals day, and I'm pretty safe in saying I believe that we should see this continue through the course of the day. If anything, the intensity is probably going to ratchet up a few notches as we get deeper into the field. I mean, we're in the quarters now and things are already hectic. It's just going to get more so. But right now, Dave Hubbard back to it. Dave with the forward spin, kicks out. Not a whole lot to work with there. I doubt that's going to factor into his top two scores as he's looking to better a 4.15, a forward spin. Probably not going to get the job done on a smaller wave. Maybe back in 1990-91, like you were talking about, the era of the Kauai Classic, you know, that was a bread and butter contest move that would score with the judges. But you know what, Manny? This day and age,
Obrigado.
Forward spins are more of a setup maneuver than a point scoring ride, you know, so Dave's going to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Well, we've thrown out the Kauai Classic a few times, and some of the names of that group: Kyle Milagro, one of my favorites.
Mine as well.
And Harry Antapala, Chris Tenberg, Jason Brown. Well, Alex Brown, the son of Jason Brown, has made he came onto the tour for a few events here and there. We also, who else do we got? Oh, Chris Burkhart.
Also from the East Coast, Dan Romine.
Dan Romine, Quiet Classic. So who else? I know we're missing a couple. So if we're missing a couple, message me. You know how to get a hold of me. Tenberg, send me the names of the entire Kauai Classic crew, and driven by the one and only
Bob Sotto.
So the Kauai Classic, if you want to know about the Kauai Classic and anything historical when it comes to bodyboarding, head over to...
Well, you know what? The most comprehensive is on bodyboardmuseum.com.au.
Yes.
They've got old articles and photos. And you know what, Manny? You pretty much touched on the core group. Chris Tenberg, Kyle Milagro, Harry Antapala, and Jay Brown. Those guys were absolute innovators at that time. And honestly, some of the stuff they were doing back in the late 80s, early 90s still would be considered progressive today. So, you know what, thanks to those guys. They were a huge influence on me and my friends coming from the U.S. East Coast. We looked up to those guys, and a heavy influence on me and my quote-unquote bodyboard career.
And you know what? Chris Tenberg was one of those, he, along with Mike Stewart, were the first ones to ride Tahupo'o in Tahiti, Chopes, as a Westerner coming out to Tahiti. So
yeah, those guys.
A lot of history.
Those guys used to cruise the lineup at Chopu with the likes of the late Matt Walbrow. So throwing out some old school names here in the booth here on Finals Day. Meanwhile, keeping active in the present, Dave Hubbard continues to try and work on building his secondary score. He's got it up to a 4.50, so he's been moving up incrementally, now looking for something to go along more appropriately with that 8.50 and gain a little bit more of an advantage on Tanner McDaniel. Tanner, again, still sitting out there with priority, been very quiet and patient, looking for a 6.26. And if we know anything about this talented young kid, he can nail down a big score at any given moment, so we definitely need to keep an eye on him because he may be waiting patiently, but he's not going to stay quiet for long.
No, and we know the entire island of Kauai. And this is, we talked about the Kauai Classic, and now we're looking at the new generation right here, Tanner McDaniel and David Hubbard, along with Jeff Hubbard. You know, I mean, something is happening in Kauai where they're able to produce world champions. A lot of people don't know about the history of David Hubbard.
Yeah, you know, it's wild the amount of talent that has come out of the Garden Island over the years, and it continues to do so. It's just Tanner McDaniel, the latest in a long-running bloodline of bodyboarders coming from the island of Kauai.
David Hubbard, multiple world champion, drop knee world champion.
Yes, 8-time drop knee world champion. And also, just a little footnote, when he was competing on the U.S. National Tour, he was the only competitor to ever win a men's title and a drop knee title in the same year.
And you know what? To do that on the world stage is probably David Hubbard's, bucket list, which is totally possible. He has the skills to pull that off with positive and strong showings in the first few events. He can totally pull that off.
Well, in the history of bodyboarding, there's one person that has managed to win both titles, not in the same year, obviously. Damian King won the men's world title in 2002, 2003, and then in 2012, almost a decade later, he won the drop knee world title in Puerto Rico to become the first bodyboarder to ever win the men's world tour and the drop knee world tour, but nobody has ever done it in the same year. For years, all eyes have been on Dave Hubbard to potentially be that guy. And you know what? We're seeing him focus more in recent years on the men's side of things after winning 8 drop knee titles.
Look at this.
We'll see what he puts together here on this ride. Pulls in
Oh,
another
is he gonna
barrel.
come out?
And he
Yes.
comes out with the roll. Oh my goodness, another barrel to roll for Dave Hubbard. And this will definitely get rid of that 4.50 as a backup score. So speak of the devil, he goes to work. And now Tanner, the next generation, streaking down the line and everything washed out there. We've got the glare from the sun, the white water, and a streaking Tanner McDaniel flying down the line on that left. So quick wave exchange out there. Tanner finally getting into the mix, using his priority after David gone. So now both of these guys making their way out to the lineup, waiting for scores to drop and waiting to sort out who gets priority once they get back out to the lineup.
The sun is starting to crack through the clouds right here, making everything just that much more beautiful here in Niterói at Praia de Itacoatiara. Itacoatiara, one of the locals told me in the native tongue, the Indians that lived here before the Portuguese invaded, Ita means rock, Coachara, the rock with lines, and that is what's on the side of the ocean or on the side of the beach here. Here's another look at what went down with Tanner McDaniel.
Tanner driving on a foamy face, flips it out. Unfortunately, got a little hung up. He did drop back down and complete it, but here's a recap of that wave from Dave Hubbard.
Here's another long barrel ride right there. He's been getting very lucky on these left-hand waves where he's able to do these big rolls. That was his first barrel ride to roll. And he, on the way out, he actually found this, but not much happened on this one. He was able to come out on a smaller wave, did a spin, and was able to kick out on that one. But again, David Hubbard and Tanner McDaniel battling it out here in quarterfinal #1 in the men's division.
I tell you what, Manny V, the amount of tube time Dave Hubbard is racking up in this heat would make even 1986 world champion Ben Severson a little envious. It's just, he's been parking it in there this entire heat.
All right, here's that last barrel ride from David Hubbard. As you can see, clean, perfect bottom turn, and that thing just stayed wide open. So I'm sure the other competitors are taking note on these left waves that are rolling through. And before exiting that barrel, again, the instincts took over, and look at that. Are you joking me?
An 8.10 to go with his 8.50. So, you know what? Dave Hubbard getting it done with the barrel rides and the rolls out. And just to clarify that reference I made, Ben Severson, the 1986 world champion, was infamous for logging massive amounts of barrel time out in the lineup. Dave Hubbard doing likewise here in the current day.
Looks like Tanner McDaniel riding on this one. The drone, Marcelo. Oh, going for an air reverse right there, and he pulls it off cleanly. So that will definitely get rid of that 5.25, but oh my, look at this. Dave Hubbard up and riding.
Dave Hubbard eyeing this one up, sets his line, pulls in, and unfortunately that one's just going to race off on him. He gets caught on the inside. But here's a look at the replay for the air reverse from Tanner McDaniel. Sets his line and actually projects more out than up, but does nail the landing. So Tanner McDaniel trying to work his way back in. Here's a look one more time.
Right here, you can see that he didn't get projected up. He got projected out in front of the wave, which is still difficult to pull off, and he does so flawlessly right there. So Tanner McDaniel, look at this view. Are you joking?
Well, Tanner was on the verge of combination situation, needed a 9.86 to overtake Dave. And you know what? That reverse should definitely help cut the margin a little bit, but he's still got a lot of work left to do out in this heat. As Dave Hubbard, I mean, it's been off to the races, barrel time out there for Dub.
Look at that. With a 7.1 at a 6.75, Tanner McDaniel still needs a 9.51. So that's how far ahead David Hubbard is in this heat right now. And paddling for that wave, he did lose priority. I'm pretty sure he lost priority, and Tanner McDaniel will gain priority in these last 20 seconds, but I don't know if that's going to help anything. If a wave does come, Tanner's on it, he will have to get a 9.51. This is definitely one of the highest scoring heats we've seen today. And wow, what an incredible wave exchange between these two Kauai riders.
Yeah, Dave Hubbard dropping a pair of 8s on the barrel rides. Time expires, and it's going to be Dave Hubbard moving on to the semifinals. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 2 right after this. Stay tuned.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. And you know what, Manny? We've been seeing some insane battles out in the water as we narrow the field. And tell us what we've got on deck for quarter number 2.
Quarter number 2, out in the water, we have Jared Houston going against Dino Carmo. Dino Carmo from Praia del Norte, Portugal, in Nazaré. He's been on a tear. I mean, yesterday just showed that he wants this as much as anybody in the water, but he has to go against former world champion and a former Itacoatiara Pro champion, Jared Houston from South Africa.
Yeah, so, you know, this is going to be a real interesting battle. Whoever comes out on top in this heat is going to have to square off against Dave Hubbard in the semifinals. But you know what? Their attention is on what's in the water right now. There you can see the replay. Jared Houston, while we were away at commercial break, couple of rolls there at the end, and Jared Houston getting himself on the board to get things going. A 5.75 opening wave for Jared. Dino still waiting to get on the board. And there you can see Tanner McDaniel down on the beach recording. And Dave making his way up from the water's edge as well. Dave looking pretty stoked after racking up some barrel time out there. A couple of 8s to his scorecard, an 8.5 and 8.1. 2 long barrel rides with the roll out on each. And he's moving on, continuing on. So we'll see him in the water in the next round in the semifinals. And unfortunately, we won't see him in the commentary booth.
I know. Jared Houston, nice clean bottom turn right off the bat, goes straight up the top and goes for a nice clean roll. That will be his second wave within the first 3 minutes. Look at Dino Carmel. Dino Carmel, drop it in the red jersey from Portugal. Finds the barrel. Can he come out of that? Draws a high line. He does come out of that first section. Another section. Will that stay open? He ends it with a roll before it shuts down. Can he get out in front of it? He's going to do everything he can, and he does. Look at that. He is stoked. Dino Carmel with a solid first wave in heat number 2, quarterfinals.
And he was so stoked on that. You could see him flash a smile. All his pearly whites showing off on the end of that. 2 barrel sections and a rollout before it raced off on him. Nice wave there to get things started for Dino Carmo. And here's a replay of Jared Houston. Quick turn off the bottom, jets up, hits the roll, and then ducks out. And then one more time, here's Dino Carmo. Sets up this barrel. He's in there. You could see him kind of hit his shoulder there, kind of pinched on him, but he still powered through, then pulls into a second barrel section, sees it's about to race off, and throws the roll from inside the barrel. Literal definition of a barrel roll right there, rolling inside the barrel and using that roll to project him out. And that will get his campaign started here in quarterfinal number 2. Great wave exchange between these 2 riders.
Oh my, so yes, the new guard coming into play right here. Jared Houston and Dino Carmel, both solid first rides to start off this quarterfinal number 2. And yeah, I like touching on some of the old school stuff that we've seen. And one of the first names that I've heard from South Africa, Nigel Tarbottom, who made his way over to one of the early pipeline events and, you know, stamped his South African flag on the bodyboarding world and making an incredible showing in pipeline. Dino Carmel comes from Portugal, Manuel Centennial, as well as Nuno Batata, and a bunch of other Portuguese riders are still out in the water, still charging in the playas of Itacoatiara and Supertubos. That whole coastline is bodyboarding heaven.
A lot of bodyboarding history coming out of Portugal over the decades, and you know what? It continues to this day, not only with Dino Carmo, but guys like Antonio Cardoso, who unfortunately was eliminated earlier in this event, but also riders like Teresa Almeida, Miguel Adone, you know, still plenty of talent pouring out. Also the likes of Joanna Schenker and
Yes.
Catarina Souza with Boogie Chicks.
Yeah. Also, we can't forget Hugo Pinheiro.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, we cannot forget about Hugo and Tose, who ran the Vert magazine for a long time. We shout out to the whole Portuguese bodyboarding contingent. We will be heading to Portugal in October for the Nazaré event. That's going to be fun, but here we are. The drone attack dogs are on full alert. They're going to run through the cactus and try to catch these drones that are hovering around and getting the incredible shots. Look at the conditions. Glassy, perfect, fun, 4 to 5 foot waves here in the sandbars of Itacoatiara.
And the sun's coming out, Manny, so you can break out your sunga that you're so proud of.
My Sunga, a.k.a. Speedos, I almost put them in my backpack just in case the sun did come out today. But you know what? I don't know if I feel comfortable now that I've been eating like a madman. I've gained a couple LBs, and I don't look so good in my Sungas anymore.
I've got mine on.
Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. Bad visual, bad visual. But the visuals here in Itacoatiara are beautiful. Look at the crystal clear water. Out in the water, here is where we're at.
All right, 18:30 left on the clock. Jared Houston with a 6.0 and a 5.75 leads the way. Dino Carmo, though, a 7.25 for his first score. Here he is up and riding. Looks like he throws the roll and unfortunately not able to complete the maneuver there. You see him re-emerge from underneath that churning cauldron of white water and sand. I'm sure people at home have noticed from the aerial footage, you can see just how much sand gets dredged off the bottom here and churns into the water with that current. So, you know what? It's a little difficult having your eyes open when you duck under a wave on the inside there, because your eyes just get sandblasted.
Yeah, I mean, most of the riders, I'm sure, are keeping their eyes closed because they're going to need them for the remainder of their heat. But I threw out on Facebook, who do you got in this heat to advance on? The Portuguese Dino Carmo or the South African Jared Houston? We've already seen one major upset go down where Louis Finnegan taking out the defending Itacoatiara Pro champion Alex Uranga in round number 5. Can Dino Carmo do the same here with a former world champion? Jared Houston, look at this wave coming in. No takers as the wave shuts down, but wow, beautiful.
Emerald green waters. And you know what? I can't talk about the aerial footage enough. That bird's eye view we keep getting, that overhead view, especially on some of the waves that are being ridden, incredible. And here we have Jared Houston right back to it, driving down the line. This one gets foamy on the inside, and there he goes to kick out and gets sucked over the falls.
Oh, my.
You could see him looking, and he did not like
still
the way it
underwater.
was setting up. Yeah, there he finally pops up. But that's what we're talking about. It may be shallow and close to the beach, but there are hold downs here that are pretty brutal. I mean, you alluded to it. You know, there are certain aspects that are similar to Porto Escondido. When it comes to water moving around and hold downs and dead zones, there's a lot of similarity in that respect.
This is one of those beach breaks where, you know, you come to it, if you ride reefs and you think that coming to a sand beach will make it easier and a lot more softer. No, the sand is rock solid, and if you're going to go over the falls like this, you better be prepared to get slammed on what could feel a concrete floor, and Jared Houston taking a beating right there on that bailout. So here's the situation out in the water. Dino Carmo, 7.25 ride, is going to keep him in that first place spot. A ton of time left. 10 minutes have already surpassed in these 25-minute heats. This 25-minute heat. So Jared Houston, Dino Carmo, they're going to go battle wave for wave all the way into the last seconds are counted.
All right, well, battling it out in the previous quarterfinal was Dave Hubbard. He's down on the beach with Paolo Simão. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. We are here with the winner that got the passport to go straight to the semifinal. That's Dave Hubbard. Tell me, it was good there? Was difficult?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. You know, I was so stoked to surf with Tanner McDaniel. He's really been pushing the limits lately. And, you know, to have another heat with a Hawaiian rider, it was guaranteed a Hawaiian would be in the semifinals, so that was a good thing. I was able to get some barrels, so that helped me to make it straight to the semis.
Perfect. Now we just relax here, and Dave look like really relaxed. Look at him. You're going to say something? You're going to try to do something strategic to the next heat, or just keep the focus like you do all the time?
Yeah, I'm just so thankful to be into the semifinals. Non-elimination, so I surfed 2 more times for sure, and I'm super excited about that. I want to give thanks to God and the glory to Him for sure, because I don't create the waves out there, but He gives me the opportunity to ride them. So thanks everybody for participating and watching, and just aloha.
That's it. Thank you, God, for we have Itacoatiara Pro, and the guys come to here to visit this really beautiful place. Congratulations one more time. See you to the semifinal. Back to you, guys.
Wow, congratulations one more time to David Hubbard. As you mentioned, great for him, but not great for us here in the commentators booth. We're going to miss him. But you know what? Keep on charging, Dub. You can all totally pull this off.
Yeah, this morning I actually had the opportunity to talk to Dave while he was prepping for his first heat of the morning. Just wanted to wish him good luck, and he was actually apologetic about, you know, the potential of not being in the commentary booth. I'm like, you know what, as long as you're out in the water killing it, I don't think any of us minds. You know, just go out there, focus on your wave riding, and, you know, just go kill it.
Jared Houston out in the water. Part of the squad, one of the founding fathers of the squad, a group of bodyboarders that travel together, and you know the camaraderie that is had between the riders in the squad. And Houston, he's known to the squad as the Emperor. So the Emperor out in the water against Dino Carmo, who is currently in that first place spot. I posted something on APB Tour Facebook page. Dino or Houston, who do you got? And out of the 25 comments, a lot of them are for the Emperor, Jared Houston. So we're going to see how it all pans out in the next 13 minutes here. But Dino Carmo, he had a few spots on that list of comments. So Dino Carmo representing here for Portugal in this quarterfinal, heat number 2. One rider will advance on to the semifinals. The other will have an equal fifth in the Itacoatiara Pro 2017.
And big shout out to Luis Alfonso. He enjoyed our little rundown of Portuguese bodyboard history here in the booth. So thanks for following along, Luis. We like to stay on top of the history of our sport. You know what? It's essential to know where you came from, to know where the sport is now and where it's going to head in the future, so you can avoid previous mistakes and learn from the past. And me and Manny, we enjoy throwing pieces of history at one another, and we hope you at home enjoy as well. Meanwhile, enjoying this heat right now, it would be Dino Carmo. He's the man in the lead right now, and with priority. As we've broken the halfway point, we're now into the second half of this 25-minute quarterfinal. Dino Carmo continues to lead the way on the strength of that 7.25 double barrel to roll that he had. He now is looking to replace a 4.50 to create some more distance between himself and Jared Houston. Jared, meanwhile, sitting on a 6.0 and a 5.75, is on the hunt for a 5.76 to move ahead of Dino Carmo.
Do you think they're talking to each other right now? I mean, Dino has his back towards Jerry. Jerry's not even looking that direction. Just keeping an eye out for the next waves to come in. What do you think is going on out there?
I don't know, Manny. Were you much of a talker out in the lineup when you were competing?
Yeah, but I was just using more of a Jedi mind trick to try to distract the competitors. You know, asking about what's happening on the beach to try to distract them so I can paddle around them and get the inside section. But those were back in the 80s and 90s. Then I realized, you know what, I'm just going to have fun with this. Where then I would start joking with people, and some people did not like that.
I would probably have been one of those people. As much as I like to talk in the commentary booth, if I was out in the water for a heat, I was all focused. It was basically, don't talk to me, don't get in my way.
Oh, man, you would have hated me because I would have been laughing and joking in your face. And
I would have been one of the guys being distracted by your Jedi mind trick.
And then I would have advanced on to the finals. There is the drone, one of the drones. Again, the drone pilot, Marcelo, making it happen here with some incredible drone shots. The pilot, there's another shot right there from a bird's eye view. Look how clear the water is. I think I mentioned it earlier today, but next year, 2017, I think we will be putting together some Manny V tours to some of these events. I'm going to pick my favorite events, the ones where I think the bodyboarders that I know would have a good time at the locations. For sure, this spot. This is Itacoatiara. It feels like you're going to, you know, the best of Hawaii and the best of Latin America right in this area. And just the rock formations on each side of the beach here, absolutely amazing. So start saving your money. As soon as the dates for Brazil come out, ask your boss for your PTO, your paid time off, and come join us next year for the 2018 Itacoatiara Pro. But for now, this is it. Live action, waiting for those waves to come in. We've seen this kind of pattern happen throughout the morning where you'd get a little bit of lull, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 a ton of waves coming in. Look at that glassy, beautiful barrel. Oh, my goodness. Just gorgeous. The last day of the Itacoatiara Pro is happening right now. History is being made. Jared Houston dropping in on this fluffy white right-hander, and out he goes, in and out for Jared Houston.
All right, so these two continue to battle it out. Jerry trying to scratch his way back into this heat. But again, Dino Carmo leading the way. 8:25 remaining in the heat. Again, Dino Carmo with the 7.25, 4.5 leads the way. Jared still trying to dial up a 5.76 with the judges. And, you
Look
know,
at that beautiful thing.
Oh, look at that image, Manny. The drone getting in there. You know what? I'm waiting for the drone technology to get to the point that we'll see drones in the barrel. You know what? Marcelo getting pretty close there with that image as, you know what? He's skimming the surface, getting the barrel shots, and then getting up and out of there.
Well, we got 2 water photographers in the water, and they know very well to stay out of the way of the competitors. I'm going to guess Gio is out there just to, you know, be a part of the action out in the water. So the schedule, if you're just tuning in to the live feed, this is what we have on tap for the rest of today's action. Sorry, I thought Jackson was ready. But the schedule, after the quarterfinals, we're going to go straight into the semis. But wait a second, hold that. Jared Houston taking a look, but with priority, Dino Carmo. Dino can go. He has priority. And here he is, Dino Carmo, the Portuguese, coming around that section. And no, there was nothing there for Dino to work with. And now priority goes to the hands of Jared Houston with 7 minutes remaining. The schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently in the quarterfinals. Heat number 2 out in the water with 6 minutes remaining. We're going to go into heat number 3 and 4 of the quarters, go straight into the men's semifinals. After the 2 men's semifinals, we're going to go to the Junior Pro Junior final. After that, the men's podium final to determine who will be 3rd and 4th in the event overall. And then we will have the women's final where Nicole will face off with Ayaka. Final heat of the day, the men's final. So after the podium final, we will have a 30-minute final. Time winding down here in heat number 2 of the quarterfinals.
So we continue to work through the tail end of this 25-minute heat. Still 6 minutes on the clock. Things have slowed down a little bit here. It started off with a bang out in the water, and these guys now biding their time, waiting patiently. Jared has priority, trying to dial up a 5.76, so he's waiting patiently for something with scoring potential to roll through. We'll see what he can put together in the last 5.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Dino Carmo still looking to replace that 4.50 as a backup score to try and create a little more distance, a little extra padding, if you will, between himself and Jared Houston. There you can see both riders on screen. And it's gone a little quiet out there wave-wise as Mother Nature has decided to take a late morning nap.
Jared Houston waiting patiently. He's the one that should be getting a little nervous right now with 5 minutes to go in 2nd place, but a 5.76 totally doable for the former world champion from South Africa. Dino Carmo, look at his second high scoring wave, a 4.5, totally able to get rid of that thing if he gets the waves. Both of these riders waiting patiently for that set to roll in. Here's another look of Jared Houston's last wave. Clean little barrel right there, and I say little, it's on the smaller side, but comes out and pulls a roll for Jared Houston, and another roll right there. That was one of his waves earlier, so we are going through the heat recap.
And here's a look at Jared, a more sizable wave, more critical section, punching the roll through the lip. And here's a look at that wave from Dino Carmo. Talk us through this, Manny.
Dino Carmo finding an exit right there, slides under another section, and he's able to exit that barrel with a roll, and he comes out. That was a solid score for Dino.
And then here's his backup score, the 4.0, a quick roll, a mid-face adjustment to get that maneuver before it shut down. Meanwhile, live action, Jared Houston looking to use his priority on this left-hander, drops in and pulls in. Nope, that one's going to shut down before he gets the barrel. So it looked like he was going to set up a nice wave, maybe something reminiscent of what we saw with Dave Hubbard in the previous heat. But unfortunately, it just avalanched down the face instead of pitching over. The barrel never really formed up for him. So Jared getting shut out on that one, opts to kick out and make his way back to the lineup. 3:27 left on the clock, time counting down. Jared Houston still needs a 7.66. Actually, it's increased to a 7.66 as Dino Carmo improved on his 4-point ride and now has a 6.40 as a backup, so he increases his lead. Here's a look at the replay of Dino Carmo driving down the line, throws out the air roll spin. A really nice maneuver there for Dino.
Wow.
And he's going to stay with this and get the roll off the end, so able to combo that right-hander. And again, that was worthy of a 6.40 to go with his 7.25. He increases the distance between himself and Jared Houston, and Jared has that much more work to do now in the time remaining.
I want to call it an upset, but you know what? Dino Carmo is totally capable of taking out Jared Houston in this heat. So I don't know what to call it. Just a big event to go down right here if Dino can hold on and take out Jared Houston.
Well, last year at this event, Jared Houston unexpectedly bowed out with an equal 33rd finish, losing at the hands of another rider from Portugal, Miguel down in round 2. And here he is in a little bit of a hole, battling against the Portuguese rider Dino Carmo again this year. So you know what? Ever since his 2014... All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. It is finals day, and you know what? We're watching some heavy hitters go down in the process. We just watched Jared Houston get taken out by the hands of Dino Carmo in that last heat. I'm still kind of in shock because, I mean, that was an insane heat from start to finish. I mean, there was a little bit of a lull in the middle, but we're set to get into the next heat. What do we got, Manny V?
We have the lone South African left in this event, going with the only South African left in this event. It is Ian Campbell versus Louis Finnegan. Both of these riders, both young and hungry. And so far, we've had a few waves ridden already during the commercial break. And here is Louis Finnegan's, one of his first waves, a quick roll and a quick exit. And he was able to catch another wave during that commercial break. And here he is. We're seeing this for the first time as well. Big extended roll, but lands right when the explosion was coming up and just gets batted off of that one, Ian Campbell.
So here you have Ian Campbell, while we were away commercial break, throwing out the roll, comes back down, looking for a finishing maneuver, pulls in and punches the roll through the lip. So wave exchange during the commercial break, now back to live action. Ian Campbell taking a peek at the right-hander will kick out. So the South African and the sole Australian already getting into the mix of things. Louis a 4.75, Ian with a 4.25 as these guys look to build their scores.
Yeah, I mean, we've been mentioning some of the old school bodyboarders from the countries that these riders represent. And how could we forget that amazing crew of bodyboarders from South Africa, Billy Thiel, Hayden Thiel, the Cockwell brothers. I mean, there's a long list of South African bodyboarders that loved the big surf and made a strong presence.
Neil Stevenson, Alistair Taylor, a couple of other old school names. Alistair Taylor can be found in Hawaii, cruising the lineup, shooting photos. The guy paddles out at Waimea Bay to shoot barrel photos.
That is insane. And he's having fun doing it. So,
yeah.
Alistair Taylor, one of those names that should be embedded in your brain if you're a bodyboarder from South Africa or around the world. One of the biggest big wave riders, and some of the incredible competitions that have happened at Pipeline had his name attached to that.
Now, just on a little side note, personally, I've always liked Alistair Taylor's style so much that I tried to mimic it in my younger days. One of the greatest compliments I ever received from our friend Ricky Miller. He told me I ride like Alistair Taylor at the peak of my bodyboarding skills. And one of the greatest compliments I ever received. And thank you, Alistair Taylor, for the influence.
And on the other flip side of the coin, Louis Finnegan. I mean, the list of Australian bodyboarders is, you know, we can spend all day long going down the list of bodyboarders that have come from Australia.
How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go on that one, Manny?
I mean, let's just name a few of the world champions that have come from Australia.
You're talking about Eppo, Ben Player. I mean, you've got guys like Ben Holland who used to own it on the knee. Bullet, former Pipeline champion. I mean, yeah, we could rattle off names for the rest of the day, but rattling off on this wave, Louis Finnegan must have known we were talking about.
I'm looking. That is Ian Campbell. So what happened is, unfortunately for the beach marshal, handed over the wrong jerseys to the riders. So we're going to have to make sure that you, our viewers, are seeing what we see, and that is actually Ian Campbell in the yellow jersey. And we're going to see Louis Finnegan. He'll be in the red jersey, and we'll name the names as this is Ian Campbell. And one of the reasons why I know the bottom of his board, his GT board, is pretty epic. I kind of like it. So Ian Campbell, nice clean roll right there. The judges are aware of it, and they're going to score the jerseys, not the names of the riders. So the scores coming down the pipeline will be given to the appropriate color of the riders out in the water.
Meanwhile, down on the beach, we have Paula Simone once again. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. We are here with the winner for the heat, Dino Carmo from Portugal. He just won the leader of the ranking. That was Jared. How was there? I think that probably is not easy with you, Jared.
Foi, mais uma vez contra o Jared Houston, campeão do mundo 2015. Já sabia que ia ser mais uma bateria muito difícil, tinha que arriscar tudo, estar concentrado. E pá, foi o que aconteceu. Estou muito feliz por estar na minha primeira final do Mundial, ainda por cima aqui no Brasil, que é a minha segunda vez cá. Quero agradecer a todos que estão em Portugal a apoiar-me, a todos que estão aqui portugueses e estrangeiros a apoiar-me, ao Gabriel Sampaio que me está a dar casa, ao Gonçalo Pinheiro que me atura todos os dias, à minha namorada, aos meus amigos, Nazaré Locals. Estou muito feliz e vou dar tudo para ganhar agora a final.
Say that's really happy. Just gonna say thank you for everybody, girlfriend, Portugal, everyone. Say that was really hard with Jared because he's leader of the ranking and he was the world champion for 2015. So that's it. Now just gonna be really hard for everyone. So congratulations, parabéns. See you to the semi-final.
Yeah, thanks. Então estamos lá contigo, com tudo, Portugal, Nazaré, bora.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations once again to Dino Carmo. All smiles after taking out the tour leader as they touched upon the rankings leader in the men's division, Jared Houston, bowing out, and now that man there, Ian Campbell, the last South African remaining in the field of competition. Here's a look at his last wave.
Yeah, Ian Campbell, clean bottom turn, ton of speed, and is able to punch through with a nice clean roll right there. Ian Campbell has been on a very good run right here in this event, and actually is coming off an incredible run in the 2016 APB World Tour. So again, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, the rider in yellow is actually Ian Campbell. They snuck away with the wrong colored jerseys, but we're busy upstairs right now in the judges area to flip the names to make sure that we are watching the color and the names matching. So apologies, but again, in yellow, we do see Ian Campbell.
Yeah, Ian with a 7.0 and a 5.25 so far leads the way. As I mentioned, the sole remaining South African. So a little national pride on the line here.
You know what? I'm going to post something on the APB Facebook page right now. Want to know who you're going for in this situation, Ian Campbell or Louis Finnegan? So give me a second to make that post on the APB Tour Facebook page.
All right, so that should get interesting. We'll see how many Safas and Aussies tune in and show their support. I'm sure there's plenty out there watching and following along, cheering on for their fellow countrymen. Meanwhile, just a quick rundown. Just under 15 minutes remaining. We've already watched the first 10 minutes sneak away on us. Currently in the lead, Ian Campbell with a 7.0 and a 5.25. Louis Finnegan with a 6.50 and a 4.25 needs a 5.76. Again, a little bit of a mix-up. Our competitors grabbed the opposite jersey assignments. So on screen it says Louis in yellow, Ian in red, but Ian in yellow and Louis in red. So, you know, keep that in mind when I'm reading scores, and it seems like I'm getting everything mixed up. It's actually the jerseys have been reversed out in the water, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, we're watching the jersey color, and the name will be secondary because obviously the color will be scored accordingly by our judges. There we saw Louis Finnegan on that last wave, a quick up and down ride. Didn't like what he saw, promptly kicked out and will head back out to the lineup. So priority shifts to the hands of Ian Campbell, who awaits his next wave riding opportunity. And here he's on the move. It looks like he may see something as he's looking to improve upon his 5.25 as a backup score. And here he is, Big Red, taking a look.
Nice clean bottom turn right there. Scoops under the barrel, but that thing seems like it's going to get away from him. But there's not much power behind that particular wave, so he's able to get pushed out in front of the wave. Not a clean exit, not going to be really a score that's going to affect what's going on your screen right now anyway. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
And here's a quick look at the replay. Ian kicking into this one, sets his line. And there you could see it just ran off on him. He does push through the whitewater, but not a clean exit and a smaller wave. So probably will not affect his secondary score of 5.25. His score line remains the same as we approach the halfway mark here in quarterfinal number 3. Again, Louis Finnegan against Ian Campbell. And here's Louis Finnegan paddling into position, taking a look. And the Australian rider is going to take off on this left-hander and promptly kicks out as that thing was going to section off on him. So he promptly ducks through the wave face, heads back out to the lineup, and here comes a cleanup set. Ian Campbell has to duck under this one before taking it on the head, and Louis Finnegan's going to catch one on the inside as well. There he is getting through. So, you know, both of these guys avoiding the cleaner set. A little wakey out in the lineup for these guys. As you know what, Itacoatiara is infamous for throwing the occasional wake-up call by way of the riders. And there you could see Ian Campbell and Louis Finnegan both almost getting caught on the inside, but able to get through. Ian Campbell maintains priority with 11:40 left on the clock.
All right, again, out in the water, we do have quarterfinal heat number 3. Louis Finnegan actually in the red jersey in second place, and we have Ian Campbell. Both of these riders snuck away with the wrong jersey. I don't know what how they were able to pull that off. If I was Ian, I'd love to be the color red, so I'd double check to make sure I had the red jersey. It'll match his outfit that Mother Nature gave him when he came out of his mama's womb.
And matching that red board of his red signature model. So, you know, always fun to be color coordinated out in the water, but not a necessity, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
So just under 11 minutes remaining out in the water. And just to take a peek at what's on deck next, quarterfinal number 4. We're going to see two-time event champion Amory Laverne go up against the hard-charging Diego Cabrera. Diego from the Canary Islands, Amory now residing in the Canary Islands.
Wow.
And you know what? These two, that's going to be a head-to-head battle for the ages if it lives up to the billing. Amory Laverne, one of the most difficult guys to beat in man-on-man competition. After his previous man-on-man heat. We'll get back to that as we have live action.
Oh, Louis coming out of that quick little barrel right there and is able to find a nice, clean escape. So Louis with a quick little in and out may not be better than that 4.25 that he's trying to switch out as his second highest scoring waves. But yeah, I mean, he's able to still get something going, keep moving. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. The free surfers, the bodyboarders that are starting to get a little closer. Oh, wait, the judges like that one. So giving that a nice score. Here is Louis again. Kind of a deep barrel, actually. You know what? I stand corrected. And he does come out of that. So a little exchange right there in the situation. So Louis Finnegan again in the red jersey, not Ian Campbell, clocking in a 6-point ride on that barrel ride. So the judges liked it. They loved seeing that barrel ride from Louis Finnegan, which means now Ian Campbell in the yellow jersey, out in the water looking for a 5.51, and here is Ian Campbell up and riding.
Ian on left-hander cranks off the bottom, driving around the whitewater, punches the roll, and then will promptly kick out. As that one just really wasn't offering a whole lot to Ian's liking. So he will get the roll off as he continues to work on his scores, but I don't think that's going to factor in. He's already sitting on a 6.5 and a 6.0, or I'm sorry, a 7.0 and a 5.25. As he's trying to replace that 5.25, but that roll probably not going to get the job done.
Ian Campbell essentially did that roll blindfolded. As he came around that section, he was just inundated with whitewash all over his face. Here, take a look. Right here, he's trying to get around that section, and all that whitewash, and doesn't see the lip, just feels the water, feels the energy of the wave, and decides to roll over at the right time. So the instincts of Ian Campbell. Here we go, up and riding. Again, Ian Campbell on this right-hander. Nice, clean backflip right there, and he's able to come around and do another maneuver, a roll. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, will most likely get Ian Campbell, who is now in the yellow jersey, back into that first place spot.
Nice flip to roll combo there. And here's the front view from the beach angle. Drives off the bottom, flips it out.
Oh, my.
And gets it around. And immediately it comes off the bottom and goes right into a roll. Very tight combination of maneuvers for Ian Campbell. And here's a look at Louis. One more look at Ian again, going to the drone footage one more time. Getting the bird's eye view of Ian going to town on that last wave.
Yeah, it's a little confusing right now, and we apologize. Here in this quarterfinal, number 3, the riders, unfortunately, were handed the wrong jersey and headed out into the water, but instead of stopping the entire event just to switch to jersey colors, we will be calling out the names of the riders as they take off. And that man right there gave me a beautiful back massage during one of my breaks. How many massages have you received?
0.
Oh, my. But the athletes will be receiving massages or stretches for free from Physio
Sports Center.
Yes. Physiosportscenter.com, I believe. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Out in quarterfinal number 3, only one rider will advance on into the semifinals.
Yes, so who will it be? Louis Finnegan, Ian Campbell. Louis Finnegan currently in the second spot, trying to track down a 7.26. So, you know what? It's kind of tough when you see big names like this, and it just gets down to crunch time, and unfortunately, one of those guys is going to get sent packing while the other one continues to the semifinals.
Look at this. Are you kidding me right now? That is the top of Castel, the rock on the northeast side of the beach here, and that is absolutely amazing. The hike up that, very easy. It'll take about 20-30 minutes to get to the top, but once you're in the top and in the clouds, this is the view you get. Wow. Welcome to Itacoatiara.
And welcome to Itacoatiara, Dice, as the locals like to say.
Wow, and you can see Itaipu on the other side there. Actually, no, on the other side of the mountain, you can't see Itapu. But Ita means rock. Itacoatiara is the rock with lines. And the lines are made from the water when it rains coming down the face of the wave. Just an amazing little piece of paradise here in Brazil. And yeah, it's, you know what? I think you got to have a little bit of money to be able to live in this little community here.
Yes, it's a little above average price-wise. But you know what? A little above average on his attack out in the water. Ian Campbell continuing to do work. Combos the rolls on this last wave as he continues to stay busy doing work, leads the way. Here's a look at the replay one more time.
Again, this is Ian Campbell in the yellow jersey, and there it is, another look, full extended, perfectly landed, and kicks out. And here is Louis Finnegan, who is now wearing the red jersey. A little recap, but a clean ARS and pulls out ARS, air roll spin. And Ian Campbell dropping in on this right-hander. Another look at some of the ways that went down in this heat. Clean roll right there for Ian Campbell.
And here's one more look at Ian scrapping his way into this one. Flips it out and then is going to come off the bottom and combo with the roll. Those last two waves are the waves that have Ian in the lead as we work our way through this heat, and he's not done. Here's the bird's eye view as we get down to the 340 mark. Taking a look at that one, decides to let it roll through. It's kind of luck of the draw with these waves. These guys have been picking and choosing fairly wisely, as we've seen some waves reel off and stay open. We've seen others shut down like that previous one. And occasionally you just see a freight train barrel peel on down the line at a pretty steady pace, usually a little steadier than the speed of a bodyboarder.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely got to have some skills to be able to ride these waves. Look at that. Just a beautiful color, beautiful texture, nice and glassy. And yeah, the competitors are okay with competing in these conditions because even though it's 3, 4, 5 foot out here, this wave still packs a bunch, a lot of power still being driven towards the beach on these waves. So they're able to perform those big lip maneuvers still, even though we're in that smaller size range. Of course, every single bodyboarder in the competition wants the massive Itacoatiara that it can produce. But in this case, you know what? They're okay with the power delivered in these 3 to 4 foot waves.
Well, in the immortal words of Howley Reeves, who once went on record in Bodyboarding Magazine as saying such, if it barrels, ride it. And the quote I'm making reference to appeared in Bodyboarding Magazine years ago with a picture of him riding sandy beach and tucked snugly into a small little Sandy's barrel. Howley Reeves, an aerial innovator for the sport of bodyboarding back in the 80s and 90s. And you know what? That has always stuck in my head, especially on days like this. It may not be macking conditions, but there's still some barrels to be had. There's still some punchy bull sections, and these guys have been going to work out there and serving up the goods.
Clean barrels, lip maneuvers, all day long today here on the last day of the 2016 Itacoatiara Pro. I'm trying to pick up because I didn't know where you left off. But yeah, thank you for all tuning in. And I did post something. Who do you got in this heat? Ian Campbell or Louis Finnegan? I'm going to take a look now at that list.
And while Manny takes a quick look at that list, I'll take a quick look at the score line. 1:30 left on the clock. And it's Ian Campbell leading the way, still with a 7.0 and a 6.75. Here he is up and riding, driving down the line, looking for a section. Promptly kicks out. He will maintain the lead, but priority in the hands of Louis Finnegan. Louis still trying to put together a 7.26 score to overtake Ian Campbell. Time running down, 1 minute left on the clock.
Oh my, so we're coming down to the wire here with less than a minute. And again, just so you know, Ian Campbell is actually in the red jersey. Unfortunately, they walked away with this.
Ian's in the yellow jersey. Louis in the red jersey. Yeah, this has been a little confusing this heat. These guys mixed up jerseys before they hit the water, and so the judges have been scoring the colors accordingly, not concerned about the names.
Yes,
but for the viewers and for us in the booth, it's been a little confusing. But again, Ian Campbell is in yellow. Louis Finnegan is in red, and there you can see Louis paddling over and conceding the heat as the final seconds burn off the clock. And it's going to be Ian Campbell advancing to the semifinals.
So we do have a South African still in the event. The lone Australian, unfortunately, had a great run here at this event, but has not made it to the semis.
And while we get set to queue up the last quarterfinal, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Everybody, Manny V here with Steve Action Jackson, bringing you the live feed from the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. So far, so good on this last day of bodyboarding history going down. Jackson, where we're at?
Right now, we're getting set to queue up quarterfinal number 4, Amaury Laverne against Diego Cabrera.
Oh my!
And this is going to be a heavyweight battle out in the water. Amaury Laverne, 2-time event champion. This guy has an individual heat record in man-on-man competition at this event of 13 wins and 2 losses. Diego Cabrera has already broken his three-peat of equal ninths at this event, but you know both of these guys want to continue charging to the final. Here's a look at what we missed during the commercial break. Amaury driving down the line, huge invert.
What?
We're seeing this for the first time here in the booth. So Maz absolutely airing it out on that left-hander to get things started. Now Diego Cabrera out in the lineup and an 8.75 to get things started. So Amaury fires the first shot, and it's a big one, Manny.
Oh my goodness, Maz has absolutely lit this event on fire, this heat on fire. Diego Cabrera, he is on a roll though through this event, just going step by step. So I don't think that 8.75 ride for Maz is going to phase him one bit, but he does need Mother Nature on his side.
Wow, so an incredible start to this last quarterfinal. The winner of this heat will advance on to semifinal number 2, where they will face off with Ian Campbell. And you know what? The picture is coming into frame. The pieces of puzzle are falling into place, and we're starting to see who's going to go up against who. Here we have a Diego up and riding, flips it out, and you know what? Diego firing right back at Maz.
Wow, that is not going to be an 8-point ride, but that will be definitely a high-scoring wave right there for Diego. So, wow, amazing. Here we go.
Here's a look at Diego on his opening wave. Takes off on the right-hander. Comes off the bottom, flips it out. Good projection forward. Gets it around clean and will duck out. That will get him out of the momentary combo situation he finds himself in, as Amaury Laverne backed up his 8.75 with a 4.75. So Maz will look to build on his secondary score. Diego with a 6.50 answering back now needs a 7.01 to overtake Amaury as he looks for his second scoring wave. And I have a feeling that we're going to see this throughout the course of the heat. These two are just going to be exchanging heavy blows like a boxing match, Manny. You know, I'm at a loss for words at what we're seeing already. And just the thought of these guys picking up the pace and gaining momentum as they go along, because they're already dropping some pretty solid scores.
Yes, and the winner out of this heat will advance on to semifinal number 2, where they will face off with Ian Campbell, who made it out of that last heat against Louis Finnegan. So the schedule we have for today. After this heat, we're going straight into the semis, but first let's take another look at Diego Cabrera's big backflip right there. Well executed, perfect timing, throws his legs down to whip it around. So Diego Cabrera with a solid big 6.5 backflip to start off his run here in quarterfinal number 4. The winner, again, of this quarterfinal will go into the semifinal and face off the South African Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell will be waiting patiently and watching this heat to see who he will face off.
All right, and here you can see Diego in the lineup on the move, taking a look at this set rolling in. Don't know if he's going to give it a go, but right now, you're looking for that secondary score to keep pace with Amaury Laverne and keeping pace with our beach interviews. Wow. We're going to throw things down to Paula in a moment, but live action right now, staying with Diego Cabrera as he eyes up this left-hander. Here he is taking a quick look before pulling back. So we're going to send things down to Paula Simão. She's with the winner of the last quarterfinal.
Hi, everyone. We are here with Ian Campbell. Just won the last heat. How was, Ian?
Yeah, it was pretty tough out there. Going up against Louis, I mean, we stayed together most of the trip around the world. So, yeah, pretty tight, close knit group of friends that we have. And, yeah, it's always tough going up against those guys. And, you know, having them in a heat's never easy. And, yeah, just happy to make it through and into the semis.
That's good because you guys travel together, so got the same feeling, go to the same score, not the same score, but the same round, and now someone need to lose. So congratulations. See you to the semi-final. You're gonna say something to South Africa? Or?
Yeah, just thanks for all the support again. It's been incredible. Everyone tuning in, thanks for supporting the sport, and yeah, just super stoked to be back here in Brazil and finally into the first semi here. So pretty stoked to be advancing into the semi-finals.
That's it. Congratulations one more time. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Paula. Congratulations once again to Ian Campbell. And there you can see he switched back into the correct jersey assignment for the interview. So making things interesting here at the Itacoatiara Pro. A little switcho-changeo with the jersey assignments.
Yeah, but everything's taken care of now, and we know that Ian Campbell did advance on. Now out in the water, we're waiting for Amaury Laverne and Diego Cabrera finish off this heat to see who will Ian Campbell face off in semifinal number 2. We already have semifinal number 1 ready to rock, which will be coming up after this heat.
Yeah, and semifinal number 1 is going to be another heavy hitter. Meanwhile, trying to hit back out in the water, Diego Cabrera on his second wave. Not much to work with there. He promptly kicks out. So again, just looking ahead at our semifinal matchup. Semifinal number 1 will be Dave Hubbard against Dino Carmo. And Ian Campbell has already punched his ticket to the semis. Now we're just waiting on the winner of Amaury Laverne versus Diego Cabrera to round out our semis field. And you know what? Right now, back out in the water, 16 minutes left on the clock. Diego Cabrera continues to hunt for a secondary score.
Amaury Laverne, that 8.7 ride to start off his campaign here in quarterfinal number 4 is going to be haunting Diego Cabrera for the next 15 minutes. But he is no stranger to the pressures. But here he is, making his... taking a look down this wave. He is paddling in. This will be his second highest scoring wave for sure. Clean bottom turn, another ARS right there. Lands perfectly. Diego finds another section right there and pulls a road. That is definitely going to be in that 7-point range, if not more. So Diego, he knows he's still hungry, and he knows what needs to be done to beat out the former multiple world champion, Omri Laverne. So stepping into the hot seat right now is the one and only the CEO of the APB World Bodyboarding Tour, Alex Leon. Alex, how's it going up there?
Yeah, g'day, Manny. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's been quite busy, and we got some good action today. Here's a replay of Moz's nice flip there. The Machine, Moz the Machine from Reunion Island, currently living in Canaries.
And currently expecting a child.
Yeah, his second child. Yeah, it's been good, Manny. I mean, besides the weather, we've had on and off storms and stuff the last couple of days, but yeah, it's been good. And, you know, we're blessed with waves here, so that's always a bonus. Nice smooth flip there from Diego.
He was able to come into the inside right there and find another section where he pulls off a roll right there. Almost a scary landing, but is still able to pull it off. So Diego Cabrera, a solid wave right there for Diego. 13 minutes, 55 seconds. So how difficult is it to make the call in the morning to say, yes, let's do this? Or, I mean, you have to look at the forecast. You have to talk to the judges, and some of the riders also have a little say in the call. But how crucial is it to say, yes, let's do this, or no, hold off?
Oh, yeah, it's yeah, it is pretty hectic sometimes. It's good when when you know you've got a solid forecast. I mean, here wasn't too bad because you can read the swells here a fair way out, and we could see that from tomorrow onwards to the rest of the period was quite small. So we wanted to finish today in the best conditions that were on offer. Yesterday were the second best day of the whole waiting period, and the day that we ran round 1 and 2 was probably the best day when we were down at Pompo. And lucky enough that fell in our hands because we were able to give the top guys the best waves and the trialists the second best waves. So, and that's the way it is in the Grand Slam format. But I mean, it is kind of difficult too because here you get storms that just come out of nowhere. And I mean, today was predicted to be a sunny, nice day, and we woke up and it was pissing down rain.
Yeah.
And we wasn't expected on the forecast. And then that also plays with the wind as well, plays a little havoc on the face. So we had to make a call early and just run with it. And look, the sun's come out. We're pretty stoked, and the wind's backed off. And yeah, you can see the clouds over there because we're right below those mountains, and they attract all the clouds. So they bring a lot of rain, a lot of wind and stuff. When you might have, you know, forecasters say it's just going to be a nice sunny day, and then bang, you wake up and you've got this. So who knows?
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to have some of the rains come in, stop, the waves get super glassy, light offshore winds, and then the rainbows show up as well. Diego Cabrera out the back, big backflip right there, pulls it off, looking for an 8-point ride or to better his 7.5 or 6.0. Almost a replay of his last wave, but this is much cleaner, much smoother for Diego Cabrera, so that was pretty solid. He's opting to come out and run down the beach to where the more prominent peaks are located, so he's going to lose energy, but not any points. But look at this one more time.
Yeah, times that nice. He had that little flutter section there. Nice, smooth finish.
Perfect.
I can see Diego's pumped. Watch him when he finishes this move. Watch him, his face here. He's pumped.
Yes. So
Yes.
Diego Cabrera deciding to run all the way down the beach, but look at that. Wow. 8.25 for Diego Cabrera. As we mentioned, his last wave almost exactly the same at a 7.5, but this last wave cleaner, smoother, and much more in control than his previous wave. So now Amaury Laverne looking for a 7.01. We've been having insane action all day long.
Yeah, you can see how this bank's really flat too. You can see it runs actually for about 200 metres down the beach, and it's basically it's all a gamble here in this event because the swell comes in different peaks and breaks on the same bank. The sand is actually the same shelf all the way along, and so you'll see it'll wedge off the wall and create these peaks. See those walls that go into the ocean? So it's sort of a gamble wherever you sit. There you see Diego, nice rotation. Good landing, legs up. And just finishes off with a roll at the end of that one. Put him into the lead. And Diego's so pumped too. He's yesterday I saw him after he beat Etta, and I've never seen him so pumped, and he's so focused on this event. He hasn't been talking to any athletes either. He's been keeping to himself. And when he got through the quarterfinal, he went up to Moz and shook his hand and said, "I've been waiting for this for years." And Moz was like, "Whoa, okay." So there is a bit of tension out there. It's competitive tension. And yesterday when he beat Diego, when Diego beat Etta yesterday, he goes, "I've just knocked the best Brazilian out of this contest."
Oh my God!
And I was like, "Oh, okay, you are pumped."
No, he's very, very focused. They're trying to talk to each other, but Moz playing a little bit of head games. Wonder what they're talking about right now, or Moz probably just asking, "What did he say?" Moz with priority. Look at this set rolling in. Is this going to be a 7.0 ride wave? Moz up and riding. Look at this left-hander. Not much shaping up right here until down the line. And there it is, a big ARS. Perfectly executed. Can he come out in front of it?
He's pulled it.
He's got in front of it, and he's pulled that maneuver off. Answering back on a wave of his own. Diego Cabrera off the bottom, finds a nice little pocket ride. Can he come out? Oh, and he comes out. He's not done yet. Look at this. A big roll right there. Diego Cabrera answering back. Look at that. Are you kidding me right now? Omri Laverne thought he had it with a solid big ARS. Then Diego Cabrera threading the needle and coming out of that long barrel ride. Oh, my. This has been the action we've been seeing all day long today. Look at this wave exchange.
This is what I want to see. The front view of Moz's flip, because this is quite technical off the closeout.
Wow.
Nice big flip. Look, I don't know. They are awarding barrels higher in this event because obviously the lack of barrels here. Let's see what Diego, similar, actually cleaner wave than Moz's. So tucks in there. He's not too deep. He starts to get deep. There he's deep.
Oh, and look at clean exit.
Yeah, clean exit. Finish. High roll. That's going to be a high score.
Oh my goodness.
That's gonna I think edge out Moz again. And a 9.5. Diego.
You saw his reaction right there. He is pumped. A 9.5, almost a perfect score. Of course, if the wave was a little bigger, definitely in the 10-point range. But wow,
what an incredible quarterfinal, Manny. This is exciting stuff.
8.75 for Moz. Or actually a 7.4 on Moz's last wave, but incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in from all over the world. We do have your entrance into the commentators booth by way of the APB Tour Facebook page. So make sure you go there and see the comment or see the post that we're putting up. And I did put up something earlier. Are you going for Moz or are you going for Diego? Who do you got your money on? So far, I've only got 7 comments. I want to see more. Head over to APB Tour Facebook page.
Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in too around the world. We're hoping to, obviously bring you the best coverage as possible. And, we've got that new score system. Thanks to Board Score, the guys down there at U-Riding creating all that for us, Mike Jagged and the fellas. So hopefully that's obviously a better visual experience for you guys too. And feel free to jump on the U-Riding game as well and support us and support the tour and support the athletes. And also we've got the merchandise too, apbtour.store, all the merchandise. We've got more. We've got athlete shirts and hats coming out too, their own personalised signatory series as well. There's a replay of Moz's nice closeout flip. That was good.
Yeah, that was pretty solid right there. And that, I thought, was going to bring Moz up ahead and past Diego. But then Diego, on the next wave, answers back with this deep barrel ride. I thought it was going to shut down, but it stayed open for him. And he ended that wave with a nice clean roll, projected and extended. Diego Cabrera answered back with a 9.5. So Diego looking very strong. Look at those scores, some of the highest scores so far today here in the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. Diego Cabrera. Woo!
Yeah, you could see that first wave that Moz got actually had the gurgle on the bank, and it kind of had a few steps in it then all the water from Amari's wave cleaned it up for Diego, and you could see the clean face on Diego's barrel. And that's the sort of thing you've got to be aware about here too. Like the first wave of these sets are gurgling up onto the sandbar, and there's actually go under sea level a little bit. You can see where Moz hit that one and did that flip, it kind of had a few little steps in it, and obviously his wave cleaned it up for Diego, and Diego came away the victor then on that set. And right now, Moz is chasing 9.01 to take the lead here over Diego with about 5 minutes remaining. So it's going to be a hectic last 5 minutes.
Yeah, 9-point ride, definitely obtainable from Omri Laverne, but will definitely have a chance if that wave does come through. Here we go, Diego Cabrera, nice clean barrel. Can he come out of this one? He does come out, and he punches through a lip with another roll. Diego Cabrera cannot pull off the roll on that one, but again, he is finding the barrels.
Yeah, he's sort of leaving his run really late in this event. I mean, yesterday we saw in the round 4 quarterfinal, round 4, there's the replay there of Diego just pulling in. Nice little cover up there and just shuts down too quick for him. But yesterday, I mean, he got one wave in that round 4 heat in that 3-man elimination, and you know, he was sort of slow edging out his competitors throughout this event, but not really standing out until obviously today he's just come out of nowhere and just started blowing doors. And you know, he's that pumped, and he's left saving all his energy to the last minute, and he's focused. And I don't know what he said to Moz earlier, you know, that he's pumped, he's been waiting for this matchup. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who comes away the victor here. There's Diego's first flip, the right-hander. Now we see Diego's left barrel to roll, I'm pretty sure. Yep, this is the second flip. So that's his second scoring wave, this flip to roll.
All right, back in the booth here with Alex Leon watching the heat recap, and this has been one heck of a heat. Did not disappoint. We had big expectations, and we've seen big maneuvers like this. There you see the big air roll spin, and then here again, Diego Cabrera. And this was his flip on the left-hander. Diego and Omri have both gone to town in this heat.
Yeah, and they're finishing off with a roll. And look, that obviously was the better score over Maury's first wave, the invert. And this was his flip off that recent set just then. So Moz has got that flip and the invert at the start, first wave ridden. Plus, and Diego's got this barrel. It gave him the 9.5 barrel, clean exit, come flying out with a extended roll there. So nice from Diego. So Diego's got that and the flip on that left, which has edged him in the front with a total of 17.75. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining. Priority sits with Diego, so he's going to sit there behind Moz, and he's going to play the priority game now and try and block him off as much as he can.
And just a quick rundown of the score line right now as we approach the 2-minute mark. Diego Cabrera in the lead with a 9.50 and an 8.25. Combined heat total of 17.75, one of the biggest heat totals of the event. He's followed by Omri Laverne, who has an 8.75 and a 7.40. He needs to dial up a 9.01 or bigger if he's going to overtake Diego in the closing minutes. Meanwhile, there you can see our competitors getting ready to hit the water for semifinal number 1. We're just mowing through our schedule today.
Yeah, we are, and we're setting up for a good finale this afternoon. We're going to go, we've got the junior final coming up after the semis of the men's, and then we'll have the men's podium final into the women's final as well with man on man, woman on woman. Obviously, it's going to be Nicole Calleiros from Brazil taking on Ayaka Suzuki from Japan in the final for the women's, and then we're going to head into the men's. And geez, at the moment, I don't know, it's going to be a tight one, but one of these guys might end up in the final, Diego or Moz.
Yeah, so we continue to work through the remainder of this heat. About a minute left on the board. And there you can see, as Alex was alluding to, Diego with priority, sitting pretty close to Amari, keeping tabs on him, making sure that Moz doesn't go anywhere in these closing seconds. He just needs to be careful not to get hit with an interference for trailing. We saw that yesterday. We saw a warning issued for tracking out in the lineup. So Diego wants to play it close, but not too close.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you can't change your direction more than 3 times. You'll get a warning if you do that. And then one more change of direction to follow and tag, you'll be penalised. And that's a pretty severe interference. And if he does get caught, Moz will win this. But Diego had a warning yesterday and spoke to Chico, head judge, so he's all over it. He knows he's not going to change the direction after he gets that warning.
And counting down the final seconds, Diego actually sees a set rolling in on the outside. Cruising the lineup, looking to take this one. And it's going to be after the horn, but Diego Cabrera is going to hold off Amory Laverne. Oh.
And nice flip there for Diego. Not sure whether that was on the hooter or not. But he is pumped. Look at him.
Yeah, either way, I don't think it's going to matter much. He already had the high score and the lead, and you can see he is stoked. We had discussed he had had 3 equal ninths in a row coming into this year, and now he is through to the semifinals. This is a big step forward for Diego Cabrera.
Okay, and yeah, we're going to throw to a few commercials, pay the bills, and we'll be back with semi-final number 1, David Hubbard versus Dino Carmo. We'll be back shortly.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, 2, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Welcome back to day 6 of competition here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. It is finals day, and we are already into semifinal number 1.
History is being made today, and it is because of the likes of these two riders as well. David Hubbard going head-to-head with Dino Carmo, who has been on fire. Dave Hubbard has been just chipping away, getting closer and closer to possibly his first Itacoatiara win. But also, Dino Carmo, he's been on fire.
Well, it's interesting, Manny, because you talk about these guys working their way towards their first win. This is Dino Carmo's furthest venture, his first real venture into this event. And here he is in semifinal number 1. And for Dave, it's only his second year competing here at this event. And he's into the semifinals as well. So some new names, some new faces getting into the business end of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Yeah, I mean, the door has been left wide open for the likes of Jeff Hubbard and PLC not being here. But look at this, Dino Carmo up and riding. Nice clean roll it looked like, but he did not pull it off, or did he? Looks like the whitewash is just blurring out the entire monitor. And there he is, Dino Carmo. Unfortunately, could not pull it off. That was the first wave ridden of the heat, so we didn't miss anything from that short commercial break. So Dino Carmo has that first wave under his belt. Nice to get that out of the way. But now David Hubbard, Dino Carmo, semifinal number 1. This is a 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 waves will give you a total points. The one with the most points will go into the grand final. second place into the podium final, where third and fourth will be determined.
And you know what, Manny? No matter what goes down from this point forward, we'll have a new event champion crowned at the end of the day. But right now, we're going to throw things down to Palace Amount. She's with a very animated Diego Cabrera.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Here is Diego Cabrera that just won these heats and going straight to the semifinal. So, Diego, it was pretty hard because Amaury is really good rider as well. So, what's the difficult there?
It's a special day for me. Beat Amaury, such a fighter, such a good rider, such a machine. He's a Superman. But we have a battle. We have a battle like many years ago. He beat me in Pipeline in the final. So I have been waiting for this moment for a while. So I'm so stoked now.
Now he's really strong because he got this. I think this moment is really important for you. So congratulations, Diego. And I see you. We're gonna say something to him. He's just straight away here.
Oh yeah, I just talked what I had to talk with him in the beach. So now it's all forgot. Now I have to think in the next.
Sure, you guys are friends as well. So anyway, so congratulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone, home sponsors. Harry, you keep going, buddy.
See you in the semifinal. Congratulations. Parabéns. Back to you guys.
Wow.
So there you have it, Diego Cabrera. When he got out of the water, he was super pumped. And then, like he said right there, it's already passed. He's on to the next heat.
Yeah, it looked like Dave Hubbard on the inside, the bottom of his screen. We'll get a replay of that wave. But, yeah, Diego Cabrera, super focused. I haven't seen him this focused in, oh man, a very, very long time. So it's great to see him ready to charge. And I would not put it past him to possibly win this heat. I mean, win this event with that kind of consistency and that kind of proudness. Here we go. Dino Carmel's another one who's hungry.
Driving down the line, eyeing up the section, throws out the RS. Kind of hit it a little off the mark and unfortunately came down awkward. The lip caught him, and there you see, unable to complete the maneuver, pops up and fishes for his board. He's already on the way back to the lineup.
Dino Carmel has been on a very strong streak right now. Hopefully this isn't the end of that run. He's been very consistent, and here we go, Dino Carmel.
And meanwhile, we actually have Palace Amount once again. She's with Amaury Laverne right now. Take it away.
Hi guys, we are here with Amaury. I think this was one of the best hits from the contest. So Amaury, he took one, and after Diego take another one and getting like that, they both surf really good. So what are you gonna say about this?
I feel really good. You know, as I was saying, it's good to have some hit like that. I mean, I knew I was against Diego, and for me, he's one of the top riders today. You know, he's like a genius. You know, like surfing so well, and we used to surf a lot together in the Canaries. I know his potential. And yeah, it was a bit stressful on this heat, but we had some good waves, had some good expression in the water. I mean, it's the best when the guys get a good wave and I get a good wave after that. I mean, this is bodyboarding, you know, and this is why I like competing, you know. So I'm really happy for him, sincerely happy for him. A bit sad for me, especially because I'm not going to be in Chile this year with my baby coming. But it's all good to me. I'm going to watch now the semi-final, and it's inspiration watching this guy ripping.
Diego said that a few years ago, you guys, he was waiting for this moment because it was a battle from, I think, a few years ago, like you won him. So what are you going to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's true when someone beats you, sometimes it stays in your mind for many years, you know, and you're waiting for this moment to have your revenge, you know. So this morning, Diego told me, man, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I remember, I'm like, it's true, yeah, I beat him a few years ago. And so I think it's even better for him and good for his mind to beat me today, you know. Nobody is unbeatable in bodyboarding, you know. It's even if you are the best, the waves may be not coming for you or the other guy surfing better, so which is good in our sport. I love it.
Yeah, this is bodyboard anyway. So who do you think is going to win this contest?
I'm for Diego. He's really focused since we're here. This is one of the first time I see him that focused, you know, surfing so well. He's going to be against Jan now, so that's going to be a really good battle because Jan is already really fit, you know, and looks in shape for this year. But I definitely put my money on Diego.
That's it. Everybody can come to the beach to see the final, and we hope that good luck to Diego and the rest of the boys too. Thank you, Amaury. Congratulations one more time.
Okay, thank you very much, and to all the people in Réunion, Canaries, France, and I will see you later in the European leg in September. And good luck to all the competitors in Chile. See you guys.
See you guys. Back to you guys. Congratulations one more time. Parabéns, Amaury.
All right, thank you, Paula. And wow, that was really insightful hearing from Amaury Laverne there. Hearing him endorse Diego as the person he thinks is going to win that event, that says a lot, Manny V.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he pretty much nailed it all across the entire board. And, yeah, I mean, Diego's been on a very focused demeanor here that a lot of us haven't seen in a long time. David Hubbard, live action.
Flips it.
Nice, clean maneuver right there and pulls it around. So a little slower action here in semifinal number 1, but still the riders are not holding back and still performing some lip maneuvers. Here's another look at David Hubbard.
Dave dropping in, sets his line, pumping for speed, hits the flip off of that section, and will promptly duck out. So a quick look at the replay there. Dave currently in the lead with a 5.50 and a 4.0, leads the way over Dino Carmo. Meanwhile, here we have Ian Campbell getting ready for semifinal number 2, and this time making sure he gets the correct jersey assignment.
And just to be clear, it was not a very experienced and incredible beach marshal who was down passing out the jerseys. He was handed the heat draw from yesterday.
Yeah, he was given the wrong sheet, so as a result, a little mix-up in the jersey assignments. But you know what? Everything all squared away. It's all good. No harm, no foul. And Ian Campbell will be coming up in semifinal number 2. And he'll be going up against the winner of this heat.
So semifinal.
Or rather, not the winner of this heat, but he'll be going up against Diego Cabrera.
There we go. David Hubbard in our foreground, just streaking across and nice clean roll right there. So quick hands right there from our production team to make sure we didn't miss that action all the way to the inside. So Dub keeping busy, getting some mid-range scores right now, as the conditions here have been incredible all day long. Look at this. Dub on the inside, following a nice clean pocket ride, and goes for a lip maneuver right there, an extended roll maneuver at the very end of that. So not a bad wave to get a 5.5 for that wave for David Hubbard. Dino Carmo has yet to catch a wave, or catch a solid wave. He does have 2 smaller scoring waves, but APB Tour Facebook page. We haven't done any shout outs in a while, so let's get a few under our belt. So go to APB Tour, Facebook. Just tell me where you're tuning in from. Dino Carmo, turning around. No, pulls back.
All right, 13:30 left on the clock, and while Manny hits up the social media side of things and waits for some responses, here we see with priority Dino Carmo lurking in the lineup, waiting for his next chance to pounce, trying to overtake Dave Hubbard. Both of these guys are sitting on some smaller scores. Dave with a couple of mid-range scores. Dino Carmo sitting on a pair of 1.50s thus far. So a little quieter this heat from what we saw last heat. The last heat, fireworks filled between Amaury Laverne and Diego Cabrera. And we're seeing the ocean kind of do this, almost alternating. We'll get a quieter heat and then have one be very active. Here we go, getting active on this one. Dino Carmo rolls it out. And we'll see if he makes it through the whitewater explosion. Yes, he does ride through as he comes up onto the beach. So Dino with his best wave of the heat so far, trying to chip away at that 8.51 requirement needed to overtake the heat leader, Dave Hubbard. And I was mentioning it before we went to interview and had a few waves ridden, but as the chips have fallen and we get into the semifinals, looking at the 4 names remaining, we are going to have a new men's champion here at Itacoatiara this year. So something to keep an eye on. Who's it going to be? Dub, Dino Carmo, Ian Campbell, or Diego Cabrera will be one step closer to figuring it out at the end of this heat. As there you can see Dino in the replay continuing to do work. He got a 4.30 for that wave. Now looking for a 5.71 in an effort to catch Dave Hubbard.
And we're very close to seeing who will get that one step closer to be into the final. The winners of these two semifinals will go face off head-to-head in the grand final. Second place in the semifinals, they're going to face off in the podium final, and that's when we're going to determine, or they're going to determine, who will be third and fourth place in the event overall. So the grand final and podium final, another incredible addition to the 2017 APB Bodyboarding World Tour. Dino Carmo waving his hand.
Looking for a situation update out in the water. May look for a time check or his latest score or what he needs to overtake Dave Hubbard. There's a lot of important pieces of information these riders are always looking for out in the lineup during their heat. Time, scores, and score needed are three of those pieces of information. And then, of course, keeping an eye on your fellow competitor and getting your own personal end of business handled. You know, key factors in being able to be a proficient competitor out in the water. There you can see Dino Carmo waiting an update, and we can hear Jacare, our beach announcer, giving him that update. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of a paddle battle. Ooh. Dave's going to give up priority on that one, as both of those guys made a concerted effort to take that wave, and both opted to pull back. So situation change, priority handed over to Dino Carmo, who's on the hunt for 571. Meanwhile, Dave up and riding now, so it doesn't really make all that much a difference, but he does kick out and not a lot to work with on that one. So Dave trying to stay busy and build his scores. Dino Carmo trying to play catch up. 10 minutes left on the clock to do so.
So we do have waves coming in now, trying to get a little bit more active out here. Both riders taking a look and using that priority system to their advantage, as Dino Carmo baiting Dave Hubbard into that first wave and giving the priority to Dino. So now Dino Carmo has priority. Dave Hubbard with second priority. Quick shout outs going down to the first few people who commented. Patrick is watching, has been watching every single day of the comp from Western Australia. Thanks, Patrick. Dwayne in Kabul hoping for a Dub Campbell final, but not unless Dino Carmo. Nice clean ARS, pulls it off cleanly. So Dino, the Portuguese, is stoked on that maneuver. Definitely will be his highest score of the semifinal heat number one for sure.
Again, he was only looking for a 5.71 as a score to overtake Dub, and here we have the replay. Throws out the flip, comes around in the whitewater explosion, and he's stoked on that. You got to love Dino Carmo. He has an infectious smile. You can see his smile from the beach, or in this case, from the water's edge.
One thing that is going to be very interesting is the mannerisms these riders have with each other. Dino can speak English, but not very well. Dave can speak Portuguese, but not very well. Will they be talking to each other out there, or is it just game on?
You know what? I think at this point, semifinals coming down to the serious end of business here. I think these guys are going to be pretty focused on what they're doing and what they need to get done. So I think they're going to be pretty introspective with what's going on out in the water and not worried about conversing all that much.
Mark Wright in South Australia tuning in, going for Dub all the way. Saxon in Dubai, but he's from Australia tuning in. Alika is tuned in from Hawaii. We have Ishmael from Morocco. Wow, Ishmael's been watching every single day, all day as well. So thanks for tuning in, brother. In Cape Town, we have Andrew. Adrian is in WA. Richie Marshall is in Newcastle, Australia. I'm sure there's quite a handful of bodyboarders watching from Newcastle. Rodrigo is in Mexico. Buenos dias, amigo. We Bodyboard is watching from Gran Canaria. Dino Carmo taking a look at this one.
Dino kicks into this, driving down the line, looking for some speed, throws out the air roll spin, and just got blasted landing, so he will collect his board, head back to the lineup, but he did take the lead on that last wave, a 5.75 to go with his 4.30, puts him in the lead with just over 7 minutes remaining. Now Dave Hubbard looking to play catch-up and reclaim that top spot from the rider from Portugal.
Wow, this heat is just flying by. Nainoa is tuned in from Newport Beach. What's up, brother? Sam and Kauai. Franklin underground in Long Beach, New York. What's up, brother? Luke is tuned in from K-Town, South Africa. Dub spotting something on the outside. Ryan in landlocked Ohio. What? Allen again tuning in from NYC via Barbados.
One more time on the replay, we take a look at Dino Carmo throwing out the air roll spin. Unfortunately, came down under the lip, and the lip came down on top of him.
Ouch.
And yeah, so he will try to back up his secondary score, looking to replace a 4.30 on his next wave. Meanwhile, Dave Hubbard with priority sitting in second, only needs a 4.56 to reclaim the lead from Dino Carmo. I'm pretty sure these guys aren't done going back and forth just yet. And here we see Dave using priority, grabs his left-hander, driving down the line, throws a big looping roll off of that closeout section, and then ducks out off of the bounce. Always got to love the stylish bounce and duck.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't much for Dave to do right here, and he took the conservative roll and pulled that off perfectly, landing very soft and rode it out and kicked out of there. So Dub trying to get rid of those two low-scoring waves, and that did it right there. 5.75, I believe. No, sorry. His score has yet to drop. And there it is, a 5.25. A very low-scoring heat, but, I mean, if the sets roll in and these riders get on it, that's going to change in an instant. So Dino now on the hunt for a 5 in the last 5 minutes remaining here in semifinal number 1.
So fives are wild right now. Dave Hubbard with a 5.5, a 5.25. Dino Carmo on the hunt for a 5.01 with 5:04 left on the clock. And that's a little bit of a tongue twister there, Manny.
Dino Carmo, he's been on a roll. Can he keep that moving? Dub, just very consistent, most consistent bodyboarder on the tour, in my opinion. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Wow, we've seen some incredible action all day. We've seen some upsets. We see the big names get knocked out very early in the competition. I'm still thinking back of some of the big names that have fallen out back in round number 5. Tristan Roberts, the Dub showdown was incredible. And Antonio Cardoso, Jared Houston, that was pretty awesome. But Dino Carmo, that was pretty insane where he took out Jared Houston. Here we go.
Dave Hubbard up and riding, looking to better his scoreline. Throws the bank reverse off the end section, but can't complete it as he went vertical on that bank reverse approach and just could not swing it around. Meanwhile, swinging around and taking this wave. Dino Carmo with a barrel, punches the roll through the end section, and wow.
Oh, Dino Carmo is on a roll. A Dino Carmo, Diego Cabrera final can be possible, but you know what? These guys are going to lay it out. There's 4 possibilities about to happen for the final. Dino Carmo, very focused, enough speed to punch through that, and is able to roll through that and land that roll perfectly. So Dino Carmo, that is definitely going to pull him way ahead.
And you can see him digging deep, trying to get back out to the lineup as quickly as possible. He knows Dave is going to be looking to answer back. A 7.50 on that last wave for Dino Carmo. Now Dave Hubbard needs a 7.76.
Look at the Portuguese crew right there. Antonio Cardoso getting surrounded by some of the Brazilians that are in town. Joao Zeke, I saw him down there. And Jackson, you all right? The excitement getting to you, brother? we're losing Jackson. Hold on, brother. We still got a few more heats. Here's Dub on his last wave right here on the inside. As you can see, he was trying to go for a bit. Actually, they got this down the beach, so nice clean maneuver, but answering back with this right here, a clean cover-up. I'm sorry, this was a heat recap. I'm not wearing the earpiece, Jackson. Give me a heads up. So we are going through a quick little heat recap of what went down. Nice clean roll for Dub, perfect landing, nice and smooth. And then add Dino Carmo with a solid run right here. Nice clean cover up. The wave just stayed open. Instead of pinching, he was able to come out and enough speed just crank off the bottom and come out through the lip and in front of the wave. So great maneuvering right there from Dino Carmo. He's stoked.
And that brings us up to date with where we stand right now in the heat. Dino Carmo leads the way. Dave Hubbard, he's trying to piece together a 7.76 ride with less than 2 minutes remaining. So we'll see how it shakes out with the time left in this heat. But right now, Dino Carmo with the advantage, but Dave Hubbard with priority. May get one last opportunity to strike as long as Mother Nature sends something through. Right now, both of these guys sitting out in the lineup playing the waiting game.
Look how close they're sitting together. Priority now is that one piece of strategy left in Dave Hubbard's pocket. He has priority, looking for a 7.76. Dino Carmo, he has second priority, but he's in the lead. So Dino's going to stick with him. And as Alex Leon, the CEO, has mentioned earlier, if you switch directions 3 times and you follow for 3 times with priority, you will be deemed, or without priority, you will be deemed interference.
Actually, he was saying 3 times warning, 4th time interference, and that would basically cut your secondary score in half and could potentially eliminate you from advancing.
All right, I stand corrected, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, less than 1 minute to go. Wow, Mother Nature has just taken a nap. And wow, Dino Carmo, is he going to be moving on to the finals? Can he hold off Dave Hubbard or Mother Nature? Will Mother Nature deliver? You know what? We've seen this happen before. Dave Hubbard can possibly pull off a 7.76 if that wave comes through. 20 seconds remaining. Are we seeing another big name getting knocked out of the event all the way? Well, no, we're still going to see Dave in the podium final if he ends up in second. It's not over yet. 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at the reaction. Dino Carmo,
wow.
Keep your eye on him. Oh my, look at Dino Carmo. He's made it to the final here in the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. And David Hubbard always ends his heats with a nice DK action. But look at Dino from Praia del Norte, Nazaré, Portugal. Dino Carmo makes it into the final here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Unbelievable. And there you can see the European crew down on the beach. Everybody happy for Dino. Dino is pumped right now. Here
Look at that smile.
Smile from ear to ear like a Cheshire cat. And he's going to come in, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people looking to congratulate him on his performance. We'll be back with more right after this. All right, and we're back here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. And you know what? It's just getting crazier by the heat, Manny Vargas. That last heat was unbelievable. Dino Carmo taking out Dave Hubbard. And you could see by his expression out in the water, he was pumped.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just some flow over from, I believe, that last quarterfinal where Diego absolutely has been in a very focused, very in-tune competitor. So Diego and Ian Campbell, semifinal number 2.
Wow. So, you know what? This is going to be a real interesting heat. Are we going to see the rider from Portugal against the South African in the final, or will it be an all-European event? Here we have a look at Diego Cabrera getting things started while we're away commercial break.
All right, Diego, you saw there's already been a wave caught in semifinal number 2. Diego Cabrera starting the campaign. And again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. We know a lot of South Africans and Europeans are tuned in, and especially Portugal. You have your very own first finalists in Itacoatiara Pro. Diego Cabrera out in the water. There's a nice solid start right there for Diego.
A pair of rolls on that opening wave, a 6.0 to start. Now waiting for Ian Campbell to get on the scoreboard. Ian has priority, waiting for his opportunity to answer back. But Diego, I mean, we've been talking about throughout the course of the day, he's looking very intense, very fierce out in the water. And even during his interviews, he's very, he's got blinders on. He's got all eyes on that final. And you know what? He answers the questions, and then he's off before we're even done with the interview. And like he said after the last heat win, that's in the past. I'm already moving on to the next heat.
Nice. So Diego Cabrera, very focused. He's got Ian Campbell has to deal with that now. Ian Campbell, obviously, on a different peak out here at Itacoatiara. So far, this day has been intense, and especially, we got that 3, 4, 5 foot range waves, but still some intense action going down. Because I think the amount of power these waves at this size have it's still bodyboarding at its finest. I mean, you're still getting that raw power from the wave where the riders can actually harness and project these big air maneuvers and actually get slotted and barrel at the same time.
All right, so still in the early goings here in this 25-minute semifinal. Semi number 2, Diego Cabrera scoring first, getting on the board with a 6.0. Now taking a look at this wave, decides to let it roll through. Still waiting to hear from Ian Campbell on his first venture into this heat. And one of these riders will be going to the podium final, or going to the grand final. The second place finisher will go to the podium final. So, we're going to figure out the full picture of who's going to make the final after about 20 minutes or so. Right now, Diego trying to punch his ticket to a final berth here at the Itacoatiara Pro for the first time.
Diego on a nice, clean, sizable wave right there. Goes for an invert on the very shallow sandbar right there and pulls it off, throwing a little bit of variety here in the semifinal. So not a bad start for Diego with 2 solid scores right off the bat, and loses his footing as he runs back out into the water, and he loses it again and decides to just dive under the water. But look how much power is just dragging both him and his board towards the sand. But here's another look. Watch how he maintains his speed, and then right here, nice clean bottom turn straight up through the lip and goes for an invert right there. Doesn't get projected up, but more out towards the beach, and pulls it off perfectly. So another solid score for Diego, a 6.0. Ian Campbell has yet to catch a wave. And you see that word combo. And essentially, Diego getting cleaned up, paddling out. But Ian Campbell just getting drilled right now on the way. I mean, Diego getting drilled. Ian Campbell, combination, which means he just needs 2 new waves to even contend with Diego Cabrera. Right now, Diego looking very, very solid. Jackson, we have more action underway. What's the schedule for the rest of the day after this semifinal number 2?
All right, coming up after the men's semifinals, we're going to kick into the junior final. Then we'll go back to men's for the podium final, shift gears once more and go into the women's final before ending the day and the schedule of competition with the men's grand final.
Sweet, here we go. Ian Campbell, the South African, the only South African left in this event, going for a reverse. Not much speed, and he kind of knew that he wasn't going to make that successfully, so he bailed out last second. So Ian Campbell, 18 minutes remaining, ton of time for him to make his march into getting into a competition right now with Diego, but right now it still hasn't begun for Ian Campbell.
Yeah, right now his first task at hand is to get out of combination situation. So he needs to start by putting 1 decent score on the board, and then he can worry about a follow-up score. But right now, as you mentioned, Diego Cabrera coming out strong out the gate. 6.50 and a 6.0 has him in the lead and has Ian Campbell on his heels a little bit. But still 18 minutes left in this heat, wide open still. 2 waves in 18 minutes. It doesn't take much to put together a couple of solid scores. It's just a matter of Mother Nature serving up the goods.
And that's the difficult part about these events, where you're at the mercy of Mother Nature. But luck definitely is a big part of it, but also to be able to catch that wave if it comes to you and perform these radical maneuvers and pull them off perfectly, that's another thing. And that's where these riders are, they're all capable of doing that. So that's why it gets super intense. You bring in the luck factor, and hopefully some of these better waves come towards you. And I think a lot of the riders, what they do before going out in their heat, they sit and watch the ocean and try to figure out if there's a pattern. What time do the big waves come in? Where do the big waves break? Where's the perfect wave coming in? And a lot of these riders that you can see them visualizing minutes, maybe even half hour to an hour before their heat, looking at the ocean.
All right, so just under 17 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same out in the lineup. Diego Cabrera with the 6.5 and 6.0 to his name. Has a firm grasp on the lead right now. Ian Campbell with a 1.50, looking for a second wave, sitting in combination situation, and he's got some work to do. Still plenty of time on the clock, but there you can see Ian with priority, waiting out the back, patiently biding his time for an opportunity to strike back and make up some ground between himself and Diego Cabrera. And here he is taking a look at this set wave rolling in. Ian scratching pretty hard to get into this one, and here he is on the left-hander, Manny V.
He got into it, got over that ledge. Now what can he find on this wave? Has a ton of speed. Here comes the section. Goes for a big backflip right there, and he will pull it off. That's what he needed to start his run here in semifinal number 2. Wow, he landed that wave, and it was easily 3, maybe 2 feet deep right there. If he was off just a little bit, he probably could have got road rash on his forehead.
Fortunately, he's wearing a wetsuit, a little extra rubber padding, so if in case he does bounce off the bottom, he's got a little extra cushion.
So we're coming down to the wire here in today's action. Here's another look at Ian Campbell.
Yeah, Ian pumping, driving for speed. Knew he wasn't going to get the barrel section, so eyes up that end section, flips it out, and like you said, I don't even know if there was a foot of water there, Manny Vargas, because he came up on the beach really quick. But still, Ian flipping it out, and that'll give him a solid score, take him out of combination situation. He's got a 5.50 for his last wave, now only needs a 7.01, much more manageable. So he cut the distance between himself and Diego Cabrera. Now just has to find a solid backup score, and he can continue to build the scores.
Well, I know you got your stat sheets right here. Let's bring everybody up to speed on where Ian Campbell is with this event, and as well as Diego Cabrera with this prestigious event, the first event on the APB World Tour. It's actually the first Grand Slam event on the 2017 APB World Bodyboarding Tour. So Ian Campbell definitely on the hunt for a first win, and so is Diego Cabrera. But where have they been in the past?
All right, well, as I've mentioned previously, Diego Cabrera with 3 straight equal ninths at this event coming in to 2017. He's already improved upon that for a career best at Itacoatiara, but he's not done yet. He's looking to win this heat and go to the final. We'll talk more about Ian Campbell in just a minute. We're actually going to throw things down to Paula. She's with the winner of the previous semifinal, Dino Carmel.
Hi everyone, we are here with the first rider that's going straight to the final, Dino Carmo from Portugal, and that's the first time that he got a final, I think he's in his life, about the World Tour, of course. So Dino, how do you feeling? Win the Dave is not easy too.
Mais um hito muito difícil, nem consigo acreditar que estou a atingir a final, a minha primeira final da minha vida no Mundial. Trabalhei para isto, para chegar cá, agora é o mais... Só falta mais ganhar mais um hit e vou retornar o sonho realidade. Continuar focado, descansar agora até a próxima bateria. O mar nesta bateria estava mais difícil porque houveram menos ondas. Comecei mal também, mas consegui sair por cima e dar a volta. Só posso agradecer a vocês todos que estão aí em Portugal a torcer por mim. Sei que isso faz a diferença e a todos os portugueses que estão aqui na praia, todos os brasileiros que estão a apoiar bastante a malta portuguesa. E estou sem palavras, agora é dar tudo na final e continuar no Mundial bem para fazer o meu melhor ano do circuito.
He said that the dream is coming true now. He said that he start not really good and get the turn and just get a good waves and go into the final. That's a dream to him, probably, of course, for all the guys that doing the World Tour. So congratulations, parabéns one more time. So you're going to say something to Portugal, or just to everybody watching now the final?
Pessoal, vejam todos a final, preciso do vosso apoio. Quero agradecer aqui à Science, à Praia do Norte, ao Alojamento Batata, à Nazaré Surf School, aos Nazaré Locals, ao CDAN, Fisioclem, toda a gente que me apoia sabe, se eu estou-me a esquecer de alguém. Também quero agradecer a ti, à malta toda aqui do Itacoatiara PRO e que não deixem este campeonato acabar. Vamos!
Congratulations. I want to say thank you for all the sports in Portugal. Nazaré, that's it. Praia do Norte. Congratulations, parabéns. See you in the final. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Dino Carmo from Portugal. He is our first finalist in the men's division. He is going to face off against either Diego Cabrera or Ian Campbell. In 12 minutes, we will know who that is. Ian Campbell down the beach.
Ian taking a look at this left-hander, gets a quick little cover-up, squirts out, and will go for the roll off the top there. Now, both hands on the nose, kicking, driving for speed, trying to set up one more section, throws the roll there, and will basically stand up at the water's edge at the end of that wave.
So Ian digging deep to bring down or bring up his bodyboarding competitive skills from years past. As on the Grand Slam series, we just like to see these big, incredible waves, big, incredible moves, but he knows he has to dig deep if he wants to beat Diego Cabrera in this heat.
Yeah, here's a look at the replay one more time. A quick little cover-up, pinches on him, but he comes through and then throws the roll off the top. And then here you can see determination, both hands on the nose, kicking as hard as he can, drives for that one last section, gets the roll, and then here you go, pulls out on that one. That was worthy of a 4.65. It improves his secondary score, but he still needs a 7.01 to catch up with this man, Diego Cabrera, who's eyeing up yet another wave. This guy, you know, he's like a jungle cat on the prowl out there, and you definitely don't want to get caught in his path. Diego has been on a mission so far, and right now he's got the advantage over Ian Campbell.
Diego Cabrera, if he keeps that consistency, that momentum that he's had all day long, he will definitely meet up with Dino Carmo, the Portuguese, in the final. 10 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. We've been posting on our Facebook page, and you know what? I think it's time to do some shout-outs from our APB Facebook page, as these riders are now waiting patiently. Let's see what we got. There we go. Dino Carmo is super stoked. All right, so Jason Ricky in Costa Rica, Danielle Cruz in Mexico, Felipe in Lisbon, going for his very own Portuguese Dino Carmo. Mosab in Morocco. Jano is in Australia. And Max J, Cape Town, South Africa. Look at this. We have Dino Carmo. No, Ian Campbell up and riding.
Ian Campbell using his priority on that one, driving down the line, looking for a section, flips it out. And unfortunately, an incomplete maneuver, as we saw Ian pop up through the whitewater from the drone cam perspective. And he will remain on the hunt for a 7.01, but he does pass off priority to Diego Cabrera with 9 minutes remaining. And we were talking about best results for these guys. Diego Cabrera is looking at a career best result at this event. Coming off of 3 straight equal ninths here at the Itacoatiara Pro, will now obviously improve upon that and will not finish any worse than 4th. The same can be said for Ian Campbell. He had an equal 5th here back in 2013, now looking at no worse than 4th. So both of these guys are going to walk away with their best result ever at the Itacoatiara Pro. And, you know, regardless of how things shake out in the end, that's something you can definitely hang your hat on.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the competitive attitude both of these riders have, definitely want that win to hang up in their trophy room.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say for any bodyboarder entered in this event, man, woman, or pro junior, nobody likes to lose. Everybody wants to win. But unfortunately, as I said before, by nature of the beast in competition, cutting away through the field, and we can only have one winner when all is said and done. So you know what? It's just a matter of who's getting the better waves, who's surfing better on each given day, and we will find out who gets crowned champion at the end of today.
Wow, these minutes are just zipping by. At least for me, they are. But Diego Cabrera waiting patiently with priority, waiting for the bigger wave, the better wave, one with a shoulder where he can actually ride and perform either a barrel or a big lip maneuver. Ian Campbell is now getting a little anxious, sitting down the beach away from Diego. Diego has priority. Ian Campbell, if he's situated, if he's sitting next to Diego, he will have to let Diego catch any waves that go through because he's got second priority. But Ian Campbell, definitely capable of getting a 7.01 ride in the last 7 minutes here.
All right, so again, just an update on the schedule. As soon as we are done with this heat, we're going to kick into the junior final. And just to give you a rundown, coming up in the Pro Junior Final, we will see Igor Almeida go up against Cristobal Fernandez, Luan Tavares, and Nelson Flores. So 2 Brazilians, 2 Chilenos about to battle it out for Pro Junior glory here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Those are always fun to watch, too, because there's no shortage of energy from the Groms. And to win here, the Pro Junior, is definitely something that all of these Groms want to do. Diego Cabrera, was baited into that one by Ian Campbell, who now has priority and has given up priority to Ian Campbell. Diego knows that he's got to get away from Ian just to make sure that he has the opportunity to catch any wave that comes by without having Ian bait him into anything.
So that was a perfect example of guys using their priority strategically. But here we go. Diego Cabrera taking another quick look and does the same thing. Starts off and then promptly ducks out the face. So he will make his way back out the lineup. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell remains in possession of priority. And another quick turnaround for Diego Cabrera on this one. And he's staying pretty busy, but really not finding anything substantial on those last few attempts.
Diego heading back out into the lineup. So, again, the sandbar is set up here where it takes advantage of the rebounds, the rebounded waves, the refracted waves that come off the sides of the beach, either the rock at Pompo or the rock at Castal. Look at this. Ian Campbell up and riding, finds a section and cuts out. That lip was not much, wasn't there. Look at Ian Campbell paddling as hard as he can to get over. Trying to, I think Ian Campbell thought he may have a chance for priority, or he's just trying to get back to that area where it's been a little bit more consistent throughout the morning. It's 11:45 here in Niterói, Itacoatiara, Brazil.
4:30 left on the clock. Diego Cabrera now with priority, sitting in the lead. Ian Campbell trying to keep some space, but there you can see, as soon as priority went back to Diego, he turned around and headed straight towards Ian, trying to close the gap. He's probably going to shadow Ian for the remainder of this heat, and we'll see if he has any strategic play in hand for Ian Campbell. Diego possessing that priority.
Well, what can Ian Campbell do in this situation?
Yeah, right now Ian Campbell's going to have to try and dance around that priority as he sits in second priority, or maybe try and bait Diego Cabrera into going for something that isn't really going to give him any scoring potential to try and increase that lead. But Ian Campbell's going to have to get creative nonetheless if he's going to work his way around Diego Cabrera with the last 3.5 minutes remaining. And here we go. Diego taking home.
There it is.
That might have been a little bit of a mental error there. Diego went. He's going to pass over priority to Ian.
Oh, my.
And, you know, we're seeing a lot of back and forth with these guys, even without actual waves being ridden. So, you know, the last 4 or 5 waves, these guys have gone back and forth, traded the priority. But really nothing noteworthy has been registered score-wise with these guys. So it's a really interesting game of cat and mouse out in the water right now.
Yeah, it's going to be, I don't know if that little priority change is going to bite Diego in the butt because Ian Campbell with priority now has the ability to catch any wave that comes in within the next 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And that, oh my gosh, that is going to be heart-wrenching for Diego if that mistake comes back and bites him in the butt, because Ian Campbell totally capable of getting that 7.01 ride if that set rolls in. It's just a matter of time now.
Well, what we've seen in the last few minutes transpire, these guys, not really focusing on wave selection. It's almost like they're more focused on one another out in the lineup. And as a result, we haven't really seen a change in the scores, just a lot of changing back and forth with priority and a lot of throwaway scores that the judges have to sort out, but these guys really aren't too preoccupied with.
Taking a look right here, Diego Cabrera. Nope, decides not to go. So 2 minutes remaining. Is Diego Cabrera going to fulfill his dream of winning the event here and getting that revenge back from Moz? Here we go. Ian Campbell up and riding. A 7.01 is what he's after. Going for an invert right there in the explosion of the wave. I don't know if Ian's going to pull out of that one, and there he is. He did not pull that off. That may have been very well the end or the last chance Ian Campbell will have, but look how fast he gets to the outside. So he may have one last opportunity to get that 7-point ride.
And Diego Cabrera, watching this intently, inherits the priority in the heat, knows that time is running down. We're getting down to the 1 minute mark. Ian pretty much back out in the lineup already. Quick turnaround for the South African. He knows his window of opportunity is slowly closing, and now you're going to see Diego paddle over. He has priority, and he's in the driver's seat right now. 55 seconds left in the heat, and here Diego is going to use that priority up and riding.
Oh my. Diego, he needs a 6.0 to improve, and a big backflip. He's going to pull that off. Oh no, he does not pull it off. He just got rattled around on the sandbank on the shore. Ian Campbell, 30 seconds, all by himself. 7.01 is what he needs. If Mother Nature can deliver him a wave that is going to give that 7-point ride, look at that. I don't see anything out there.
Yeah, there's not much on the horizon. And Diego Cabrera gunning it back out there. He had 30 seconds when he came off of that last wave. 15 seconds, he's already back out in the lineup.
Look at the lines.
But it may not make a difference as Ian Campbell still needs a 7.01. Counting down 5 seconds, and it looks like time is going to run out. These swell lines are not going to roll through in time. And
oh my, just a second too late for Ian Campbell on this wave. That will not be scored. Unfortunately for Ian Campbell, that last wave did not come in under the horn, and Diego Cabrera, Dino Carmo will face off for an incredible final here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Wow, Manny. You know what? We need to catch our breath here in the booth. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I'm juicing up right now with some coffee and sugar. This is it. Welcome back to the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. Manny V here with Steve Action Jackson. Our men's final and podium final are set. Diego Cabrera will face off against Dino Carmo. But now, out in the water, we have the Pro Juniors. This is going to be fun to watch.
All right, 30-minute final. We're already down just past 28 minutes, so the first couple minutes burned away during commercial break. And there you can see scores already on the board. Cristobal Fernandez from Chile with a 6.75 leads the way. Luan Tavares from Brazil with a 5.75, but Nelson Flores moving ahead with a 5.25 and a 1.50. And Igor de Almeida with a minimal score to start off with as we're just getting going. And here's a recap of what went down during the commercial break.
Yeah, nice clean ARS off the top right there for our rider in white, Cristobal Fernandez. So we have two Chileans, Cristobal Fernandez in white and Nelson Flores in blue, going against two Brazilians, Igor de Almeida in red and Luan Tavares in yellow. So two Brazilians, two Chileans. How important is this for the Pro Junior?
I tell you what, this Pro Junior Tour and this division has been critical in accomplishing one of the APB's goals. We'll get into that in a moment as Luan Tavares up and riding, lining up this left-hander, flips it out. And wow, this is one of the great things about the Pro Junior division. These kids can throw it down just as hard as some of the pros.
They're not afraid to throw it down. That's the thing. They're not going to hold back on any of the big moves. And the cool thing about it, there's a lot of support on the water. And look at this, big Cristobal Fernandez. Can he pull that around? No, getting caught up in the whitewash.
Now, just to finish what I was saying, the APB, this was one of their goals, to develop the Pro Junior World Tour and help create an avenue for these young competitors to hone their skills and eventually advance on into the Men's World Tour, kind of a feeder system, a farm system, if you will, if you want to make a baseball reference. There you could see a quick flip attempt. We're going to kick into a replay. Here's Cristobal on the flip attempt. Came down hard with the white water and unfortunately lost the handle on his board. There you can see actually tombstoning a matter of feet from the beach. But he recollects his board and moves back out. Meanwhile, Luan Tavares, now with a 5.75 and a 5.0, holds the lead. Priority in the hands of Nelson Flores, a.k.a. Nacho. Nacho, another one of those young Pro Junior competitors who's been doing double duty in both the men's and the Pro Junior. He made it to the main event at this contest, but unfortunately for the second year in a row was put out by local Dudu Pedra. So you know what, I have a feeling next year Nelson Flores is going to be looking for a little bit of payback, but right now his focus is turned to the Pro Junior final.
Give us the criteria. I mean, what age is the cutoff?
These kids have up until the age of 18 to compete in the World Pro Junior Tour. And, you know, we've seen guys like Tristan Roberts, Socrates Santana, Tanner McDaniel turn 18 and sort of graduate to the Men's World Tour, which means there's room for a whole new group of young aspiring Groms to make a name for themselves here in the Pro Junior. But you know what, right now, we're going to throw things down to Paula Simone. She's got our next video ready to go, our next interview, rather. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, guys. We are here with the second rider that's going straight to the final. That's Diego Cabrera. He's coming really focused and suffer really well. Amaury say that probably he's going to win. So how do you feeling, Diego?
Feeling really good. Stoked to make another hit versus Ian. Wow. Maybe the most popular rider at this moment. Like last year he won almost everything. He got second at the end, and yeah, I respect him a lot. I'm so stoked to beat him, and now let's see what's happened. Yeah.
I think this contest is for you. Like it's become the really shine for you and Dino too. So gonna be a good battle for the final.
Dino is an amazing competitor, and let's go. Let's see what's happened here.
Now just relax a couple hours, and guys, everybody can watch the final at the APB. straight away with these really good riders, bodyboards, the best in the world. So congratulations, Diego. You're going to say something to your country?
Hello, everyone, family, friends, if my brother, if you see me, and my friends. Come on, let's go.
Parabéns, congratulations. Back to you guys. So much emotion.
All right, so there you have it. Diego Cabrera making it to the final. And you know what? He looks very focused, very determined. That's going to be one heck of a battle because obviously Dino and Diego, they have both been putting in solid work here at the Itacoatiara Pro, and they're going to square off in the final.
And he had that confidence of like he deserves to be there. He wanted to be there. He's there, and he's going to take full advantage. Here is the athletes area.
Yeah, there you can see Maria Helena and Gabriela Gouveia, female bodyboarders, a mainstay here in Brazil. Unfortunately for Gabriela, she was not able to compete this year. She suffered a leg injury. She's actually been on crutches for several months.
Ouch.
And trying to rehab that leg and get back out in the water. You could see she had her leg propped up on the medicine ball. But a couple of the regulars here in the world of Brazilian women's bodyboarding down in the competitors area. Meanwhile, back out in the water, Cristobal Fernandez moves back to the lead. He dialed up a 6.75 to go with his 5.90. He leads the way. Luan Tavares currently second with a 5.75 and a 5.0. Meanwhile, Nelson Flores with a 5.25, now looking to get rid of a 2.0 as a backup score. Needs a 7.41 for the win. And unfortunately for Igor Almeida,
Going to be more of a, you know what? They're going to take turns. They're not going to battle and dig, use strategies, use priorities to, knock each other out. They're going to say, okay, wave for wave, who's the best?
yeah, it's going to be a little bit more gentlemanly in the podium final than anything else. Again, it'll determine third and fourth position, but both of these guys, it's a tough situation for these guys because they know they can't win the event, but they can improve their position. But at the same time, they're both friends, and there's kind of a middle ground that's being laid in the podium final. But here in the Pro Junior final, there you can see Luan Tavares trying to work his way back into a better position, as right now the two Chileans lead the way over the Brazilians. And here we go, Igor Dalmeida trying to get back into the swing of things. And just a little bit of difficulty landing his maneuver there. There you can see coming up, gathering his board. He remains in fourth in combination situation. Priority now moves to Luan Tavares, who sits in third, needs a 6.91 to overtake the two Chileans rather.
Well, the advantage of what the juniors have right now is that their smaller stature, their smaller body frame will allow them to, if they can hit the lip perfectly and time it perfectly, they will get flung out and projected higher and further than a lot of the bigger bodies that we've seen in the men's division.
Now, when you were a Grom in IB, you used to be able to throw your lightweight self all over the place, drop knee, and just throwing tail all over the place in IB.
Yeah, but at 45, I try to keep my body not as high above the water these days.
All right, so a quick look out in the lineup there. You can see Luan Tavares, the current possessor of priority, and he's on the move, eyeing up a wave rolling through.
Wow.
Nice size set rolling through for these Groms to contend with. And you know what? This is another great thing about the Pro Junior World Tour events. It forces these kids to compete in conditions they may not be entirely familiar with or entirely comfortable with. And here we see Cristobal up and riding, lining up this left-hander, throws out a very clean invert, but unfortunately it just got all kinds of crust up as he was coming down, and right behind him Nelson Flores, so a quick wave trade-off between the Chilenos.
Not much there for either one of them, so both of them getting low scores, ones and maybe a 1.5, but look at this, Luan dropping in. Nice, clean stall bottom turn. Comes off the bottom. Oh! Throws his board sideways as he goes for another roll on the inside. That is probably going to be one of the biggest scores of the heat so far. tweaking his board during that rotation over the roll. Pretty interesting and pretty fun to watch. That's what I mean. These Groms are not going to hold back at all.
He needed a 6.91, was waiting with priority in hand, waited for that set wave to come through and going to work on it. Yeah, that opening roll, pretty wild. Definitely a unique style on that one. Here we see the replay. Walk us through this, Manny.
Well, right here, he's going for a roll and then tweaks his board mid-rotation, and that is pretty cool. I haven't seen that done, I don't know how long. I've seen Kyle Milagro and Dub. They do these kind of things when they're doing their maneuvers, but pretty cool right there for Luan Travares.
So again, out in the water right now, Cristobal Fernandez leads the way. Nelson Flores second, Luan Tavares in third, and Igor Almeida sitting in the fourth spot. He now has priority as he tries to work his way out of combination situation.
So Igor, what is going through his mind right now? Well, 10 minutes have passed and he has yet to get a solid wave. Yes, talk to me.
All right, that score came in for Luan Tavares, a 7.15.
Wow.
Definitely changes the scenario out in the lineup as he jumps from third straight to first. So the young Brazilian jumps ahead of the two Chileans. And we have a situation change, 15 minutes left on the clock. And so again, Luan Tavares to first, Cristobal Fernandez bumped to second, Nelson Flores by default moving down to third. Igor de Almeida remains in fourth with priority, trying to work his way out of combination situation. And, you know, he's had a little bit of trouble finding his rhythm out in the water so far. We'll see if he can reverse his fortunes with 14:35 remaining on the clock.
So Igor making his way down the beach. The drone taking off once again. Look at the beautiful, clean, white sand beaches of Itacoatiara. The clouds are starting to break up. We've had a couple squalls come through here in the early morning, dumping rain, and then dissipating. Rainbows were had this morning. It's just beautiful here in Brazil. Steve Action Jackson and myself, Manny V, bringing you the live feed from the last day of action here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. We are located just outside of Rio de Janeiro, about a 45-minute to an hour and a half drive, depending on traffic. It's just beautiful, so close and yet so different. Look at that rock, that big rock on the right of your screen, Itacoatiara, the rock with lines, and then you have the elephant rock behind that. Both of those rocks, mountains, hikeable, and which I will be doing this weekend once I finally have time.
Yes, Manny Vargas, a big fan, along with many others, of the trails that lead up the mountains here at the Nature Reserve. This is a protected area here at Praia de Itacoatiara. Also a gated community here. So,
how's this shot?
Yeah, this shot amazing. The drone hovering low in front of our competitors, giving us some amazing perspectives here at the Itacoatiara Pro. I mean, we've been panning around, checking the surrounding community, the nature reserve, the mountains, the riders in the water. We've even seen some up close and personal barrel shots from the drone cam, not quite in the barrel, but getting pretty darn close.
And a big shout out to the pilot, Marcelo, for pulling off these incredible images. I'd be nervous if that thing was super close, but you know what? We got a professional on our hands.
I tell you what, Marcelo definitely has the skills to pay the bills when it comes to flying that drone around here and giving us the goods shot-wise, and he continues to do so as we continue to work through the final day of competition.
Looks like a big old rip current is starting to rip through the competition area where a lot of the competitors have decided to hang out. Cristobal saying what's up. Igor trying to figure out what is happening. He has yet to get a solid score, and there's always, in a four-man situation, it seems like there's always going to be that one odd man out where he's going to be struggling to catch a wave. And here he is paddling for something. He can lose priority if he, I think he lost his priority on that one. He did look like he showed a little bit of effort to paddle into that, but maybe the judges are seeing something different and pull back before, you know, it was a full intent on to catch that wave. So 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Igor, still struggle street.
Yeah, we're just about 2/3 of the way through this Pro Junior final, and Igor continues to try and find his rhythm out there. He did lose priority. This is another thing with the Pro Junior World Tour. We've touched on the benefits of having this Pro Junior World Tour and these events, but one of the key things with Pro Junior competition, it's a first exposure for many of these kids with the priority system, so it's a learning process for a lot of these guys as they gain experience and go along in the competitions.
Yeah, with a lot of these juniors, they do have coaches and they are a part of a club, so they may have practice with it, but for real life situations like this is when they put it to use. And you can see the rip current perfect right through the contest area. And if you've never seen a rip current before, this is what it looks like. All the nice, clean, glassy water, and then you have a current that pulls out, not down, and that is what's a rip current. It's a textbook rip current. It goes out, and then it dogtails as it gets past the waves. And if to come in, or if you get caught in a rip current, just paddle parallel to the beach and get out of it, and then make your way towards the beach if you want to move away from the rip current. But wow, what a perfect shot of a rip current. I need to take a photo of that.
Yeah, you know, back home in New Jersey, where I'm from, there's actually been some problems with the rip currents this summer. Unfortunately, last week we had a couple of fatalities in Belmar, New Jersey. A couple of girls got caught in the rip. They got pulled out. They panicked. They burned their energy, and by the time rescue efforts were made to retrieve them from the water, one girl died, one ended up in a coma and died several days later.
Oh,
so
my gosh.
please be careful with the rip currents at your local beach, and especially if you're on vacation. You know, speak to your lifeguard before you enter the water to make sure it's safe, and just be careful out there, folks.
Well, on a lighter note, we do have Cristobal Fernandez pulling off a nice ARS on the inside, so he's keeping his campaign going as the fellow. Oh, wait a second. Igor, finally.
Wow, Igor dialing in on that one, and he will kick up onto the beach, so finally putting together a solid ride. That should help him a little bit. Again, he was sitting on a couple of minimal scores. Here's a look at the replay, kicking into this one. Nice, clean line. And here he is, throws the air roll spin, gets it around. Gets a little lost in the whitewater, but you will see him come up onto the... Whoa. Oh. Then again, now that we see it on the replay, we did see him roll over before he tried to sell that by coming up onto the beach with the board underneath him.
Wow.
That will be 4.0 for his efforts on that one. So the judges did score to make before he got rolled in the whitewater. And those are the guys that have been bringing us the live broadcast,
Yes.
Team Icini Pro Tour. Those guys have been here day in and day out at the crack of dawn, getting us going on the live webcast.
Obrigado for the production crew for bringing the live feed, which is, you know what, it seems so easy to... You think that plug in a few cables here and there and then you got a live feed, but there's so much more than that to be able to bring you this live feed, especially in these weather conditions where, you know, rain will come into the computer production area, and if it's not covered up, you know, things can go horribly wrong. So thank you for bringing an incredible production and being able to show the world what is happening here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say it's a technical nightmare behind the scenes, no matter where you go in the world or what production team is bringing us the necessary means to broadcast live. But it's pure chaos behind the scenes, and these guys are constantly running around Mach 10 with their hair on fire, trying to make sure everything is going smoothly, or as smoothly as possible, so that we can bring you uninterrupted live webcast coverage of all of these World Tour events.
Since there's a little lull in the action, go to your app store, download the Journey bodyboard by You Riding, and you can compete at the Itacoatiara Pro in the game multiplayer. I will see you. I challenge you. Nelson Flores, up and riding.
Nacho on the left-hander, driving down the line, looking for a section, gets a big
Nice.
flip, gets it around, and he's not done yet. He's looking for a roll onto the beach as well. So Nacho flying down the line on that one, getting some work done.
It looked like he was bypassing a couple sections that looked solid, but he knew better and rode that all the way to almost the end before clocking in that big air maneuver, that big flip. So he was on the hunt for 6.81, but that will definitely better his second of 2 high scoring waves of 5.25. Here's another look.
Yeah, one more look at Nelson Flores. Drops in, sets his line, and here it gets a little foamy, but he stays with it as he eyes that up, and there it is, finds the flip section, gets it around, and wanted to throw the roll there, but it didn't set up right, and he stayed with it, got that closing maneuver. Nice wave there for Nelson.
Wow, look at this set coming in. Is anybody in position is the question. Looks like white. Yes, it is Cristobal Fernandez taking a look. No, he decides to back off on that one. I'm sure he's seen something down the line that wasn't going to work out for him, so he pulls back. So definitely going to be a situation change out in the water. Yellow, this is what we missed during that Luan Tavares.
Luan on the right-hander waiting for this. The setup drops down, gets the speed line, tweaks out the invert off the end section. Another nice wave there for the young Brazilian.
Wow, it's going to be a tight heat as scores start dropping.
Oh,
look at that.
Situation change. Nelson Flores to the lead, now sitting on a 7.60 and a 6.10. Holds the advantage over Luan Tavares, who has a 7.15 and a 5.75. That drops Cristobal Fernandez to third and Igor Dalmeida to fourth. Cristobal sitting in third with priority. And here you can see the Groms on the move out in the lineup as they see something rolling in. We'll see if we have any takers. And it looks like all three will let this pass on by. And you know what? We're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. These are the waves that have been ridden throughout the course of the heat thus far. Here's Luan Tavares taking a look at him on his opening wave. A big roll there. A little sideways tweak of the board for flare. And then here, Nacho Flores flips it out on the closeout section.
So Nelson Flores from Chile, and in yellow we had the Brazilian Luan finding a nice solid section right there, tweaking his board mid-rotation on that roll, which would look kind of cool actually. And another roll right there. That was his highest score of the heat. Pretty good size wave. Then we saw another wave from Cristobal Fernandez.
Yeah, Cristobal on this left-hander, cranking off the bottom, flipping out, and riding out through the whitewater. And here we have a look at Almeida. Drops in, gets the ARS, and this has been his best wave so far as he's still sitting in fourth, trying to work his way back into the mix as we continue to work our way through this heat. And it's another situation change. Luan Tavares on his last wave, the invert.
Oh, wow.
Put together a 7.15 to go with the 6.80. He now leads the way. Nelson Flores second, Cristobal Fernandez third, Igor Almeida in fourth. Igor needs a 9.86 right now, sitting on a pair of fours, a 4.10 and a 4.0. Cristobal in third needs a 7.21 to take the win. Nelson Flores needs a 6.36 to jump ahead of the Brazilian and take the win with 3 minutes remaining. And right now, priority in the hands of third place rider Cristobal Fernandez.
It was a great shot right here, and you can see the sets rolling in right now and some of the refracted waves coming in off of the rock. But look at this. Anyone in position for this bomb right here. It looks like Cristobal Fernandez finds the shoulder. Nice clean roll right there. Comes into the inside section, has another opportunity, and forces an ARS on the inside. Can he roll up onto the beach? And he does. So Cristobal. Nelson Flores out the back.
Nelson looking for a 6.36 to reclaim the lead. That's not going to do it. He ducks out mid-face. Still 2:28 left on the clock. Time to get some work done. But right now, remaining in the lead is Luan Tavares. Here's a look at the replay.
Not a bad wave right here to add for Cristobal Fernandez. But I don't think that was deemed a completed move because he had the force of the whitewash push him up onto the beach. That probably won't help him out overall. It was a cleaner, bigger wave, but it was just too much going on right there. And I think the judges will probably give him somewhere in that 5, maybe 6 point range, but we will see Nelson Flores taking a look there.
All right, we have 150 left on the clock for the Groms out in the lineup. Luan Tavares continues to lead the way. Nelson Flores in second, trying to track him down. Meanwhile, trying to work his way out of third, Cristobal Fernandez, Igor Almeida in fourth. And here he is up and riding. Igor eyeing up this inside right-hander and kicks out. You could see by the body language, maybe a little bit of frustration setting in for Igor as he's been mired down in that fourth place spot, trying to dial in some solid scores. And meanwhile, Nacho flips it out, doing his best to nail down a 6.36 and overtake Luan Tavares for the lead. Just over a minute remaining, and these kids continue to do work out in the lineup, not giving an inch, digging deep and trying to nail down some last-second scores as we work our way to the conclusion of the Pro Junior final here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And here we have on the replay Nacho Flores lining up this right-hander. Nice speed line, flips it out, and we'll see if that was enough to reclaim the lead in the closing seconds.
We are still waiting for those scores to drop, but Nelson Flores looking for a 6.36, I believe. Igor Sanchez having a shocker out there in the red jersey, not able to find those waves. And there it is. Jackson, what do you see?
Nelson Flores moves to the top spot, 7.60, 6.50 to claim the lead. And there you can see he's pumped. Less than 20 seconds left in the heat. And the young Chilean has taken the lead from Luan Tavares. Here's a look on the replay one more time. Driving down the line, flips it out, gets it around. And you know what? The horn has sounded. It's going to be Nelson Flores from Chile. Taking the win in the Pro Junior division. And you know what? All four of these kids should be pumped on their performance. They all battled it out for 30 minutes. And, you know, congratulations to all of them for making the final, but special congratulations to Nacho. Nelson Flores comes away victorious at the Itacoatiara Pro Junior.
Wow, so the Chileans are the first ones to get a title here from the Itacoatiara Pro, take it home. So coming up next, don't go anywhere. We still have some more action coming your way.
All right, welcome back. Look at this. Nelson Flores getting chaired up the beach by his fellow countrymen. And you know what? This kid is pumped. I'm stoked for this kid. We've seen him put in work on the Pro Junior World Tour for the last couple of years. This is his last year of eligibility, if I'm correct. And you know what? To come away with a win in his last season on the Pro Junior Tour before he graduates to the men's tour full time, you know, this is a big moment for this young Chileno. I've known Nacho for the last couple of years. Super cool kid. And to see him experience this moment, I mean, this is awesome. I almost wish I were down on the beach with him.
Yeah, Alan Munoz and fellow Chileans helping him up the wave. I'm still trying to get used to Alan Munoz's mustache. It's a new look for Alan. Here we go. The podium final, ladies and gentlemen, has started. Ian Campbell starts off with a big backflip right there, coming into the shallows of the sandbar, and we are underway. The men's podium final.
Men's podium final featuring Dave Hubbard up and riding, flips it out, comes down a little sideways, incomplete, but again, Dave Hubbard in red, Ian Campbell in yellow. Here's a look at Ian on the replay.
Ian Campbell, the South African, here looking, sizing up something to do on this end bowl right here, and finds the lip, perfect timing, pulls off a back, and look how shallow it is, maybe one foot deep.
And for those of you who may be curious, what is the podium final? The podium final is an opportunity to distinguish third and fourth place as opposed to just awarding an equal third, as was the case for many, many years. But over the last few seasons, the APB has instituted the podium final so that there's a little bit of a distinguishment between the two. Third place will come away with 3,500 points. Fourth place will come away with 3,000 points. And, you know, that's the difference. It helps differentiate and break things up. It could very well play a factor at season's end in the point standings. But you know what? Right now, both of these guys out in the water, you're probably going to see this be a little bit more like a 25-minute free surf session between these two. And whoever comes out on top, kudos to them. But both of these guys, good friends, both members of the squad, which we have talked about in length. So it should be fun to watch these two just kind of cruise the lineup and try and nail down some sick maneuvers.
Ian Campbell eyeing up this wave, not much there. That rip current still leaving some remnants behind. It's still a little bumpy, a little choppy in the contest area, and a little bit of texture on the outside. So the wind is picking up just a little bit. Ian Campbell from South Africa barely missed out on making it to the final. Same with Dave Hubbard. So the South African and the Hawaiian rider out in the water, again, battling it out for third and fourth place. Ian Campbell, this isn't his first rodeo, has made a presence here at the Itacoatiara PRO in years prior. And I think by now, Steve Action Jackson has his stats on all these pros memorized. He is the walking bodyboarding almanac. So if you have any questions on what color jersey Steve Bullet McKenzie was wearing at Pipeline back when he won, he will tell you.
Or not. No, I try and go as detailed as possible, but what color rash jersey some guy was wearing in 1997, I may not have that information readily available.
All right, sorry, I threw you under the bus. Well, you're making me a little nervous wearing your Speedos, even though we're not out on the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, out in the water, 21 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Dave Hubbard trying to better get his campaign going, but 25-minute heats, and we will be going into 30-minute finals for the women's and men's division.
Yes, after the men's podium final, we will be going into the women's final, showcasing Nicole Caleros and Ayaka Suzuki. Meanwhile, showcasing the podium final, Ian Campbell putting together a nice combo on that wave.
You can see a little smirk right there from Ian Campbell as he did not the prettiest roll or spin that he's done this event. So he gives a little smirk and then kicks out. When you see a little bit of texture on the water, that means that something's going to happen within the next half hour, whether it's a rain squall or just a lot more wind coming in from the sides of the beach. So we are seeing a little bit of change happening in the conditions. And there it is, Ian Campbell extended a roll, more of a power move. And here he is almost digging a rail on the spin and a little smirk before he cuts out.
So Ian kind of manufacturing a ride there, as Manny alluded to, hitting the roll where there really wasn't a pitching section. Back in the day, Jay Reel used to refer to those as power rolls back in the old PSAA days, which you mentioned previously.
Power rolls, not in the good sense, but more as a Dave Hubbard getting his legs tossed around and Al opted to go with the flow and decides to do a spin. He knew he wasn't going to make that section, so not a bad way to exit that way. But Ian Campbell tucking into a nice clean little barrel, comes out clean, and then look at this, a backflip to put a cherry on top of that wave. So Ian Campbell, definitely the highest score of the heat so far with that nice combination of maneuvers.
So Manny chuckling at the pure mention of a power roll. Yeah, once upon a time when the PSAA National Tour in the U.S. was having bodyboarders at surfing venues, you used to hear phrases like power roll and spinner, you know, during the contest, and those were back in the infancy days of competitive bodyboarding. Fortunately, these days, bigger, heavier waves, much more progressive maneuvers. And here we see Dave throwing into a forward spin and then ducking out. Dave's just having fun out there. And Ian hears his replay. As you said, a quick cover-up, threads the needle, comes out, then sees this foamy section pitching over and throws a big flip. So, you know what? These guys are having fun, but Ian's doing some work at the same time.
And you mentioned that bodyboarding events were held at surfing venues where the wave is softer, not as powerful, and definitely need different types of waves to get bodyboarding where it needs to be, showing progression and showing some incredible maneuvers. Look at that, Ian Campbell, what?
8.0 for Ian Campbell on that last wave. To go with his 6.25 has Dave Hubbard comboed. There's something you don't say very often in commentary.
Well, Dave Hubbard can totally come back. He's got almost less than 20 minutes to go. He needs 2 solid scores to get back into the hunt. But it's Dave. He can totally pull it off. Let's take another look at the slide out from Dave Hubbard right here. What happened right there, he was coming around the section and the wave broke and hit his legs, which sent him spinning around. So he just lifted his legs a little bit more and spun with it. That was more of a cutout. It didn't really matter.
Yeah, so again, Dave, just, cruising through that one. Honestly, I think it was probably better that he did that, because if he had caught his rail, he would have gotten ragdolled in the beach break. Meanwhile, back here at the contest site there, you can see the winner of the Pro Junior Final making his way back up, being greeted by Bernardo Lara, the brother of the event organizer and one of the key figures behind this event year in and year out. And you know what? That kid is all smiles. So pumped for Nacho to see him take this win. And you know what? He's pretty excited right now.
You know who's excited right now is one of his sponsors, Begonia and Erizos down in Chile. And I'm sure she's watching, and she is super stoked right now.
Day bump added to the mix. Meanwhile, there you can see getting ready to mix it up out in the water in the women's final, Nicole Caleros with her mermaid bathing suit, gathering her jersey assignment, getting ready to hit the water. Nicole Caleros, a mommy these days, so took a little time off from competition to give birth to her son, and now coming back and having a pretty solid result as a result.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. She's gonna have a tough competition though. Ayaka Suzuki has been showing some pretty incredible riding skills, not only through this event but from prior events leading up to the Itacoatiara Pro. So she's gonna be a tough competitor to deal with out in these conditions.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ayaka took out the win at Pipeline earlier this year, and she's been traveling extensively, Indonesia, Mexico, Brazil. She's got Chile on the itinerary, and she has been getting in a lot of sponsor support, a lot of training as a result, and she's a force to reckon with this year. Unless one of the other women competitors that are regulars on the Women's World Tour step up to the plate, Ayaka Suzuki could very well run off with the Women's World title this year, becoming the first Japanese world champion, getting the rundown, the criteria for the heat coming up, and she's about to go to work.
Vina, probably one of the best beach marshals on the planet. I hope Big Todd isn't listening.
Vina is an absolute legend here in Brazil. Generations of bodyboarders have grown up and advanced from national competition to world competition, working with Vina as the beach marshal. So you know what? He's a well-known character in the world of Brazilian bodyboarding.
And he loves it just as much as our viewers here. We saw him this morning. He's like, this is it. Let's do it. Let's get the competition going. Excited. He was pumped. Let's bring you back to the current situation in the water, the podium final. This will determine third and fourth place in the men's division.
Right now, 13:25 remaining on the clock. Ian Campbell holds the lead on the strength of an 8.0 and a 6.25. Has Dave Hubbard in very unfamiliar territory. Dub currently in combination situation. He has priority and still has plenty of time to get down to business out in the lineup, but time not really his friend right now, 13 minutes. He's got to get some work done if he's going to play catch-up with his fellow squad member, Ian Campbell.
The squad. Give us a quick little background on the crew that have given themselves the name The Squad.
Probably one of the most solid crews in bodyboarding. You'll see Dave Hubbard, Louis Finnegan, Ian Campbell, Tanner McDaniel and Jared Houston traveling together, riding together in free surfs, and really just pushing each other's competitive levels. Here we have Dave up and riding, finds a little shack time, rolls out, and will punch another roll for good measure as he rides up onto the beach. And, you know, that pretty much sums it up. All of those guys cruising, surfing, free surfing, competing against each other. And the talent level with those guys is pretty impressive, Manny V.
Yeah, that was what was impressive was that drone shot following David Hubbard along that entire wave. So, Dave, our fellow commentator, when he has time, always a pleasure to have him here. We get a first-hand account what it's really like out in the water during the competition. He tells us everything from what boards to ride and what boards he's riding to the pressures as well. So Ian Campbell taking a look but not going. Let's take a look at this replay from David Hubbard.
Here you can see Dave stalling a little at first, drops in, gets a little in and out cover up, punches the roll for the exit, then another roll off of the end section to finish off before washing up onto the beach. So Dave trying to work his way out of combination situation. That wave should help him a little bit.
Ian Campbell waiting patiently now. 8.0 is probably going to be a hard wave to catch for Dave Hubbard, which means Ian Campbell is sitting very comfortably right now with 11 minutes remaining in this 25-minute final.
And you know what, Manny V? We're ready to throw things down to Paula Mountain one more time. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, everyone. We are here with the winner for the Pro Junior. That's Nelson Flores from Chile. Nelson, how do you feeling? ¿Cómo está se sentido?
Nada, súper feliz, muy contento, la verdad que primera vez que puedo ganar un mundial, así que nada, estoy súper feliz.
Nelson got 17 years old, so the second time that he's in Brazil, especially Itacoatiara. Do you think Itacoatiara is a special place for you after you win this contest? Você acha que Itacoatiara é lugar especial para você?
Sí, la verdad que ahora ya se transformó en un lugar súper especial para mí, que voy a tener que volver todos los años sí o sí porque me regaló mi primer título y nada, la verdad que acá es un paraíso, toda la gente súper buena onda, te reciben muy bien, te hacen sentir como en casa, todos los amigos, así que nada, súper feliz.
So that feel really happy, feel like home. So now he's gonna defend the title in Chile. That's the next contest. So in Chile, you're gonna just gonna take all the crew too. Everybody gonna look after him. Em Chile, todo mundo vai torcer para você porque está lá. Isso faz uma diferença, você acha?
Sí, sí, obvio que el apoyo de la gente es súper importante y quería aprovechar de agradecer a toda la gente de mi pueblo, del Estado, a mi familia, a todos mis amigos que me han estado apoyando siempre en cada campeonato incondicionalmente. Agradecer a mis auspiciadores, el Club Chevy Point, la Municipalidad del Tago, South America United, Erizo. A todos muchas gracias por hacer esto posible.
Say that gonna say thank you for all the sponsors, the techno, the Erizos, everybody that support him. So congratulations, felicitaciones. Te vejo no pódio.
También agradecerle al coach Alex Castillo, que es aquí un hombre súper importante también. You.
Parabéns, parabéns. Back to you guys.
All right, congratulations, Nacho. Nelson Flores taking out the win in the Pro Junior final. And thank you again, Paula Mountain, for bringing us the interview with the heat winner. As we continue to count down here in the podium final, Manny V, here's a look at Dave Hubbard trying to work his way out of combination situation, setting up the left-hander.
Looking for someone on the inside. I think there's just a little quick recap of what he did on that last wave, finding a roll section. And this is what we missed, a right-hander that he was able to punch through, do an invert right there, and pulls out in front of that. So Dave Hubbard now coming back. Look at the drone shot from that invert.
Wow, great visual image there. Jamming the invert off the end there. And again, Dave trying to play catch up with Ian. Now out of combination situation, still needs a 9.26, a pretty hefty score for Dave Hubbard to conjure up out in the lineup. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell continues to pace the way. 8.0, 6.25 for his top two scores, less than 8 minutes remaining.
All right, here's another look one more time at Dave Hubbard's last wave. And no, this was that big backflip that we saw earlier and wasn't able to punch through that. He tried, but he's just going to roll up on the sand. As you can see, he did everything he could to try to get in front of that whitewash. And there's the drone. Beautiful drone shots today.
So Ian Campbell sits out in the lineup with the lead and priority here in the podium final. Again, the winner of this heat will finish third. The second place finisher will finish fourth. Third place will receive 3,500 points. Fourth place, 3,000 points. And here we have another drone cam angle of rider in red, Dave Hubbard, flipping out as we continue to work our way through the final minutes of this podium final heat. 7 minutes on the clock and counting down. And there you can see the overhead view from our drone, taking a look at Ian Campbell. He's on the move, taking a look at this incoming wave.
Ian Campbell dropping in the South African high speed line, looking for a section, and there it is. And nope, he decides to just cut out and paddle back out. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So you know what? Now's a good time to post something on our APB Facebook page just to see where you're tuning in from as we're watching the podium final. So head over to APB Tour Facebook page and let me know where you're tuning in from. Give me a second to post that in about 1 minute.
All right, so while Manny handles his social media duties here from the commentary booth, trying to handle business out in the lineup, Ian Campbell in first. Now Dave Hubbard with priority sitting in second. Needs a 9.26, so pretty much with 6 minutes remaining, Dave probably wants to dial in a couple of more solid scores. He's got the time to do it, but he needs Mother Nature to cooperate with him a little bit if he's going to dial up anything reminiscent of his 2 barrel rides in his previous heat. Kind of a reversal of fortune here, as Dave had the good fortune of nailing down 2 long, deep barrel rides in his previous heat to take the heat win. And now here he is, or not the previous heat, but in the quarterfinals rather. But now here in the podium final, Dave's still on the hunt. So we'll see what Mother Nature serves up and passes his way with about 5 minutes remaining.
So all the training, all the traveling coming to an end right here. The last day of the Itacoatiara PRO. It's been a spectacular event. We had one solid day down at Pompo. How incredible was that?
Yeah, you know, we had that one really big, sizable day, some heavy wave conditions, some crazy performances. We saw perfect 10s for Tristan Roberts and Uri Valadown. Meanwhile, trying to dial up a near 10, Dave Hubbard with the flip. Again, he needs a 9.26 at this point to overtake Ian Campbell for a third place finish.
Whoa.
So Dave flipping it out on that one.
And going for a spin right there was pretty cool. Was the drone sending us for a little wild ride right there. But incredible backflip right there from David Hubbard. That won't help him in the long run, but, well, it may help him in the long run. He's trying to get rid of 2 medium-sized scores. And here's another look at what he did to be able to pull that off. So holding and maintaining speed. Nice backflip, rolls up onto the beach. I'm trying to compare that to the drone shot. The drone shot actually makes it look a little bigger, a little bit more sizable, and a lot more beautiful. Let's take a look.
Yeah, here you can see drone cam footage. Dave driving, eyes up the section, flips it out, gets it around clean, and yeah, I have to admit, I love the drone cam angle that we've been getting for this event. Meanwhile, up and riding beach cam angle, Ian Campbell, and then switching to the drone cam, promptly kicks out. He maintains the lead, but I do believe he's going to pass priority back into the hands of Dave Hubbard.
I don't know. Look at Ian Campbell was looking down the beach, and he hit the gas just a little bit to try to get to the outside before Dub. Look at Ian Campbell coming around that section. This was another wave, previous wave.
Yeah, this is the heat recap that we're running through now, the first wave of Ian Campbell. Now here's another look at Ian Campbell as he throws out the roll and then throws into a forward spin as well. And now Dave Hubbard.
So Dave Hubbard, he kind of forced that through the lip, was able to extend a little bit, but not much there as far as, you know, being that big move. The medium-sized wave made it look big, but that was more of a forced error, but still a solid score in the medium range. And here's Dub on one of his last waves. That was solid. Big backflip, but unfortunately, I think this is the one where he wasn't able to get out in front of the whitewash. And here's another look at that move from a different angle. Actually, no, he's right. Different wave right there altogether.
And here we have another look with the drone cam footage. Dave driving down the line, hits the flip, and comes up on to the beach. So there you have the heat recap. As we work our way down to the 2-minute mark, Ian Campbell continues to lead the way, but Dave Hubbard has definitely improved the situation. Now sitting on a 5.9 and a 5.0, needs an 8.36. So he's definitely cut the deficit between himself and Ian Campbell. Still has some ground to make up, but Dave Hubbard definitely more within striking distance than he was just a few minutes ago as we work our way to the tail end of the podium final. And there you can see Ian Campbell with priority and the lead, looking to hold on for a third-place finish. This will be a career-best finish here at the Itacoatiara Pro for the South African. And for Dave Hubbard, only his second year competing at the Itacoatiara Pro, he'll come away with a fourth-place finish unless he can dial up an 8.36 in the last minute of this heat.
Jason, Ricky, we're doing some shout-outs. If you saw the post on APB Tour, this is where we're going to do the shout-outs right now. Let's do this. Pura vida, Jason Ricky in Costa Rica. Carl, what's up, Carl? Long time no see. He's in North Beach, Durban, South Africa. He's part of my generation. Spent a lot of time in Oahu with this man. Carl, miss you. Hope you're well. Pat Harris is tuned in. Oh, man, I don't know what Pat Harris wrote, but he's watching Ian Campbell. I'm saying he's from South Africa. Hildar Houston also watching. She's been on watching the entire event, so thank you for the support and thank you for watching. Byron in Cape Town. All the South Africans are tuning in to watch their very own Ian Campbell finish off this podium final. Ana Machado in Portugal going for Dino. She's going to be watching. She's been watching from day one. Sean Mitchell in Cape Town and Simon also watching from Cape Town. Cape Town, thank you for tuning in. Last 20 seconds, Jackson.
Counting down the final seconds of the heat, Ian Campbell remains in the lead. Here you can see Dave Hubbard paddling over, looking to get into position, maybe take one last shot. And unfortunately, it looks like the horn is going to sound. And that's the end of the podium final. Ian Campbell wins the heat. He will finish third overall. Dave Hubbard will finish fourth overall. And here we go. Taking a page out of Dub's book, a little drop knee victory lap for Ian Campbell. As both of these guys known to take to the knee. Obviously, Dave, 8-time drop knee world champ. But you know what? We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll come back with the women's final. Stay tuned.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
welcome back to the final day of competition here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. And Manny V, we're about to kick into the women's final. I do believe the horn has sounded. We are already underway out in the lineup. Give us a breakdown of who we're going to see.
Well, there you have it on your screen. The Brazilian in red, Nicole Calheiros, going against Ayaka Suzuki. She'll be wearing the yellow jersey. This is going to be a fun heat to watch. Both of the riders very hungry for that win here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Ayaka Suzuki, you know what? I think she has a little bit of edge on Nicole only because she's been bodyboarding 24/7 for the last few months as she's been traveling around the world. Nicole, she's just coming back from having a beautiful baby.
Yeah, she took some time off to give birth to her baby boy. And Ayaka, yeah, she's been on the around the world free surf. So, you know, a little bit of a difference here, you know, two opposite sides of the spectrum. Nicole Calheiros taking time off to become a mom for the first time. Ayaka Suzuki taking time off to travel the world.
So we are in the 30-minute finals. This final, as well as the men's final, will be 30 minutes long. Again, top two waves are scored. The sum of those two waves is your total points. The rider with the most points will be deemed the winner here in their respective divisions for the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
All right, so it's game on in the women's final. Ayaka Suzuki, Nicole Calheiros still do not have priority set, as neither one of these ladies has taken a wave thus far, and obviously no scores registered as of yet. As we work our way through the opening moments of this 30-minute final, as Manny alluded to, at the end of this final, we will be declaring our women's champion for 2017 for this event. And you know what? We've been talking about Ayaka and her travels. She stayed in Copacabana for about a week before she came up here to train a week ahead of time for the Itacoatiara Pro. She's basically been on the fly for nearly 3 months, spending time in Indonesia, Mexico, now in Brazil, and then she'll be spending a month in Chile, where she'll be competing at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Well, that's going to be a fun event. That will be my first time there. What am I expecting when I get into Antofagasta?
Antofagasta is a mining town with some incredible waves on offer. Some of them actually a little intimidating. Places like Nilda Point, to be honest, kind of scare the living out of me. And also some fun waves like Cupola and Budeo. So everybody headed there to compete at La Cupola will be looking to have a really fun time. A great reef break there, but it can be a little dangerous at low tide. A couple of years ago, Ian Campbell gashed his leg open, landing a roll, had to go to the hospital and get his leg stitched up. Jacob Romero ended up jumping in the ambulance and going with him for moral support. So, you know, some fun waves, but definitely some consequences, definitely a little rugged going. You're talking about an area that is known as the Land of Eternal Spring, where the desert meets the ocean. So, you know, it's a unique experience.
Awesome. I know a lot of the women bodyboarders are going to be showing up for that event. And it is a higher scoring star system points for that event. So, but before that, we're going to go to Arica.
Yes, the men's tour will be turning its attention to the Arica Chilean Challenge and the waves at Flopos.
Yes, Flopos is going to always delivers some incredible waves. So that's all on tap. But now?
Right now, we actually have Paula down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Paula.
We are with the third rider for this heat. That was Ian Campbell. So how do you feeling? Good job.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable feeling. Pretty stoked to get a third. Just unfortunate that we didn't have those kind of waves in the heat before, but yeah, really can't complain. It's been a good contest and super happy with my riding, how I'm feeling at the moment, and yeah, excited to see what the rest of the year holds for us.
You've been really consistent all the tour. Are you doing some preparation or just getting fit or just surf? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think it's I've just started working with LaRue and Nell Biokinetis, and they're in Cape Town. And yeah, Philip Nell's been doing an absolutely amazing job with me, and I can definitely put some of the success towards that and working with their team, and yeah, just kind of training and focusing on surfing and riding well, and yeah, just keeping mentally strong throughout the contest has definitely got to where I am now.
Good. Congratulations. You make a really good job. Everybody say that, and everybody can see this too a long time. So congratulations. You're going to say something to your country or someone?
Yeah, just a big shout out to Rose. Thanks so much for all the support. You've been unbelievable. I love you. And to all my family and friends, mom, dad, everyone else. I know that Craig Webster's watching from Sweden. I really appreciate it, brother. And yeah, just to everyone else that's been tuning in and supporting me through this event. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to get to Chile and do the rest of the tour. So thanks a lot.
That's it. Good luck to the rest of the tour. Congratulations. Parabéns. One more time. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Ian Campbell on a third place finish, his best finish ever for this event. Meanwhile, back out in the water, Ayaka Suzuki up and riding, just skipping down the face on that one and then having to duck out. That will leave Nicole Caleros out in the lineup with priority. Still plenty of time on the clock as we are nearing the 22-minute mark in this 30-minute heat. So Ayaka Suzuki getting on the scoreboard first with a minimal score and setting the priority system as we waited nearly a third of this heat for the first wave to be ridden. It's been a little inconsistent here for the ladies thus far, but again, Ayaka Suzuki gets the first wave ridden. Now, as a result, Nicole Caleros inherits the priority. She will wait to get on the scoreboard. Just under 22 minutes remaining in this 30-minute heat. So again, we will be working our way through the women's final, and then that will bring us to the grand conclusion, being the men's grand final coming up. It's going to be a battle of DCs, Dino Carmo against Diego Cabrera. And you know what? I'm sure we're going to have a very large European audience as the rider from Portugal goes up against the rider from the Canary Islands, respectively. And I tell you what, the way those two guys have looked so far in competition, that's going to be another heavy head-to-head battle to determine who comes away as the event winner here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Definitely a slow start here in the women's final, and it's not their fault. Mother Nature has decided to take a quick little nap, but 30 minutes. You all right over there, brother? Oh, my goodness. Welcome to Brazil, Steve Action Jackson. Actually, you live here now. You should be used to this by now. So, Nicole and Ayaka waiting patiently, and I'm getting anxious just waiting for them to catch their first waves. Their first solid waves. Ayaka taking a look, but not much there for her. But 30 minutes, tons of time for at least one or two of those sets that we've seen throughout the day to roll in. But now it's just a matter if they're in that position as well. So it's going to be very interesting who is going to get that first solid run once that set does roll in.
So again, the ladies waiting patiently, and it's Mother Nature doing the waiting right now, waiting to serve up rideable waves. And you know what, man, EV? I guess Mother Nature was never told never keep the ladies waiting.
Exactly. So Ayaka Suzuki, we have the camera waiting on her as she looks like, I think she might be in that one part of the beach where it's a little bit more consistent as far as the waves have been coming in, but because it's a beach break with not a super definite sandbar, you can see the waves coming across your screen. Those are the waves that are being refracted as they come in and bend off the rocks on either side of the coast, or I mean of the beach here. So that is what's going to give it the more definite, more shouldery, better wave for these competitors to ride.
Yeah, and by nature of it being a beach break here, Sometimes it's really hard to find that sweet spot out in the lineup because you have the shifting peaks and a lot of water moving around, especially here where you have, as you mentioned, the refracting waves coming off of the rock formations. And basically waves moving across the lineup, rolling in through the lineup, and then occasionally some backwashing current pushing back out into the lineup. So you've got water coming at you from every direction. Dave referred to it as a pinball effect the other day, and I think that was fairly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, and when it gets bigger, those rebound waves off of the rock actually are a little bit more defined, and which make for perfect bodyboarding waves here on the beach of Itacoatiara.
Yeah, so the trick, as always with a beach break, is trying to be in the general vicinity of where it's breaking and hoping one of them swings your way. And right now, Ayaka Suzuki, Nicole Caleros, both of them hoping that something worthwhile swings their way so they can dial into some scores and get things going here in this heat, as it's been pretty quiet. 30-minute heat, we're already down to about 17 and a half minutes, almost halfway through this heat, and we've only had one wave ridden so far.
Well, we do got a little lull in the action, so why don't we go ahead and talk about one of your favorite waves ridden in this event so far?
Obviously, the 10-point rides of Tristan Roberts with his big air reverse and the 10-point barrel ride from Ori Valadown. But we also had that 9-point ride, I believe, earlier from Ian Campbell with the invert. There's been a lot of waves I like out here. Guys scoring barrel time, the couple of waves that Dave Hubbard had. But you know what? Here we have Ayaka Suzuki up and riding, hits the roll. Unfortunately, that whitewater explosion came back up and kind of pushed her off the back of the wave. That will be an incomplete maneuver for Ayaka. But she is the only one with waves ridden so far, as Nicole Caleros continues to cruise the lineup, waiting for something favorable to come her way. 16:35 left on the clock. And just to continue with what you were asking, there have been so many great rides, scoring in the excellent range. You know, we've seen big backflips, big inverts, barrel rides. It's been fun to watch. Every day is a highlight reel in the making.
Okay, back to my question. Which one wave was your favorite?
All right, if I have to pick one single wave out of all of them, I'm going to say the 10-point air reverse from Tristan Roberts.
All right. Well,
very technical, very big maneuver, critical section. I'm going to give my nod to the big technical maneuver.
All right. Great choice. 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. You can see the rip current starting to flow through the contest area. Nicole wondering what happened to the ocean. Did it just suddenly just fall asleep? You can see the pack down the beach near Pompo, where a lot of the riders who are not competing anymore and a lot of people who just come out to bodyboard this perfect bodyboarding wave are out there taking advantage of the glassy conditions. And, well, sometimes the sets were rolling in.
Yeah. We'll see what rolls through in the remaining half of this heat, as we're already down to 15 minutes and we've only had 2 waves ridden. As you mentioned, Mother Nature just went to sleep on these girls. So, you know, they're stuck biding their time out there, and this has got to be really frustrating for them out there, just playing the waiting game and not so much competing against one another, but, you know, having to deal with Mother Nature being the major factor so far.
Wow, if you're frustrated watching right now this final, imagine how frustrated the ladies are out in the water still waiting for a solid set to roll through. I see something out the back, but sometimes that set that you can see does not necessarily, you know, come right to you. You almost have to paddle to it. And here we go. This one is coming in. Nicole taking a look. Nicole paddling. Nicole up and riding.
Nicole Caleros on the right-hander with her first wave of the heat. Throws the roll, completes it, and this is going to be the best score of the heat so far, as Nicole Caleros waited half the heat for this wave to come to her and finally nails down a solid wave to put on her score sheet. This will put her in the lead, Manny Vargas.
I think this may be the start of the wave exchange, as we've seen more sets rolling through. I mean, when the sets do roll through, you're starting to get a little bit more action, a little bit more activity from Mother Nature. So now Ayaka Suzuki is going to answer back with a wave of her own. Scores are dropping for Nicole, and it's going to be a solid score.
I believe the beach announcer just called out a 6.5, a 6.5 for Nicole Caleros. Here's a look at the replay.
Wow, a nice size wave and perfectly executed. Lands perfectly right in front of the lip. That was a pretty solid ride right there. And she lands out in front of the whitewash and up onto the beach. Again, the beautiful drone shot.
Yeah, here you can see Nicole coming at the drone, drives for that section, hits the roll in the critical section, and comes out clean. Again, that will be the best wave of the heat. That will put Nicole Caleros in the driver's seat. There it is, 6.50. Now she will look to dial in a backup score. Meanwhile, Ayaka Suzuki, sitting on a pair of minimal scores, needs to dial up a 4.61 or better to overtake Nicole right now. But in the grand scheme of things, she's going to want to get rid of that 1.9 and that 1.0 before this heat is over if she wants to win the event.
I got to give Nicole props because I've had a few friends who've had kids before, and apparently I don't have kids, but for the first year, maybe 2, you get 0 sleep. So if, and I think she just had her, I don't know how old her kid is, but it's fairly new, and I'm wondering if she had any sleep last night.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure having a toddler to tend to as a 24-hour job and taking time to try and bodyboard in between has got to be difficult these days. So definitely some props to Nicole. And
Yes.
You know what? All of those moms out there who bodyboard, or just, you know what, all of the moms out there in general, because being a mom is a full-time job, and it's usually, you know, a thankless job.
Yeah, so Nicole throwing down a 6.50, probably with 1 hour of sleep. So we'll find out how many hours of sleep she had, but guaranteed it probably wasn't as many as Ayaka had last night. Ayaka waiting patiently in the yellow jersey from Japan. Man, it must be very, very frustrating for both of these competitors waiting patiently, and lucky for Nicole. One wave set rolled in, and she happened to be in the right spot and took full advantage of that wave.
Yeah, you know, she waited an extraordinarily long amount of time before that wave came through, but her eyes were on the horizon the whole time, and she saw that from the get-go. She made sure she was in position, and she took full advantage of it. You know, that was really good wave knowledge and wave selection on the part of Nicole Caleros.
Still semi-classy conditions out there. Here's another look at that roll from Nicole. And she timed it. She could have got a little, you know what? She timed it perfectly given what she was given the situation. Oh, Ayaka up and riding.
Live action. Ayaka Suzuki with a spin to roll combo, unable to complete the roll. We didn't see the beginning of that wave. We'll see if we can cue up a replay while she makes her way back out to the lineup. Here you go, Manny.
So here she is trying to line up something, a lip maneuver, but nothing was shaping up for her. So she goes for a spin, pulls it off clean, and that was it. I mean, they're not going to give her much for that last piece of maneuver at the end of that wave. But she'll probably get a 2, maybe a 3 on that wave for that spin. Yep, 3.25. So Nicole, maybe the lone Brazilian to bring home a title here at this event.
Yeah, we're into the final third of this women's final, and it continues to be Nicole Caleros in the lead with a 6.50. Still looking for a backup score, but that one score of 6.50 is enough to hold the advantage over Ayaka Suzuki, who has a 3.25 and a 1.90 right now. Needs a 3.26 or better to move ahead. Meanwhile, Nicole has the high-scoring wave, has priority, and she's on the hunt for her second scoring wave right now as we get down to the 9:20 mark.
Are you pronouncing the E at the end of Nicole's name?
Yes, I am. In Portuguese, the pronunciation would be Nicole.
Well, I've been saying Nicole, and you haven't corrected me.
That's because I've been saying Nicole and wanted to see if you caught on.
Ayaka Suzuki, nice clean roll through the lip right there. Nice maneuver. Now that is definitely going to put her in contention. Most likely get her into that first place spot. Very well executed maneuver right there for Ayaka Suzuki, which will bring her straight into that first place spot. But Nicole
Caleros.
All right, let's take another look at Ayaka's wave.
Ayaka Suzuki on the left-hander finds the section, hits the roll.
Nice.
Completes the maneuver. That will definitely help her score line as she tries to keep pace with Nicole. And Nicole eyeing up this left-hander paddling for position, and she's not going to be able to get where she would like to be in time. So she will paddle over that one, let it roll through. And there it is, Ayaka Suzuki with a 6.50 of her own, enough to move her ahead of Nicole Caleros. Now Nicole needs a 3.26 or better. So both of these girls with a solid primary score, now looking to back it up with a more solid secondary score.
Totally possible. 8 minutes remaining, so within these last 8 minutes, priority now in the hands of Nicole, but with the last 8 minutes in this heat, I can see if the waves do come through, both of those scores being knocked out. But I mean, it's just a matter of those waves coming in. That's the hardest part, the one thing we can't control in all of this.
Well, I tell you what, Manny, the first 15 minutes of that heat was extremely quiet, only 2 waves ridden. Since then, in the last 8 minutes or so, we've really seen things pick up a little bit as both of these riders getting some waves to their name and waves starting to roll in a little more consistently.
Look at this.
Look at this, rolling in on the outside. Nicole paddling for position. And she's actually going to have to duck under this cleanup set. This is something you'll see a lot in competition and even in free surfs. When there's an extended lull, people tend to move inside a little bit to try and catch those inside waves. And then that's usually when a cleanup set pops up outside and sends people scrambling for the horizon and having to duck through waves like that.
That's right. And you know what? That if she was out in position for that thing and she caught it and was able to do at least one maneuver, there would have been no hope for Ayaka Suzuki. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a ton of time left, but for these one-wave sets rolling through, I mean, and not often either. That took about 5-6 minutes to roll through from her last wave.
Yeah, it's gotten really inconsistent for this heat, which is kind of odd because, you know, we've seen some of the previous heats, lots of waves rolling through, a lot of wave exchange, and, you know, maybe a small lull here and there. But this has been very pronounced here in the women's final, and it's definitely made things that much more difficult for both of these ladies out in the lineup.
Well, if we're at the same pattern, it looks like we will see one more set before the end of this heat. And if Ayaka Suzuki or Nicole can get one of those, wait a second, look at this. Nicole taking a look. Nicole should, she's ducking out of that one too. And so is Ayaka Suzuki, both of them getting a little bit too far inside to be able to catch these waves.
And here we have Ayaka Suzuki taking a look at this one. Starts paddling and taking a look and decides that one's going to shut down, so she will remain out in the lineup and continue the waiting game with 5:30 left on the clock. So again, Ayaka Suzuki leading the way with a 6.50 and a 3.25. Nicole Caleros with a 6.50, still looking for a second wave to ride. Needs at least a 3.26 to reclaim the lead from Ayaka Suzuki. And we'll see what they have on offer in the final 5 minutes, as it's been a battle out there against the elements more so than against one another.
And if Nicole cannot catch that last second wave or the second wave, it's going to be so heartbreaking, because at 3.26 you can do in your sleep.
Yeah, basically she would just have to take off and perform a spin and she could garner a 3.26. But looking to gain more than that, Ayaka Suzuki taking a peek. Can't scratch into that one, so she will turn her focus back to the horizon. 4:35 left on the clock here in the women's final, and we're down to crunch time. Now we'll see if Mother Nature delivers the goods and if Ayaka Suzuki or Nicole Caleros can deliver a big score to put a firm hold on the lead and come away the victor here in the women's final.
3.26, I'm telling you, it's totally doable. But what Ayaka Suzuki is trying to do is to better that 3.25 that she has, to move a little bit further away from Nicole. But Nicole, she needs to do something right now. If she can get another 5 or 6 point ride, that will probably solidify the win. But man, Mother Nature, where are you at, sister?
Yeah, 3:45 left on the clock. Ayaka Suzuki continues to paddle through the lineup, waiting for something to roll her way. She wants to improve on her backup score, and obviously Nicole Caleros looking for her second wave to be written. Here's a look at the replay as we go through the recap. This is the 6.50 roll for Nicole Caleros.
That was nice. Well executed, well performed, and an epic drone shot right here. Marcelo, the pilot, holding it steady, and probably some of the best drone footage of a contest that I've seen, period.
Yeah, and now continuing on through the recap here, we see Ayaka Suzuki throwing into a forward spin on this wave.
Trying to do something there at the very end, but not much there. And here's another look at Ayaka's other wave.
Yeah, this is going to be the 6.50.
Yes.
She punches the roll off of the end section. So that's the wave that gave her the lead, and she continues to lead the way. And now live action as we watch Ayaka paddle back out to the lineup, wait for a score, time counting down, 2:40 left on the clock.
Well, as she's paddling back out, you know what? You're from the East Coast, New Jersey, now living in Rio. What is your favorite food and your favorite wave?
Well, we'll get back to that in a sec as we see the replay for Ayaka Suzuki going in all the way before hitting the roll and washing up onto the beach. An incomplete maneuver. So she'll head back out to the lineup again, sitting on a 6.5 and a 3.25 with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Nicole Caleros with a 6.50 and a 1.15. Still needs a 3.26 to overtake Ayaka Suzuki, who leads the way with less than 2 minutes left on the clock. And just to answer your question, my favorite food here, probably feijoada. But moqueca, the frutos de mar, is another one. And bobo de camarão, and probably right up there as well.
Okay, favorite food. There was no plural.
You're really particular. It's hard for me to pick a favorite.
Well, what is feijoada?
Feijoada is beans, rice, portions of pork, and shredded kale with farofa.
Delicious.
Yes, and usually served with some tangerine or orange slices on the side.
Oh my goodness.
And moqueca is a mix of seafood with this really thick, delicious sauce. The same with bobo. It's a very rich, creamy sauce with shrimp in it, served in a pumpkin.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Now I'm starving. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute left. Can Nicole get a 3.26 ride? That's all she needs. Just a wave, do a roll, catch a wave, do a spin, do something. That is your title right there. Just anything. Nicole, can she find it? Ayaka Suzuki, she is probably going to want to get a wave too to get a little further away from Nicole. 30 seconds remaining. Can she find it? I can hear people on the beach cheering and yelling for her to get something, anything. Is that going to happen? The rain is starting to come down a little bit. But, oh my.
Counting down,
Is she
tail
gonna
end,
go?
closing seconds. Ayaka Suzuki on the move.
Oh my.
Waves coming in. You can hear the local crowd cheering for Nicole, but here we go. Ayaka Suzuki drops in, gets a quick little cover up, squirts out, and that may very well
She
do
did
it.
it.
There you can see Ayaka has won the women's final here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And
wow.
Here we have everybody running down to the water's edge to greet Ayaka. The rider from Japan takes the win. This is her second win of the season.
So close for Nicole, but Ayaka using her priority to fend off Nicole on the very last second, the very last wave of the final. A very tough final, but Ayaka Suzuki from Japan taking the win.
And while she gets chaired up the beach, we're going to throw into a quick commercial break. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
All right, welcome back to the final day of competition here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. And you know what, Manny V? It's that time.
Wow.
The men's grand final. Break it down for us.
Well, we have two competitors that have not seen the final here in the Itacoatiara Pro. Dino Carmo from Portugal, Praia del Norte, Nazaré, Portugal to be exact, going against the very own Canary Islands local, Diego Cabrera. Both of them very focused from the get-go. And now Dino Carmo, we will see his first wave that we missed during the commercial break, but the rains have come in, the clouds have rolled in, and this is what it's been like all day long.
So again, a 5.50 coming in for Dino Carmo on his opening wave. Here's the replay.
Wow, the rain is coming down. Let's see what Dino did. Another clean roll right there. Full extension and is able to pull it off cleanly. So that is what you want to do on one of your first waves, especially in these conditions. We do want to see two solid waves. 30-minute final, two top scores are going to give you two scores. You know what? Start over. Top two waves are going to be counted. The sum of those two waves will give you points. The highest points is going to be deemed the winner.
All right, so we are underway again with the men's grand final. This is the whole shebang, Manny Vargas. The winner of this heat wins the event, and that will put a wrap on the entire schedule of competition here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. We've already crowned our Pro Junior and Women's champions for this event, and now time to determine who walks away the men's winner. Will it be Dino Carmo or Diego Cabrera carrying away the winner's trophy here at Itacoatiara? We'll figure that out in another 27 minutes or so. Right now, Dino Carmo, the first one on the board. Now Diego Cabrera with priority, waiting for the next set to roll through so he can get to work and get on the scoreboard.
All right, paddling with full strength. I'm sure both of these riders have energized themselves, maintaining hydration with their body and fueling up as well. But Diego Cabrera has been on a tear. Dino Carmo, both of these riders have been just chipping away to get here, the final, the grand final in the men's division. Diego Cabrera up and riding.
Diego driving down the line, eyeing up a section, gets some barrel, ducking out of the rain a little bit, and then flips it out right in front of the doggy crew down on the beach. So Diego now on the scoreboard will await the score. Nice opening wave there for the Canary Islander.
Yeah, he almost ran over the drone hunters. Those dogs have been barking at the drones since the beginning of the competition. Dino Carmo from Portugal, looking very strong from the very get-go. Diego Cabrera, same thing. Both of these riders focused and in tune, and it's just a matter of who is going to get the better wave.
So again, Dino Carmo out in the lineup now with priority while we kick into the replay for Diego Cabrera. Diego, a quick cover up, comes out, throws the flip, gets it around, and that will give him an opening score. Meanwhile, whoa, Diego right back to it. Unfortunately, not able to stick the maneuver. So quick turnaround for Diego Cabrera while Dino Carmo sits outside with priority. His first wave was worthy of a 7.0, enough to move Diego ahead of Dino. And here we have Dino paddling for the horizon as a set rolling in. And unfortunately, he's not in position for it. So we do have some active wave exchange here in the first 5 minutes. Here's a quick look at that last wave from Diego Cabrera.
Ton of speed right there, enough to get projected out into the flats. Oh, and look at just a big old bounce and just getting devoured by that whitewash and not able to pull it off. So a great start for both of these riders, 7.0 and a 5.0 for both of these riders respectively. So not a bad start. So much different as what happened in the ladies final where Mother Nature just fell asleep.
Yeah, so from a real quiet 30-minute heat to a fast start here in this 30-minute heat. We'll hope that it maintains this consistency and intensity throughout the course thereof. Right now, again, Diego Cabrera with a 7. Dino Carmo with a 5.50. Both of these guys trying to work on their backup scores. Diego Cabrera maintains the lead. Dino Carmo holding on to that priority there. You can see Diego asking for a situation update out in the water.
And now he's okay. He's realized he does have priority, and now he's going to be fishing for another set to hopefully roll through for either one of these riders. But with priority, Diego is in good position right now. Again, 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those, but hold on. Look at this set rolling in.
Oh, coming in.
Turning around, taking a look. Turning around, going. Diego Cabrera. Dropping in, nice shoulder, looking at what is setting up, holding on to that speed. Here comes the section, launches through the lip right there and pulls off the roll.
Wow.
That's what he needed.
That was a critical roll, Manny, in a heavy, heavy section.
And to be able to land and maintain and hold on to his board through that landing was going to be what he's going to need to get those 5-6 points for that maneuver. Let's take another look.
Here we go. Diego taking off on this one, setting it up. Has some room to move, driving down the line, sets up this section, and boom, hits the thick slabbing lip, makes it through the whitewater explosion. That's going to be another good score for Diego. There it is, a 6.50 to go with his 7.0. He now leads the way. Dino Carmo needs an 8.01 to play catch up.
Wow, no matter who wins this final, the men's final, it's going to be an emotional one. Dino Carmo bringing home a title for Portugal, or will it be Diego Cabrera winning here and bringing home a title for their very own Grand Canaries? So Diego Cabrera, Dino Carmo, head-to-head right now out in the water. It's going to be an insane showdown all the way to the very last minute here in this 30-minute final. So far, so good.
Yeah, these two dark horses have made it all the way to the final. First time for each of them here at the Itacoatiara Pro, and they've been really intense throughout the course of competition, maintaining that intensity so far here in this 30-minute final. We'll see which one of these guys walks away with the trophy, as I mentioned before. Right now, Diego Cabrera making his case, but I'm sure Dino Carmo will have some.
Trying to get a deep barrel on that. It looked like it was going to stay open, but a little chop inside of the wave just disengaged his board and sent him up and over the falls.
So real quick, just to wrap up what I was saying, both of these guys have had to go through former world champions and former Itacoatiara champions to make it to this final. Here we have Diego Cabrera up and riding, cranks off the bottom, throws out the ARS, and will duck out. So Diego Cabrera, you know, he's been pedal to the metal. He's not letting up at all here in the final.
Diego Cabrera is on a good one right now. He's been throwing down some solid scores from the get-go. We're only less than 10 minutes into this 30-minute final. So now Dino Carmo is on an uphill battle, has an uphill battle to get back and get into the groove of things.
All right, and here we have the replay. Holding a high line, drops down, eyes up the section, and then boosts it, flipping it out, gets it around. And this is going to be another pretty good score. We'll see if it drops into his top 2. He's sitting on a 7 and a 6. There it is, a 7.25 to go with his 7. Increases his lead over Dino Carmo. Now Dino on the hunt for an 8.76. So Diego Cabrera trying to create even more distance between himself and Dino Carmo.
Wow, what a big, big difference from what we've seen just 10, 20 minutes ago. The actual, are you all right over there, brother? All right, take a swig of water, get back in here. I need you in here. This is the final, the last heat of the Itacoatiara Pro. Scores are dropping right now. 7.25 for Diego, and a 7 are his 2 high-scoring waves. And yes, this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, out in the water. Rain is coming down. The riders are riding down the face of the wave with little raindrops just getting pelted in the face, and hopefully not in the cornea. That might hurt, but Diego Cabrera looking solid. Dino Carmo, now he is on the hunt, waiting with priority, hoping Mother Nature can deliver a good-sized set for Dino Carmo.
All right, so moving on, there we see Dino Carmo in the red jersey, in possession of priority, sitting out in the lineup, waiting for the next set of waves to roll through. And he may not have to wait all too long, as this has actually been a fairly consistent heat so far. As we mentioned, the women's final, the first 15 minutes was really quiet. Now the first 15 minutes of the men's has been action-packed. Mother Nature will have her way, and you know what? She kicked into gear for the ladies in the second half. Hopefully it won't go flat on the men's second half. So we'll see how it all plays out. But right now, you know what? Diego Cabrera, Dino Carmo have been fairly active out in the water. A lot of waves to choose from. We hope that it maintains this consistency through the remaining 18 minutes in this heat. I'm pretty sure right now Dino Carmo is hoping that it remains pretty consistent and sends some waves his way, as he's trying to dial up a pretty sizable 8.76 to catch up and overtake Diego Cabrera, who has gotten out to a pretty solid early lead here, leading the way in the men's grand final, hoping to take away his first Itacoatiara Pro event win in very impressive fashion. He's looked very stout out in the water throughout the course of this competition and continues to look strong.
The way to come in and join us here in the booth is by going on our APB Tour Facebook page. That's where you can come in and say hi. I actually posted something on our APB Tour Facebook page. I wrote down final heat of the day. Where you at? Let us know where you're tuning in from, and we will do our last shout outs of the day come 5 minutes from now. So now's a good time. I may not get down the list, so the first 10, 20 or so to say where you're tuning in from, we'll definitely get a shout out. So there you have it. APB Tour Facebook page. Go over there. Tell me where you're tuning in from. Dino Carmo needs an 8.76 for that first place spot. This is it. This is for the Itacoatiara Pro title.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles, Manny, and we'll see who ends up victorious when all is said and done. Right now, that man in yellow, Diego Cabrera, still pacing the way. 7.25, 7.0 on his score sheet, lurking in the lineup like a panther on the prowl, and trying to nail down this win. If he wins this, you know what, honestly, either one of these guys, if they come away the winner, you're going to see some really true raw emotion, yet, completely unbridled. We saw it in previous heats, both of these guys. All smiles for Dino, pure passion for Diego, and you know what? It's probably going to be a tear-filled, emotional win for either one of these guys, because it's going to be a big moment in either one of their careers.
And Diego, he's going back. I'm still tripping out on what he said to Omri Laverne this morning before they went head-to-head in the matchup back in the quarterfinals. Is Diego went up to Omri and said, "I've been waiting a long time for this moment."
Well, you know what? Think about the things this guy has been through in his career in nearly a decade of competition on the World Tour. After that injury he suffered in Arica several years ago, there were questions if he'd ever be able to compete the same again. Meanwhile, competing in this final, Dino Carmo still not going down without a fight, still trying to dial in an 8.76 right now. Unglued a little on that one as he makes his way back out the lineup.
Did Dino Carmo peak too early in the semifinals? It looks like he's lost a little bit of steam here in the early part, the first half of this 30-minute final. Can he get back on his high horse and get rolling? That is the question. This is not the typical Dino Carmo we've seen throughout the event. He's trying to force these maneuvers. If he would have had the same scenario in the semifinals, he would have played the conservative card and went for a through the lip roll. But now he's trying to push a little bit harder, and I think he's got to stop for a second, regain focus, and remember, he's got a full 15 minutes to go to get those 2 high-scoring waves that he needs.
All right, so 14:40 left on the clock. And just to finish up what I was talking about with Diego Cabrera, a few years back, he suffered a brain injury at Arica, actually had to stay in Chile for a month before he was cleared to fly back home to the Canary Islands. And there are a lot of questions on whether or not he would be able to come back from that. And you know what? Now, a few years down the road, removed from that scary incident, you know, here he is in the final looking to take a World Tour win. And, you know, you have to really tip your cap to Diego Cabrera to fight through that injury and to continue to compete on the World Tour and build, you know, the momentum that has actually brought him here to the final.
You know what? Both of these competitors just taken out some giant killers, as our friend Yuri Textera mentioned in his comments. But, yeah, they had to go through previous event winners to get where they are here today.
And not just event winners, but world champions as well. Jared Houston, the 2015 world champ. Amaury Laverne, a 2-time world champion. You know, to be able to take down a world champ like that, you know, that's the kind of thing that you really tack onto your resume, and it's a source of pride for these guys.
What they want on their resume is the win here at the Itacoatiara Pro, and both of them capable of it. And here we go, a little paddle situation right there. It looked like Dino wanted to paddle in front of Diego, but Diego paddling right in front of him, showing a little bit of a little pounding on his chest, saying, hey, I'm here to compete. Don't paddle in front of me. If you want to get on the other side, go around. Come behind me. So very fun to watch this heat unfold. Look at this set coming in. Diego Cabrera with priority, and he's going to try to... Nope, and yes, he baited Diego to give up his priority and go on this wave. Can Diego take advantage and punches through the lip on that inside section? Can he pull it off? He gets hung up too much. Diego cannot pull it off. Now Dino Carmo has priority.
So things definitely interesting out in the water. We've seen some solid scores. Now seeing some strategy come into play as well with 12.5 minutes remaining. We're over halfway through this final, Manny.
Let me run down the first 20 or so comments on the post on the APB Tour Facebook page. Rob Fellish, what's up, Rob? Tuning in from Los Angeles, where it is very hot. Michael Van Houston, how could we forget that name? Legend from South Africa is tuning in as well. So thanks for watching, brother. We also have Ruben in Miami, Florida. Eric from Puerto Rico. Yuri, of course, from Rio de Janeiro. Kevin is tuned in from Lomita. Dino Carmo has, well, I think this is somebody. So Mike says Dino Carmo. And we have Morocco tuned in from Abdeslam. David tuning in as well. Check this out, up and riding.
Dino Carmo driving down the line, looking for a section. Punches through the lip and gets the roll. That will definitely get rid of the 1.65 as a backup score. Don't know if it's worthy of an 8.76, but you know what? There you see a quick slap of the water. He's vibing off of that one on his way back out to the lineup. Some cheers from the beach as well. And it's not done yet. With 11 minutes and change remaining on the clock, Dino Carmo continues to work on his scores in an effort to reel in Diego Cabrera. So you know what? It's going to pick up a little bit more intensity-wise out in the water. Here's a look at the replay, Manny V.
You can see the rain coming down right now, just little raindrops pelting the faces of these bodyboarders. Nice clean bottom turn, enough speed to punch through that roll, punch through that lip to pull off that roll. So a solid maneuver right there for Dino Carmo. So Dino Carmo now has something to use to have in his back pocket. But as you can see right there, not enough. He still needs a couple solid scores to be even in contention, or an 8.51. Let me hit this list. David in Portugal, or in London via Portugal, going for his man Dino Carmo out in the water. So Mark Wright is also tuning in from South Oz. Dom going for Dino. Juan in Puerto Rico. Dan tuned in from Finland. What? We got Guillaume in France. Matt Taylor as well in West Oz. So thank you all for tuning in. Cameron Still is tuning in as well from California. Legend himself. Michael Van Houston and Cameron Still, I'm sure, know each other from the old school days. So, again, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The 30-minute final is coming down to the last 10 minutes.
All right, and here we go. Dino Carmo taking a look. Diego Cabrera with priority. So, you know what? We'll see what kind of dancing goes on out in the lineup between these two as they tango back and forth, looking to take the win here at the Itacoatiara Pro, 9:40 and counting down. Again, Diego Cabrera holding the lead and priority right now, but Dino Carmo with a little bit of momentum after that last wave.
Yeah, I mean, the rain is starting to come down now. It's a shame because Marcelo has to bring in the drones to port and keeping him out of the rain. Dino Carmo up and running. 8.51 to get in that first place spot. Comes around that section. Oh, comes unglued. Not enough speed. Again, trying to force these maneuvers that the wave will not allow is what's happening for Dino Carmo right now.
Well, that one, he was trying to sneak in underneath Diego Cabrera. Diego didn't show any interest in it, so Dino got to go unabated, but still, unfortunately, not able to capitalize, going for the roll, and lost the handle on his board. He'll make his way back out to the lineup and continue his hunt for an 8.51 score with 8:45 left on the clock.
Ton of time for both of these riders to put something together. To pull off a win here in the Itacoatiara Pro. It's been an amazing week of competition here. We had one solid day go down the beach at Pompo, which is the wave, the name given to the wave down the beach. Here we go. Here's another look at Dino.
Here you can see behind the section, gets caught up in the lip, and then the whitewater explosion takes him out. So unfortunately, a little bit of a miscue there for Dino Carmo. He continues to pursue Diego Cabrera. 8 minutes left on the clock. Diego with priority. Both of these guys paddling for position out in the lineup, and it's going to be Diego Cabrera up and riding on the right.
Diego has a nice lined up right-hander. Look at this section. Oh, my. A little mishap right there. He just lost it right there. It looked like he hit a little chop coming down the face of the wave. When he was about to bottom turn, something happened where the rail became disengaged and he lost all his momentum and could not come up the face of the wave to do a maneuver. Let's take a look at what happened. Break it down in detail.
Yeah, here you see he sets his line, drops down, and as he's going, it looks like he dug a rail and then just took a header inside the barrel as that one shut down. So it scrubbed all his speed, and it was almost, you know, kind of like hitting a speed bump, so to speak, and it flung him off his board, and just everything went sideways from there.
Looking back at the march to the final for Dino Carmo, back in round number 3, he had to go head-to-head with Jacob Romero, where it was elimination round, and he took out the Hawaiian flying man himself, Jacob Romero. Then he ended up in round number 4 facing off the 2 South Africans, Tristan Roberts and Jared Houston, and then he kept marching on into the quarterfinals, or into round number 5. I take that back. Into the semifinals, where he went head-to-head quarterfinals with Jared Houston, and now here we are in the final. Dino Carmo.
6:20 left on the clock. Diego Cabrera still sitting on a 7.25 and a 7.0, holding on to the lead. Dino Carmo holding on to priority right now, needs an 8.51 or higher. Diego taking a look at this one, decides to let it roll through, as that one's going to race off ahead of him. So, you know, both of these guys keeping pretty busy, moving around out there, dialing into some waves, trying to shuffle things up a little bit. Here we go, Diego. And you can see the rain coming down much harder now on screen. Diego taking a quick look back to the beach.
Everybody running for cover down on the beach unless they're under an umbrella. But yeah, this rain has been coming in and out.
And we're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. Here we have Dino Carmo driving down the line, punching the roll through the oncoming section. And now here's a look at Diego Cabrera. Sets his line, drops down, nice speed line. Gets a quick little cover up, hits the flip, and that was one of his bigger scoring waves. And now here's that one set wave from Diego Cabrera driving down the line. And you're going to see him hit the roll in a critical section.
Solid. Comes out right in front of that whitewash and a completed maneuver. Diego Cabrera, I mean, he's on a roll right now with 2 solid scores. And there's another look at that perfect ARS maneuver, air roll spin. So Diego looking solid. Dino Carmel trying to fight back, but it's not having a little miscue on some of the maneuvers, even though he did pull off this roll. That was not a very super technical maneuver and was deemed in that middle range, that 5.75. So a bit, again, scrolling down, a couple more shout outs. We got Davo, who is watching in France. Masahiko Yoshioka from Japan. Ohio daimasu. We do have Adam Day tuned in from Monterey. Thanks for tuning in, brother. And again, I can't thank everybody enough for, on behalf of everybody here bringing the live broadcast, thank you for tuning in from all over the world. Without you, we wouldn't be here.
Meanwhile, out in the water, 4 minutes left on the clock. Diego Cabrera still leads the way. Taking a peek at that last wave, opting to let it roll through. Dino Carmo with priority. Still trying to dig himself out of a little bit of a hole. Needs an 8.51 to overtake Diego. So right now, the Canary Islander with the advantage over the rider from Playa del Norte. And it looks like wave action rolling in. Some verbal notification coming from the beach.
Yeah, we're right on the other side of the athletes' tent, and you can hear them yelling and cheering and trying to direct the competitors out in the water one way or another. But look at the rain coming down. A couple more shout-outs. Kalani tuning in from Alaska, and Derek in Holland. We got Rich over in, well, I don't know where he's tuning in from, but he made it to the end, and he's still icing his broken foot. So, again, Finland tuned in. Dan, you're crazy.
All right, Manny, less than 3 minutes on the clock, and there you can see the heat leader, Diego Cabrera, getting rained on, but you know what? I don't think he minds so much. He's got the lead, and he's in the driver's seat right now. It's up to Dino Carmo to try and fish up an 8.51, or it's game over.
Wow, Dino was looking very, very strong. He may have peaked a little bit too early in the semifinals, but Diego Cabrera, his consistency has rolled over into the final and just kept headstrong and is still looking very solid here in the final. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, you know what, Manny? The anticipation is getting almost unbearable. Coming down to the 2-minute mark. Is it going to be Diego Cabrera, or is Dino Carmo going to pull off some 11th hour heroics?
You know what? It's totally possible. We've been seeing that throughout the entire event, and it's totally doable if the waves are going to come through for Dino Carmo. It's just, I mean, the paddle back out to the break, very, very short here at Playa de Itacoatiara. So Dino Carmo can get 2 waves within this last minute 45, or all he needs is an 8.51. And I'm sorry, I say only, but it's totally capable for the Portuguese rider, Dino Carmo. Wow, Diego Cabrera showed up focused. And you know what? Amaury Laverne, he may have seen the light or seen some, he might be, you know, the new spiritual reader.
Yeah, you know what you said about him showing up ready from on. He had that look from, you know, the moment he landed here. Like I said, hood over his head, sunglasses on, music on, just focusing on the job in front of him. And he has been nonstop since he got here. And, you know, here he is in the final, about a minute away from being crowned the event champion.
Nobody was going to stand in the way of Diego Cabrera, who has long sought a win on the APB World Bodyboarding Tour. And this may it. One of the most prestigious events on the tour and the Grand Slam Series here at Itacoatiara because of the wave. It has a ton of power, and a lot of everybody is playing on the same playing field. And here it is coming down to the wire. Do we have our new Itacoatiara Pro champion on our hands, on our screen, Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands.
Wow, 20 seconds left on the clock, Manny. I'd be biting my fingernails if I were out in the water this close to a victory. Counting down 15 seconds.
Look at the emotions.
There you can see it's starting to set
my.
in. Final countdown.
Oh, my goodness.
Head in hands. And there it is, the final horn. Diego Cabrera is your 2017 Itacoatiara Pro champion. And wow, you can see the body language, the emotion. Overwhelming. Diego, congratulations.
Yeah, he's going to paddle over right now to Dino Carmel. Hands down to both of these guys. Great performance all the way from the get-go. Both of them were fierce competitors, and I couldn't ask for a better final. And this was an incredible event, and to all of our winners in each one of the divisions.
And you know what? While we get him a jet ski ride into the beach, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
Wow.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
All right, so welcome back. We have just wrapped up competition here on the 6th day of competition at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. And wow, Manny, that's all I can really say from what we saw out there. Give us a rundown.
Well, I mean, we've seen some incredible action from day number 1 here at the beautiful beach of Itacoatiara in Niterói, Brazil. And yeah, I mean, shout out to all the winners for sure. The Pro Junior, we had Nelson Flores from Chile, the Japanese rider Ayaka Suzuki winning the females division, and Dino Carmel succumbing to Diego Cabrera, who takes the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. It has been amazing. We've seen a couple 10-point rides. We've seen some incredible action, and the ceremonies are about to get going here down on the scaffolding.
Yeah, so you know what? It's been a wild ride. We've seen some really big, heavy days. We've seen some really fun, bowly conditions. And we've seen some stellar performances from our field of competitors in all 3 divisions. Again, wrapping things up competition-wise, but the ceremonies are just about to begin. We're going to send everybody over there in just a moment. Right now, just wrapping things up here in the commentary booth for 2017.
Diego Cabrera, what can we say? He had, I hate to quote, the eye of the tiger. I mean, what else can I say? He had that focus. He had that determination from the get-go. He showed up. He really wasn't talking to any other competitors. He went home. He came to show. He showed up to compete, and that's what he did. Dino Carmel, he was another aggressive competitor, and we can hear the crowd cheering out on the other side of the wall. But Dino Carmo, incredible performance. But his wheels fell off in the final and just opened the door for Diego Cabrera to keep on rolling.
Yeah, one thing to make note of, both of these guys having career finishes here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Diego, you know, he had a run of equal ninth finishes the last 3 years, and this year finally breaking through, making it to the final, and taking the win to become the event champion for 2017. So kudos to Diego, you know, taking a big leap forward here at the Itacoatiara Pro this year.
If you want the latest on the scores, the rankings, and highlight videos, make sure you check out apbtour.com. Also, APB Tour Facebook page. That's where you're going to get all the information, up-to-date information on the tour, the men's, women, and pro junior details as far as not only this event, but where we have come from the beginning of the year and the beginning of the 2017 APB World Bodyboarding Tour.
Also, one other thing to take note of, be sure to visit apbtour.store to buy swag like this. APB merchandise available online with international shipping. Be sure to check that out.
And a big shout out to all the production crew and the behind the scenes people. I mean, without Andre feeding us coffee for the entire day, it would not have been, it would have been a little bit boring here in the commentator's booth. Andre, thank you. And again, the production crew.
Yeah, thank you to Chimisini for their production work each and every day here bright and early, making sure everything's set up so we can come to you live with all of the best action here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And you know what? Big shout out to the event organizer as well, Giuliano Lara. The man has been all over the place taking on innumerable activities here and making sure everything runs smoothly as well as his entire team, his brother Bernardo, the food staff, everybody. I mean, it's been impeccable.
I mean, take a look at our sponsors. You've been seeing them all throughout the entire event. So without them, of course, this event wouldn't have been going down. So I think, are we almost ready to throw down to the ceremony?
I don't know. I think they're still setting up right now. You know, there's a lot of celebrating going on down there, not only for Diego Cabrera, but also the Portuguese are pretty stoked on that second place finish for Dino Carmo. I mean, his first year competing at this event, and to be able to make it all the way to the final, that's very impressive.
Yeah, he was stoked. I mean, both of these riders were stoked as they got closer and closer to the final. But Diego Cabrera, he is the man of the hour, along with Ayaka Suzuki, the winner of the female division, and as well as the pro junior Nelson Flores.
Yeah, Nelson Flores, Nacho, finally coming out ahead here at the Itacoatiara Pro. He's been here the last couple of years, battling it out on the Pro Junior World Tour. And you know what? It's going to be fun to see that kid up on the podium. He's put in the work. He's continually made progress over the last few years, and finally tasting success by way of a victory here at the Itacoatiara Pro Junior.
All right, so I'm waiting for you to queue up to get over to the ceremony, but I do have to give a shout out to you, the viewers, for, you know, I mean, our only way to be able to communicate to you is through our Facebook page, the APB Tour, and many of you have been listening, and we can't thank you enough for going on to our Facebook page and being able to communicate with us. That makes it fun for me, and I'm sure it makes it fun for everybody who is tuning in from around the world.
And while we get ready to throw things over to the winner's podium, just a quick reminder, stay tuned for upcoming events. Yes. Follow the schedule on apbtour.com. Up next on the Men's World Tour will be the Arica Chilean Challenge starting on July 4th and running through the 10th this year. So that's up next, followed by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and that will put a wrap on the 3 events for the South American leg. And of course, stay tuned to more updates for the men's schedule, women's schedule, Pro Junior, and also a few events being added to the Drop Knee Tour. So stay tuned for all of that as well.
So as they're getting ready in the ceremony area, we can hear the chatter and cheering just across on the other side of this wall. Again, if you have any questions about anything pertaining to the APB World Bodyboarding Tour, you're going to find it on Facebook or on apbtour.com. And we do have an app. Head over to your app store and download the app, APB Tour. Search for it and download it, and that's where you're going to have everything in the palm of your hands.
And you know what? Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the award ceremony. Stay tuned.
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.
All right, welcome back once again to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Manny Vargas sneaking in some extra practice time for the U-Riding Challenge Saturday night. Tell us a little bit more about that, Manny.
Well, right now you can still play in the Journey. If you download the game in your app, you can actually still compete in Itacoatiara Pro in this. Look for it, the Journey. bodyboarding in your app, and I will see you in the Itacoatiara Pro. I dare you to beat me. And if you are in town, we do have a tournament with this game tomorrow at Plaza Shopping on the 3rd floor in the Itacoatiara room at 8 o'clock on Saturday, tomorrow. So if you're in the area, come on down to Plaza Shopping.
In the meantime, we're going to throw things over to the podium for the award ceremony. Meanwhile, here in the booth, Steve Action Jackson, Manny Vargas, we're signing off, and we'll see you next time around.
Boom!
Alô. Não. Cara, que vergonha. Essa aí é alta, super alta.
Mas ese va a ser hablar para o internet o para o
Acho que é
pódio?
para... Diego. Pode ir. Hello, everyone. Here is the winner for the Itacoatiara Pro 2017, Diego Cabrera. Woohoo! How do you feeling?
I I can't describe with words. Maybe with in 2009, the 2 days more happy in my life, the most beautiful days in my life for sure. This is my life, bodyboarding. I have been doing this since when I was, I don't know, 5, 6 years. It's the only thing I know to do. So right now, at this point, I'm working so hard. I'm training so hard, and I'm trying to be in the top with these guys, you know, with Amari, Pierre, Jared, Yuri, all of those machines. So I want to be there with you guys, and I'm going to be there with you guys for sure. So stoked, so happy, can't tell anymore.
And you made it. Good job. Congratulations. Thank you so much. You're going to say something to your country, to someone?
For sure, yeah, to my family, my brother, if you see me, I can't wait to go home and see you, my brother. Family, friends, I love you, Canary. Come on! Woo!
Thanks, Diego. Congratulations. Parabéns one more time. Dino, tell me, what do you think now, right now? Você agora é brasileiro, né? Broquita.
Estou muito feliz, é a minha primeira final, o meu primeiro pódio no circuito mundial. É o meu segundo ano aqui no Brasil. Dei o meu máximo e estou muito feliz por estar aqui no meio dos melhores do mundo, os melhores bodyboarders do mundo. E pá, e agora é continuar focado, continuar a trabalhar, tenho treinado para estar aqui e agora é continuar, procurar patrocínios, chegar mais longe, treinar o máximo. Estou aqui estou desde os 10 anos a lutar por isto e é isto que eu quero para a minha vida.
Isso aí, sua meta então para 2017 é correr o tour inteiro e mandar bem em Nazaré, em Portugal, em Chile.
Claro, agora o objetivo agora vai ser sempre chegar à final, já consegui uma vez, agora vou meter na cabeça que é possível fazê-lo mais vezes e lutar para que isso aconteça e trabalhar para isso, né? Estamos cá.
Isso aí, Dino, parabéns para todos os atletas que estão aqui também representando cada país, né? É isso aí. Quer falar alguma coisa para alguém, para Portugal?
Claro, quero agradecer a toda a minha família, à minha namorada, aos meus patrocinadores, principalmente ao município da Nazaré, à Praia do Norte, que sem eles já era impossível estar aqui, ao Alojamento de Batata, Nazaré Surf School, aqui ao Gabriel, daqui de Itacoatiara, que me deu casa cá, a todos os brasileiros que estiveram aqui na praia a apoiar por mim, e espero cá estar para o ano, que Itacoatiara PRO se volta a repetir muitos mais anos, que Itacoatiara merece e os bodyboarders também merecem, que este campeonato se repita. Epá, e acho que é tudo. Mandar um grande abraço para Portugal, ainda falta um mês para voltar para lá para festejar com vocês, mas a festa vai ser grande.
Parabéns, Dino. Obrigada. Ai, caramba. Cadê os meninos? É Nicole. Passa a mão. A gente está aqui com nossa representante máxima aqui do Brasil.
Pode ir.
Calma aí também que eu tô... Fala, amiga, o que você está sentindo agora?
Você me fez chorar. Uma emoção muito grande ter um retorno, né, no pódio agora. Fazia muito tempo que eu não pegava um pódio, principalmente de mundial. Na verdade, eu nunca fiz uma final de mundial, então é muito importante. E esse campeonato serviu pra gente chamar atenção pra nossa categoria, né? Porque tá difícil, tá bem difícil. Ser mulher, atleta é difícil, a gente não tem o mesmo reconhecimento. E tá num evento desse é mostrar que... Não é nem mostrar, é nos fazer lembrar, né? A gente tá aqui, a gente compete como os homens, a gente entra no mesmo mar. A gente quer reconhecimento e isso foi um dos motivos de eu ter voltado a competir, né? Ser mãe é difícil, eu não durmo direito, né? Eu não treino. Acabei de sair de uma cirurgia, um mês deitada e não... A primeira vez que eu caí na água foi agora, entendeu? No campeonato, então...
Amiga, tá de parabéns, Nicole, sempre foi excelente competidora. Eu compito com ela há 10 anos e a gente sabe a característica uma da outra. Independente, amiga, você tá... tá em segundo do Brasil, é a nossa representante aqui, parabéns. Isso aí. E que a galera que ano que vem também, que o feminino fique cada vez mais forte e a gente possa mudar essa situação também da nossa categoria.
Com certeza, eu acho que cada vez mais a gente tem que apoiar o feminino, apoiar as meninas venham competir, que a gente precisa demonstrar nossa força.
Isso aí, parabéns, valeu, Nix. Não, tô só esperando. So guys, we're gonna say who's the winner for the female, the Japanese Ayaka Suzuki. Yee!
Thank you so much for your support, everybody. Finally, I got a champion of Itacoatiara 2017 because last year I got a second, and I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Muito obrigada.
Yeah, what do you think about Itacoatiara? You've been here 2 weeks and probably it's local already. You take a really good waves, good swell. So what do you think about here? Is it a special place for you?
Yes, I came here for the 2 weeks, and I've been there 2 weeks. It was so good wave every day, like sometimes class, sometimes too big, but it was so good. Like I train a lot in here. I love here so much.
And now what are you gonna do to defend the title to your country? In Chile and Portugal, you're gonna just keep it going. I know that you travel around the world just to training more, like in Mexico, Indonesia. You're gonna do like that until finish the year? Or?
Yes, this year I really want to focus to the world tour, so I don't join the national tour anymore. So I train a lot in Mexico, Brazil, everywhere. I want to serve in everywhere to get a world champion.
That's it. Congratulations. Congratulations to Japan as well. She's a really good rider. Sure.
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。やっと勝てました。2戦目です。ありがとうございます。
Valeu, Yaka.
Muito obrigada.
Portunhol, né? So Nelson is the rider for the champion for the Pro Junior. He's got 17 years old. Tell me, how do you feeling? ¿Cómo se siente?
Nada, me siento súper feliz de poder estar cumpliendo un sueño que siempre había querido ser campeón aquí en Brasil y ahora lo cumplí. Agradecer a toda la gente de acá de Brasil que me hace sentir como en casa, me reciben súper bien. Y nada, muy feliz, agradecer a toda la gente que ha estado apoyando todo el campeonato acá en la playa, desde Chile también, mandando las buenas vibras, así que nada, súper contento y feliz.
Parabéns, felicitações. Graças. Então, gente, eu acho que a galera agora vai vir para o pódio, né? Capaz deles chamarem aqui. Obrigada a todo mundo que compareceu aqui também, nesse show de bodyboard.
E a comemoração do Diego também. Agora.
Pessoal, deixa eu dar um recado aqui que pediram para dar. Olha, eu achando que tô gata aqui, né, falando no microfone. Vai ter um evento agora na casa de Jalminha, não sei se todo mundo sabe onde é, no Costão. E o evento vai ser beneficente para Aleph, para Alexandre Paredes, que roubaram o equipamento de fotografia dele no sábado. E aí toda a verba vai ser revertida para ajudá-lo. Então tá todo mundo convidado para ir para casa de Jalminha depois daqui e para a comemoração dos campeões também. É isso?
Ei, som, teste, ei. Ei. Desligar essa parada aqui. Ei. Teste. Yeah. Yeah. Som.
Está você, está, vou levar um.
Yeah.
Tá ruim, tá bom, tá mais ou menos. Pô, segura aqui pra mim, por favor. Qual vai ser a primeira categoria, por favor? Júnior. Gil. Júnior. Alô. Ok, galera, então chegamos ao fim desse grande evento. Mais um ano aqui na praia de Itacoatiara, Itacoatiara PRO 2017, sucesso total. Estava falando hoje ali que aconteceu de tudo na praia de Itacoatiara. Teve chuva, teve sol, teve arco-íris. E a gente superou isso tudo e agora é hora de celebrarmos os campeões, a vitória dos melhores bodyboarders aqui dessa etapa do Itacoatiara PRO 2017. Vou passar a palavra primeiro aqui para o Gil, que foi o organizador desse evento. Ele com certeza trabalhou bastante para que vocês tivessem a satisfação de aplaudir e de sentir as emoções dessa grande etapa. Gil, muito obrigado por você ter feito essa festa aqui para nós.
Obrigado, Jacaré. Primeiro, obrigado a todos os atletas que entendem que é importante a participação de vocês, que saem dos seus estados, que conseguem captar a grana, seja do patrocinador local ou da família, para injetar no bodyboard. O que vocês injetam nesse esporte é uma grana que vai voltar para vocês, independente de vocês estarem colocando aqui ou não. A gente tenta aplicar toda a verba que a gente tem em mídia, em estrutura, para que o bodyboard possa ser vendido para grandes empresas. O nosso objetivo aqui é conseguir grana das grandes empresas em prol de vocês. Esse trabalho aqui é de bodyboarders para bodyboarders. Eu queria agradecer muito a presença de todos os patrocinadores que estão aqui, os grandes e os pequenos, as pessoas que trabalharam incessantemente para esse campeonato acontecer. A gente teve muita chuva, condições de trabalho dificílimas. Esse campeonato é feito em cima de uma organização familiar. Quem está trabalhando aqui é meu irmão, minha esposa, meus amigos, pessoas daqui de Itacoatiara que trabalham muito para que esse evento aconteça, e eu de coração queria pedir desculpa por qualquer coisa que tenha acontecido e agradecer de coração a presença de vocês. Valeu, galera, muito obrigado.
Alô. Ok. Muito bem, galera. Então agora a palavra vai para o Alex. Ele é o manager da APB, entidade mundial que organiza o bodyboard, o circuito mundial de bodyboard. Ok, Alex.
Thanks, Jacare. first off, I just want to say huge thank you to all the locals here that have given up this spot at Itacoatiara for us to come and do this event here. So thank you, the local community, putting up with this for the last 2 weeks. Really thankful and appreciative across the world. I'm sure everyone loves to see this event every year, so thank you so much. Jill, huge thank you to you. Again, tremendous event, incredible, and your whole team. Your whole team know how to put an event on. It's incredible, and you know, you accompany everyone, especially all the athletes who are #1 here, and so congratulations, Jill. Well done. Huge thank you to the supporters and sponsors of this event, Niterói, the government for getting behind Jill, and all the sponsors behind us, and all the food and accommodation too, Itacoatiara Inn and Sabarendo and Toyota and everyone that supported. Huge thank you to Toyota too for backing this event in the last few years, and really appreciative of that. A huge thank you to the athletes for coming down here too from all over the world. I know we've got guys from Australia, girls from Japan and South Africa, you know, Chile, Portugal, Canary Islands, France, everywhere. So thanks guys for coming out. It means a lot. And so I'll just stand here. And last but not least, so just huge congrats to the winners too. Nelson Flores, Pro Junior Champion. I've been watching him for a few years now, and he's an incredible talent. So huge congrats to you, Nelson. Ayaka, once again, killing it. Sensational. Congratulations. And a huge congratulations to Diego Cabrera. He's just been inspiring to watch. You're on fire this contest, mate, and, you know, just super congratulations, especially last few years I've seen what you've been going through, and you put it all on the line here, and hard work, dedication, mate. Well done. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Alex. Bom, então o Alex agradeceu a todo mundo, principalmente a galera local aqui, que prestigiou o evento e recebeu a todos com muito carinho e com esse abraço enorme aí que vocês têm. Muito obrigado. Vamos agora celebrar os verdadeiros campeões dessa etapa. Gostaria de convidar primeiro a categoria Júnior, categoria Pro Júnior, por favor, ao pódio. Nelson Flores, Luan Tavares, Cristóvão Fernandes e Igor de Almeida. Congratulations. Parabéns aí, cara. Parabéns aí. Ok? Quem vai entregar? Você? Muito bem, agora vocês estão os donos do pódio. Ok? A palavra é de vocês. Primeiro, Nelson Flores, grande campeão dessa etapa de bodyboard Itacoatiara Pro 2017.
Nada, primero que todo agradecer a la organización por hacer un muy buen campeonato, a la gente que estuvo apoyando, a los riders felicitarlos también por su buen nivel. Nada, súper feliz de haber ganado mi primera victoria en un campeonato mundial. Así que nada, súper feliz, agradecer a la gente de Chile, a mis auspiciadores por hacer esto posible.
Muito bem, aqui o Luan Tavares. Luan Tavares também vai dar a palavra dele.
Primeiramente, quero agradecer muito a Deus. Estou muito feliz por estar fazendo o final do Itacoatiara Pro. Quero agradecer a todos os meus companheiros da Camona. E quero agradecer muito o público. E estou muito feliz por fazer essa vitória aqui em casa. Muito obrigado a todos.
Cristóbal.
Nada, muy contento ya que es mi primera final en un circuito mundial. Un felicitación a los riders ya que fue una manga súper peleada. Nada, agradecer a la gente de Chile ahí que estuvo apoyando y nada, agradecer a mis patrocinadores y a mi familia por hacer esto posible.
Gracias. E agora o Igor de Almeida.
Só tenho a agradecer a Deus, depois a galera ali, ó, depois 5, e o Sócrates, Matheus, e a todos que vieram prestigiar mesmo, tá amarradão.
Muito bem, sim, é hora da premiação.
Vou fazer uma quebra de protocolo aqui, eu vou chamar os locais da praia para entregar o prêmio, porque ninguém melhor do que eles para fazer essa homenagem. Dudu, Zique, Calani, os caras casca grossa aqui da área. Esses caras merecem estar em todos os pódios. Isso é a verdade.
Muito bem, então é hora de aplaudirmos os na categoria Júnior. Quarto colocado, Igor Almeida. Premiação, alô, recebe a premiação então das mãos do Gil Igor de Almeida. O terceiro colocado vem do Chile, Cristóbal Fernandes. Cristóbal Fernandes, então, ganhando o seu prêmio, Itacoatiara Pro. O vice-campeão quase ganhou essa etapa, mas na virada sensacional, Nelson Flores, ele ganhou a segunda colocação. Eu peço seus aplausos ao Luan Tavares. E agora o grande campeão dessa etapa 2017 do Itacoatiara Pro, vem do Chile, ele, Nelson Flores. É isso aí, mais uma vez o seu carinho, seus aplausos aos campeões do Itacoatiara Pro 2017, categoria para Júnior, os futuros campeões mundiais aí, bodyboard. Parabéns, hein? Felicitaciones para ustedes. Vamos continuar. Muito bem, agora gostaria de convidar as meninas, categoria feminina, The Women Division, Ayaka Suzuki, Nicole Calheiros, Maria Helena e Paloma Frigan.
Wet, yeah. It's wet. Cold and wet. It's a third tour. The wet flag is the third tour. Yeah.
Não, mesma galera. Cadê? Bota a camisa. Quem vai entregar uma Helena aqui? Vou entregar nada, vou receber, né? Não, isso não importa.
We'd like to invite to the podium Ayaka Suzuki, Nicole Calheiros, Maria Helena e Paloma Frigan.
Pode convidar, pode convidar.
Ok, é um prazer então convidar as atletas campeãs dessa sexta edição do Itacoatiara Pro. Itacoatiara Pro 2017. Por favor, ao pódio, Maria Helena, Paloma Frigan, Nicole Calheiros, Ayaka Suzuki. Nicole já trouxe o seu troféu, o maior troféu da vida. Primeiro vamos conversar um pouco com as meninas. Vou passar a palavra, o microfone para vocês darem as suas impressões sobre esse campeonato, a emoção que vocês estão sentindo de estarem aqui no pódio. Ok, começando aqui pela Ayaka Suzuki. What you feeling, Ayaka? Talk to this people. What you feeling about the contest?
Okay, first I want to say big thanks to APB Tour, Itacoatiara, and all of the local and all of my competitors. And thank you so much. And I'm so happy to go to champion of this year. And I love Itacoatiara so much. Thank you.
Ok, congratulations, Ayaka. Muito bem. Agora é você.
É sempre muito bom competir, né? Eu sou uma competidora assídua, gosto muito de estar competindo, independente de mundial, local, estadual. Eu gosto muito de competir. É muito bom estar aqui no pódio agora com meu filho. Ele vai poder mostrar esse momento no colégio. E isso me deixa muito orgulhosa, ver todas as meninas aqui, a Ayaka, Maria Helena, Paloma, são talentos assim que o mundo precisa ver isso, né? A gente vai aproveitar aí que o surf é olímpico e vamos tentar surfar essa onda também, porque o nosso esporte é muito bom e a gente tem que mostrar isso para o mundo. Obrigada.
Estou muito feliz de estar aqui, fazer uma final aqui em Itacoatiara, na minha casa, na praia que eu sempre surfei, onde eu aprendi a surfar. Faz parte de um sonho estar aqui. Estou muito feliz. Eu gosto muito de estar aqui, assim, estar entre as melhores do mundo é uma felicidade assim, que não tem tamanho. Né? Valeu.
Alô, alô.
Aló, aló. Quiero agradecer del campeonato por este evento y el pelotudo.
Ok, muito bem. Vamos lá. A premiação novamente sendo entregue aqui pelos feras do bodyboard de Itacoatiara. Os caras que dominam o pico aqui na área. Os locais mais irados aqui da praia de Itacoatiara. Vamos fazer a entrega da premiação. Primeiramente, para a quarta colocada na categoria feminina, chilena Paloma Frigan.
Felicitações, Paloma.
Ok. Em terceiro lugar, recebe o troféu Maria Helena. E esse vice-campeonato realmente foi emocionante. A Nicole, as suas palavras parece que emocionaram todo mundo. Ela que passou por vários momentos, né? Maternidade, depois cirurgia, etc e tal. Mais do que merecedor, então, vai receber o seu troféu a Nicole Calheiros. Isso, e ela que chegou aqui, dançou na festa da Toyota, pô, curtiu pra caramba todos os momentos na praia de Itacoatiara e ainda por cima leva o título do Itacoatiara PRO 2017, o nome dela, Ayaka Suzuki! São as campeãs do Itacoatiara PRO 2017. Depois de 6 dias de competição, conseguiram ser laureadas aqui no pódio. Parabéns, que vocês continuem treinando e conquistando cada vez mais o mundo. Obrigado. Mais uma vez, seu aplauso e seu carinho para as campeãs de 2007. Alô, 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 alô. Muito bem. Agora vamos à categoria que emocionou a todos nós, que fez com que a gente aprendesse um pouquinho mais a surfar de bodyboard. Dominaram essas ondas com muita maestria, muita técnica. Realmente foi demais ver esses caras surfando aqui, voando, encarando esse mar difícil, mexido, grande, pesado. Gostaria de convidar então ao pódio os 4 vencedores dessa etapa de 2017, o Diego Cabreira, Dino Carmo, Ian Campbell e Dave Hubbard. Okay. Congratulations, Cabreira. Parabéns. Parabéns. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ok, primeiro vamos ouvir então os campeões, né, dessa etapa. Vamos ouvir um pouco o que eles têm a dizer. Everyone wants the champions of the Itacoatiara Pro 2017. Let's start with Dave Hubbard here.
Oh, cool. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks to all the competitors putting on a really amazing show. Thanks to all the event staff and event organizer, GU, of course. But everybody to help make this event possible was wonderful. Muito obrigado a todo people of Niterói and Itacoatiara. And mainly, I do want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Do you not want to let him speak? Yeah, just as Dave said, huge thanks to the event organizers, judges, everyone else who made this event possible. Alex, your time is really appreciated from all the riders, bro. Thanks very much. To the guys in the final, Dino, Diego, great job. Unbelievable riding from the both of you. So very well done. And yeah, thanks to the locals for allowing us to ride here, and to the town of Niterói for having this event. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Olá pessoal, é a minha primeira final, estou muito feliz por estar aqui no meio destes 3 monstros do bodyboard e muitos mais que estão aqui. Espero voltar a repetir esta posição e quem sabe vir a ganhar. Quero agradecer a todos os que tornaram o campeonato possível, Itacoatiara PRO, à malta toda que comprou aí camisas e chapéus para ajudar o Itacoatiara PRO, isso é importante. E quero agradecer também. Quero agradecer também a toda a malta do Brasil e portuguesa que esteve aqui na praia a puxar por mim durante todo o campeonato. Foi o melhor campeonato que eu já fiz na minha vida. É um sonho tornado realidade e quero dar os parabéns ao Diego pela primeira vitória também. E aqui o terceiro e quarto lugar também, 2 monstros. Epá, e é isso, estou muito feliz e quero para o ano voltar aqui e voltar a estar nos melhores do mundo. E estar entre vocês todos, a Mauri, todos, Tristan, sei lá, a malta toda. Estou um bocado nervoso e pronto, e é isso, quero estar cá para o ano e vamos.
Oi. Galera do Shockmaster aí. Obrigado por tudo, amigos. Muito obrigado. Eu estive conviviendo con ustedes toda la estancia aquí en Brasil y gracias a vocês estoy aquí, con certeza, todo un camino y gracias a vocês compartir conmigo. Obrigado. Segundo lugar, galera do Brasil, organizadores do evento, Juliano, Chico, todo el mundo que se encarga de que el bodyboard siga hacia adelante y que sea un deporte como Dios manda, como lo que es. Muchas gracias, señores. Gracias a gente como tú, Juliano. Gracias de verdad. Ok. Y lo más importante es deciros que hoy es el día más feliz de mi vida, con certeza. He pasado por muchas cosas, mas estoy muy feliz ahora, estoy trabajando bien para que este momento llegara. Y solo a 2 personas muy especiales para mí, mi padre, que ainda tenía posibilidades. Usted me ha ayudado siempre. Muito obrigado, padre. Aquí estoy. Gracias, papá. Mi hermano Víctor, mi gente, por favor, los quiero mucho, gracias. David Domínguez, Alf, si me estás viendo, amigo, muchas gracias por todo lo que me has ayudado en todas y cada una de las baterías. Cuando salía hablaba contigo. Gracias, maestro. Gracias a ti estoy aquí. Gracias a Dios también, el más importante. Obrigado, Brasil. Obrigado.
Galera, pura emoção, Itacoatiara PRO 2017. Agora vamos fazer a entrega da premiação para esses feras, esses monstros do bodyboard monsters. Ok, então vamos convidar aqui o Gil para entregar para o 4º colocado. Ele vem do Hawaii, lá do Kauai, Dave Hubbard. Muito bem, então vamos falar assim um pouquinho mais baixo, porque senão o microfone falha. Vamos lá, então, 3º colocado, vem da África do Sul, nasceu em Durban, mas agora vive em Cape Town. O nome dele, Ian Campbell. Muito bem. Agora, o vice-campeão dessa etapa lutou bastante, quase levou o título. Por pouco foram detalhes nessa disputa. Ele está acostumado às ondas pesadas de Nazaré, lá em Portugal, na Praia do Norte. O nome dele, Dino Carmo. Muito bem, muito bom. E agora, para receber então a premiação como campeão dessa 6ª edição do Itacoatiara PRO 2017, ele que falou lindas palavras, assim, emocionou a todos aqui na praia, vem das Ilhas Canárias, seu nome, Diego Cabreira! Felicitaciones a todos los monstruos de board. Pariu, cara, conserta essa bosta aí. Deixa eu te falar. Muito bem, galera. Muito obrigado, então, pelo carinho de vocês. Muito obrigado pela participação dessa torcida maravilhosa que não arredou pé daqui da praia, mesmo com chuva, com sol, com todas essas intempéries que nós passamos. Trouxeram esse carinho para que a gente pudesse celebrar esse momento especial, finalizando mais uma etapa com chave de ouro. Parabéns a todos. E vamos torcer para que no próximo ano nós nos encontremos aqui novamente. Um grande abraço e valeu!
A receita para ser campeão não é fácil. Acordar cedo, trabalhar duro, tentar uma, duas, muitas vezes, sair da zona de conforto e inovar. Pensando bem, para fazer cerveja, a gente segue a mesma receita. Conheça as nossas cervejas premiadas.